Me and my boyfriend of 3 years just had our first baby. We're white and our baby is black. I have a close black ancestor, but my significant other is furious and is accusing me of cheating. This was posted back in 2015. As the title says, me and my boyfriend just had our first baby. I'm 26, he is 29. We were over the moon when we discovered the pregnancy, and we were both really excited to have a child together. We wanted to get married next year, and everything was going great. We were happy. We both look very white. We've got pale skin, blue eyes, brown and blonde hair. However, my great-great-grandpa was black, and some of his features have popped up here and there in our family. Kinky hair, darker skin, more black-looking facial characteristics. My boyfriend knows this, and has seen some of my aunts and uncles and cousins who have these features. I, however, don't have any myself, and neither does my mum. Our daughter was born 5 days ago, and I guess she got all the dormant genes in me because she's really dark-skinned compared to us, with really curly hair. I think she's adorable, but my significant other flipped. He accused me of cheating, that the baby couldn't possibly be his. I've never given him a reason to suspect me of infidelity, and I've certainly never cheated. We argued about it. I pointed at all my cousins and other relatives who have black features, but he absolutely refused to listen. Said our daughter looked, quote, too black for that to be a plausible explanation. He stormed out of the hospital, sent me a text an hour later that we were over, and when I got home from the hospital the next day, he wasn't there, and most of his personal belongings were gone. I tried to reach him, but he didn't answer my calls or texts until 3 days later when he told me he demanded a paternity test to prove that I was a liar. And if I refuse, I'll never see him again. I'm completely broken down and hurt over this. Our entire relationship, he's been so sweet and rational. This is completely unlike him. If he'd just calmly asked for a paternity test to begin with, I would have been hurt, but I guess I could understand the concerns. Our daughter does look nothing like him. But I don't think our relationship can survive this, even when I proved to him I wasn't lying. Should I go through with the test, or just cut my losses here and raise her alone? Okay, wow, what a return for me, back on the channel, back on Reddit. I expect nothing less. First things first, I completely get what you're saying, OP, because it's not the fact that the baby doesn't look particularly maybe exactly how you expected her to look. It's more the reaction from your boyfriend, which is the really, really damning thing. If I were you, well, it's a completely personal decision. I think maybe I would go through with it. You know, if you're 100% sure that, obviously you are, that it's your baby and it's his baby, then yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with doing it and then showing him the results and then gauging his reaction from that. And maybe that could help you sort of, begin to recover this relationship. Maybe it wouldn't, but I think you might as well go through with it. It's not really that arduous anyway. But those are my thoughts. Let's see what the people of Reddit had to say. Somebody said, that is your decision to make. However, in your situation, I'd do the paternity test either way. If you decide to leave him, it's a nice big F you to him. And if you decide to stay, he gets his peace of mind. It's a win-win situation, really. Exactly what I was saying, to be fair. I'd be hurt as F if my SO accused me of cheating, even though I've never shown any signs of it. However, I don't know how I'd react if I had a white girlfriend and the baby came out black. This is probably a 1 in a million type of situation, so I really can't say anything else about this. That's a very valid point, and I put myself in that situation. There is no doubt about it. As much as I'd like to say right now, sitting here, that I wouldn't have any doubts at all, I would. It's just a fact. I don't know how I'd react, but I would definitely have doubts. Somebody else said, you're going to actually need the DNA test for child support, so you may as well get one now. What you choose to do about the relationship is up to you, but you're going to need the child support. Great point. Opie replied saying, yeah, I've been so caught up in this whole drama and taking care of my baby, I hadn't even thought about child support. You're right. I'll get the test done, if only to make sure baby gets the best life possible. And Opie actually left an edit on the first post saying, I decided to get the test done. I'll update you all when I get the results. I'm still angry, but I guess I understand him a bit better now. Somebody else said, people are surprisingly ignorant of how genetics work. Anyway, get the paternity test just for his peace of mind, but understand that your relationship is irreparably broken and that he may sadly never show your daughter the sort of love or affection a father should show his child. This is a heartbreaking situation. I feel most for the baby, and you of course, but that little girl is going to face a lot of challenges in life looking like a black child to white parents. Talk to your more black looking relatives about this and do research on how to talk to your daughter about her ancestry and prepare her for some of the more stupid, bigoted, ridiculous things that people are bound to say. Opie replied saying, yeah, I imagine things are going to be hard for her, but at least she has a loving mum and a family who can relate to her. I just hope my boyfriend, well, my ex, I don't even know anymore, will come around and treat her with the respect he couldn't afford to give to me. Opie also added a little bit more information just on her family history, so let's have a look at this before we get into the update which came 5 days later. 4 generations back, my great-grandma and all her siblings look really black. My grandma less so. My mum's generation is the first to have completely white-looking kids. And I don't think so, but my friends joke that my butt is so big I must have inherited that. But I don't think big butts are an actual racial trait, just more of a stereotype. There are plenty of white girls with big booties. I actually also just want to say one more point before we get into this update. I saw a TikTok or something the other day. I was just looking through like funny kids TikTok videos. Like toddlers TikTok videos, because I don't know, I saw one, I thought it was funny, just like random stuff that toddlers say when they have no filter. It's very amusing. Anyway, so what the situation was a mother had just had a baby with a new step parent, I suppose, who is black, and her kid from another man had come into the whatever you call it, the hospital, saw the baby, and like said off the cuff, like randomly, oh my gosh, I knew it wasn't going to be black. Like it was I mean, this is me saying this, it sounds a bit weird, but it was like a 2-year-old saying it. It was funny. Anyway, some of the comments there were saying, although it was very funny, and you'd have to see it to understand the humor, but trust me, it was funny. The dad burst out laughing. It was funny. They were saying, because the baby was actually, or looked pretty white in this video, they were saying, just you wait. Because melanin takes a while to develop in babies, which I thought was really interesting. I didn't actually know that, but yeah, I think that black babies actually often are born without the skin color that they're going to end up having, which I didn't really know. Now, I don't know how relevant that is to this example, as it's sort of potentially the other way around. Well, not the other way around. Your baby is just already dark. But the point is there a chance that your baby's skin color will change and your baby will turn out to look more like you and your husband down the line? I think, yeah. You don't just immediately have the genetics from your parents that are present and very obvious to see, I don't think anyway. But yeah, let me know your thoughts on that down below. Let's get into the update. First of all, I want to thank all the original commenters who helped me see my SO side and calm me down enough to take the test. Well, the results are in, and of course, she's his. The whole process was actually absolutely ridiculous. I got an appointment with the doctor and texted my boyfriend the time and location. He didn't answer, but he showed up, and the entire time he didn't say one word to me, and he didn't want to touch or even look at our baby. And he left as soon as they'd taken his sample, despite the doctor asking him to stay so we could go over a few things. Once he left, I just broke down. And I must say, the doctor was really nice. They didn't judge me or accuse me of anything, just calmly went over how the test works and told me that babies are often born darker than they actually end up being. Wow, was I actually right for once? I'm actually pretty happy with that. Okay, baby was an absolute champ, barely fussed when they drew her blood. I got the results yesterday. I texted my boyfriend the news and I asked if he wanted to come over and open it with me. After almost half an hour, he finally responded, yes, he'd like to come over. I'm thinking he either sent it while on his way or he's not staying very far away because he was here in about 15 minutes. Well, we opened it and read the positive test together. He turned white like a sheet and then just started bawling. I had to shush him because he was crying so loudly. And finally, I got an explanation for his flip out. I mentioned in a comment on the old post that he was an only child to very old parents. His dad died a few years ago and his mum lives alone a few hours drive from us. I've not met her often, but she seemed pleasant enough. Well, it turns out she hates me. Absolutely hates my guts and always has. I had no idea about this. She's always acted kind of snobby, sure, but I had no idea she disliked me this much. When my SO called her to tell her the good news 8 months back when we discovered the pregnancy, she started crying. He never told me this. And as the months passed, she continued being super negative about the whole thing and saying she doubted the baby was actually his. I was below them. Poor people cheat because they're raised in an effed up environment. What the F? And instead of talking to me about this, my SO kept silent while constantly doubting me more and more. The baby being black just put the final nail in the coffin that his mother was right and I was a good-for-nothing, cheating female dog. After telling me all of this, we just sat in silence for a while. Finally, he asked if he could hold our baby. I was still angry as heck, but decided that holding her was his right. He's her father after all. I went and got her from her crib, let him have her, and he started crying again, which scared her, and she started crying too. So they were just sitting there bawling together for a while. Finally, he stopped, handed her back, and asked if he could come home. I was kind of taken aback. I didn't expect him to just flat out ask that already. I laid out everything I said in the last thread, how insanely disrespectful and childish he's been, how he'd horribly broken my trust, hadn't talked to me about his mum's poisonous and ignorant comments, completely ignores me for 3 days, not telling me where he is or if he's even alive, and then he just waltzes in and wants to start living here again? I told him if he ever wanted to have some inkling of a chance of mending the relationship we had, to go to couples therapy ASAP. From now on, he will answer my calls and messages unless there's an emergency. He will not be staying here for a while. And finally, he needs to tell his mum to back the F off. She won't be seeing the baby until she apologizes to me in person. He immediately agreed and finally told me how sorry he was for this whole fiasco. I'm not sure if I can forgive him for this, but I'm going to try. We had an amazing life before this, and I hope that with a lot of work we can have it again. My SO also finally told me he was staying in a hostel, but it's not very expensive, so he can stay there for a while longer. Our baby's doing great considering how many stress hormones she must have been drinking from me these last few days. Her hair is falling out, but the doctor told me it was normal, and babies often lose most or all the hair they're born with. I'm hoping her new hair will grow in blonde. That would make her even cuter. Thank you all for your help on the last post. My mum agreed with many of you and thinks I'm absolutely nuts for trying to work things out, but I think it would be best for everyone if we at least give it a shot, especially our baby. Yeah, I think that's a great point. The easiest thing to do would be to get back with your SO, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the worst thing to do. I don't think it's like the easy way out. It may just be the best thing. So at least try that first. Then if you want to down the line, you can take the hard route of completely breaking up, moving out, eventually having to find a new partner if you want to do that, etc., like raising your kid in a split family. It's easier to just try it with him first and see how that goes, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But yeah, I don't know how to feel about this guy. I'm inclined to agree with your mum, and we've had like guys especially like this on the channel before in stories similar to this, where they're just so spineless. Really? Like, just because your mum has been whispering in your ear for the last 8 months that the person that you fell in love with and have decided to have a baby with is actually like not the person you thought they were, in her opinion, you then change your entire opinion because of that? I don't think that is right, and I think that says a lot about his character personally. So use that information, I think, just as much as everything else that's happened. And I don't know what I'd do in this situation. I think I would try and get back with him and see how that goes. But I would struggle to look at him the same way again, knowing that he's just listened to this absolute trash from his mum for the past 8 months, and that's changed his whole opinion on you and his baby. My college says that if I miss class to testify at my assault trial, they'll drop me from my classes. I, intersex agender, was SA'd while home over a break, not by another university student, and the trial of my attacker starts in 2 weeks. I am a university student about 5 hours driving distance from my hometown where the assault occurred, and I'll need to travel there to testify at the trial. I'd spoken to my advisor and all my professors, notifying them of the days I'd be out, and everyone was understanding, giving me take-home versions of any tests or work I'd be missing. Unfortunately, one of the days I'll likely need to be out coincides with midterms, so my professor was required to get approval from the academic dean and dean of the college to issue a take-home midterm. His request for the take-home midterm was denied, and when it came to the attention of these deans, they contacted all my professors and informed me that if I missed that many classes, it would be approximately 2 of each class, maybe 3 depending on some court scheduling, and 4 of another class, but it meets every day of the week. They'll drop me from my classes. Now, my professors were comfortable marking these as reported absences, which basically means there was a justification, like a doctor's note or other official documentation. I showed the deans that I was in fact being called to testify by the defense, so it wasn't really like I even had a choice. I figured that would be enough documentation. The dean said that personal non-medical conflicts could not be counted as reported absences and would be treated as unreported absences. So treated as the same thing as if I just slept through the class. They suggested I apply for a leave of absence for the semester because otherwise I'd be dropped from my classes at the 3rd absence and be on probation if dropped from 2 or more classes. That was school policy. This attack took enough from me already. I went to great lengths to be sure I didn't miss a day of school while recovering. I don't want this man to derail my life further by pushing back my graduation date. I spoke to the Title IX office, who promised me they could help, but it turns out their idea of helping was helping me plan my leave of absence. I do not want to take a leave of absence. All my professors were ready and willing to work with me, and I was, and am, entirely capable of keeping up with the work. Do I have any legal recourse here against the school? Thank you in advance. Wow, well, I have no idea. I'm not American, so let's jump straight into the comments. Somebody said, what would the leave of absence entail that you are against it? Would it force you to retake all your classes? OP said, I would have to withdraw from the university for a full semester, leaving me to either spend all summer in school, thus unable to work full time, or graduate late, and there's no guarantee I'd even get my full tuition back. Somebody else commented, have you been served a subpoena? Does your university consider a court order as a legitimate excuse for missing class? If no and yes, ask the attorney to subpoena you and show that as documentation. OP replied saying, yeah, I've been subpoenaed and I showed the documentation to the deans. Unfortunately, it isn't just missing the midterm, it's missing any classes at all. And I have class 5 days a week and the court doesn't run on weekends, which is why they were pushing for me to take a leave of absence. I'll keep trying to push the subpoena as proof I absolutely need to be there to get justice, and it isn't like it's a fun outing for me, like I'm trying to skip class for a law and order type experience. Thanks. Somebody else said, I'd get that in writing from the dean and go over his head, because there's no possible way the campus legal team would be at all happy to know what he was doing, and I doubt the rest of the university administration would like their campus to be the focus of news reports on colleges forbidding victims of crimes from testifying in court. Make an appointment with whoever is immediately above your dean, maybe the chancellor, depending on your university, and talk to them. That sounds like a very good set of ideas, by the way. OP said, thank you, I hadn't even considered the legal team because in my mind, they're there to protect the administration, / they are the administration. I'll look into that. Thank you. Somebody else commented, at most, you'd be out less than a week for a trial. This whole thing doesn't make sense. They won't allow you to reschedule to take a midterm the following week? OP said once again, unfortunately the issue isn't just the midterm. The midterm is what brought my situation to the administration's attention though, but their main concern is with the absences. The minimum amount of time I'd need to be home for the trial would see me dropped from at least one class, likely more, which puts me on academic probation, so I'd then have to retake the courses over the summer or delay my graduation date to finish. I'm going to check into a proctored midterm at a college or library near my town to solve that issue and then try to address the absences through other means. This whole thing seems absolutely ridiculous. Let's get into the final comment before I give my thoughts. You should be able to get the court to work around your school schedule. Courts are often willing to consider a victim's legitimate life obligations. There may be a victim advocate you can speak to at the courthouse to help you navigate it. If not, your lawyer or the prosecutor can enter a request to change the date on your behalf. I hope it all works out for you. OP replied, "Thanks. Unfortunately, I do have classes 5 days a week and the court doesn't run on weekends, so no matter when I testify, it'll conflict. But I do have that in my back pocket if it would be easiest to schedule my testimony around my midterms instead of the other way around. So I'm keeping my options open with that one and discussing it with the prosecutor first thing tomorrow." I can't actually believe what I've just read there. Is this not like the most ridiculous thing of all time? I don't know if this is different or I've got sort of a different way of viewing this because I'm from London or I live in the UK. My university experience was not like this at all, where like if you missed a week or something, you were dropped from the course, or like your place at the university was in danger. That just seems insane to me. But this, having the most legitimate excuse you could possibly have to not be in your classes, and then the deans say, no, you have to be in the class or again, like you're going to get dropped. That's insane. Like, what are they promoting here? They're saying they don't really care about your case. They're saying they don't care about your assault, pretty much. That is what they're saying, right? It's absolutely insane. When I was at uni, like, I could not go to classes pretty comfortably. Nobody would really care. It was sort of my choice, I suppose. We did have registers and stuff for seminars and stuff like that, so you couldn't really miss too many of them. But I was ill for a couple of weeks in like my first year. Didn't really get a doctor's note. I just sort of like didn't go. Then they just emailed me and said, "You all right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm ill." And it was as simple as that. It was pretty chilled. I feel like when you go to uni or college or whatever, you're an adult. You make your own decisions. You're the one that's actually paid to be there. It's a bit strange. Well, I guess that's the same with school as well if you go to a private school. But you get what I'm saying. You've chosen to further your education by paying to go to these schools or taking a loan out. Surely you can just then do with that what you want. But getting back to it, assaults and saying no, you can't go to your trial, that should not and cannot legally be a thing. That's my takeaway from this. This dean is just on one. That cannot be like the policy. That's ridiculous, as the commenter said there. If that made it into national news and it was dean doesn't let student go to their assault trial, like, that would be the end of this uni, surely. Or at least the end of the dean. That cannot be legit. Something has to be done here, I'm sure of it. And something can be done. That's the main point. I don't think you should just, accept defeat. We'll get into the update now and see what did happen, but I'm not looking ahead. Surely something was done that was a good solution for you. Okay, so let's get into the update then. This was posted over 3 weeks later. Thanks to everyone's terrific advice, I got my university's ombudsman involved and also reached out to a local survivors group, similar to Rain, who connected me to a wonderful attorney who facilitated between me and the legal services team at my school. Within a day of meeting with the school's general counsel, my attorney and I were invited to meet with the deans who had made that initial decision. One of my professors also apparently saw my legal advice post and put 2 and 2 together. This was originally posted in r/legal advice. My professors were not previously aware of the full extent of what was going on, by the way. Now, that professor and my other professors submitted a letter on my behalf protesting the administration's decision, copying the board, ombudsman, legal counsel, and high-level members of the administration, which was so incredibly touching. I'm still overwhelmed and trying to properly thank them. Between my professor's incredible gesture and my showing up with an attorney raising flags, at the meeting I was given carte blanche to work out the details of my absences between myself and my professors. I'll take them at school, just early. And 2 were able to give me modified assignments that could be done at home, but still exemplified the same knowledge and skill sets. The Ombudsman and the Legal Counsel assured me they are looking into the policy that caused this ordeal in the first place. The Ombudsman is making sure the policy is being correctly and reasonably enforced, for example, not used to coerce students into violating a subpoena, and the Legal Counsel is advising the administration on new guidelines for the policy so that nobody else has to experience this going forward. Thank you everyone here who took time to give me such helpful advice. I appreciate all of you. Okay, well, I suppose that was a good solution in the end, but I don't actually really care. Well, no, that's not true. I do care. I just think it's ridiculous that it got to that point, like, at all. How can the policy be such that if you have an assault trial and you can't rearrange it because you have classes on all 5 days of the week or the week, the working week, and then you have to go to it, you're then dropped from your classes? That's insane. So, right, I suffer a terrible thing happened to me. On top of that, and by the way, I have to say as well, OP has said that they didn't miss classes when they were going through that in the first place. Like, that as well is ridiculous. Surely there should be some sort of compassionate leave or something where in the event that happens, you get time off. I don't know. It's like the worst policy ever. At least it's been fixed, but I don't really care. Like, the fact that this wasn't a thing in the first place is genuinely disgraceful, but what can you do? I'm sorry, OP, that you had to go through all of that. Shout out to your professors, though, for doing the right thing. But again, if any of them didn't do that, I'd be shocked. Like, yeah, it's heartwarming, but also I expect that from any decent human being. The dean is an absolute clown. I found out that my younger sister was sent away to a religious camp for her sexuality by my evangelical parents, who lied and took money from me, I believe, to fund it. I am furious. I posted a thing here 2 years ago that helped me with an uncomfortable situation involving a boss at work, and it helped me save a good friendship and my job. So hopefully you guys can help me again with a much, much more serious situation. Now, this was actually originally posted to r/legal advice. I don't remember that account, so I've made a new one. I need to give a little background to explain the situation. I work as a computer engineer and live away from my parents. I moved out when I was 18, not because we had a particularly distant relationship, but because I was very hungry for independence and I didn't want to go to college like they wanted me to. I fell in love with programming and got a job a month after I graduated, and I've done that since. I'm extremely frugal and I now make about $70,000 a year after taxes. Go Mr. Money Moustache. Both my parents are in traditional white-collar jobs that make significantly more money than I do, and they are horrific with money. When I was growing up, my parents were semi-religious, church on Easter and Christmas type of deal, and not particularly invested in it or politics. Somewhere in the last 3 or 4 years, they became interested. And in the last year in particular, regarding the last election especially, they've become some of the most religious and over-focused political people I've ever seen. I've tried distancing myself from this by refusing to talk about these issues over the phone at all. I couldn't disagree more with them. I think they have some very hateful views, but I've chosen not to engage them on it. Growing up, I was not close to my younger sister, mainly because of our age gap. However, she's grown up and is very pleasant to speak to. We've spoken on the phone daily. I speak to mum and dad much less frequently since she was around 14. I've not been exposed to too much of this because I intentionally tell both sides I don't want to talk about their drama, although I'm generally clear with my sister that I agree with her, but I don't want to badmouth her parents. My sister is a lesbian, which I have no issue with whatsoever, and my parents do not, or did not, know, and would immediately be against it if they did. We talked about this quite often. My sister also has political views completely at odds with my parents. She was in trouble for not supporting their favourite political candidate. You can probably guess who. But I encouraged her to swallow it and suck it up at home for her safety and sanity. She mentioned a few times in the last 2 months about wanting to come out to them, and I highly, highly discouraged it. I've heard both of my parents approve of a pastor who disowned his gay son and similar stories. I didn't want them to do that to her. I've offered to let her live with me when she turns 18, but I imagined that being in the future. I made her promise not to do that, and she did. On her 16th birthday though, she came out to them. I was a little angry with her over the phone. I didn't curse or scream or anything, but I was annoyed, but with sympathy for her position. I did chide her a bit, which I acknowledge was dumb. She was extremely mad at me and didn't call me for 4 days, which was a long time for us not to speak. We spoke afterwards and I was much better, but things weren't going well. They didn't kick her out, but they weren't speaking to her at all. Literally, she was screaming at them and they would just quietly go into their rooms, not saying a word. I offered to speak to them for her and she begged me not to, so I didn't, against my better judgment. My dad, a week later, called me over the phone. He said that he was sick and needed emergency money to have a procedure. He begged me not to tell mum or my sister. He needed about 20 grand. I'd refused the money in the past for a car loan and made it clear that I wasn't giving them money, but I did for this. Cautious, but ultimately trusting him not to lie about his own potential death. Yeah, I disagreed with him about a lot of things, but he'd always been so steadfast about the importance of honesty. The thought of him lying about something like that seems ridiculous, and I felt guilty for even thinking that. About another week after that, my sister stopped calling me. I thought she was mad again for some reason, but she didn't answer at all. I was worried. I called my parents and I asked about her after about a week, and they said she was being moody. I thought they thought I didn't know about her sexuality or what was going on. I checked my Facebook that night and I read a days-old message from one of her friends that explained that she had been trying to reach me and that my sister was taken from her house into a van and driven off by men in a program with her and my parents there before kicking the friend out of the house. Her friend visited my parents' house several times and they eventually told her they sent her to a religious program. She didn't get the name. I called up my father and he denied it twice before admitting it after a long talk. I was so angry. They seriously have these religious camps that parents can send teens to anytime without committing a crime forever. I didn't think it had anything to do with the money, but I looked it up after that and found out that these programs are generally very expensive. I called him up again and he admitted that's where the money went. I demanded that he let her out and he told me it was his money. I told him I'd never speak to him again and he just ignored me. I've tried calling him up every few hours for the last several days when I found out, and they ignore almost all of my calls. He intentionally didn't tell me the name of the facility or camp, but I've done reading and these are almost always dangerous places. I don't even know if she is in the US anymore. People die and get brainwashed at these places. I feel so guilty for giving them the ability to do this. I don't know the name of the camp and I did technically give them the money. My only recourse at this point is to go to tell everyone in the neighborhood what they did. I saw a Facebook post they made about sending my sister to a snooty Christian boarding school, and that is not what they did. I called the school they posted and she isn't going there. They're very connected to the church/suburban town community, and I think it would threaten them to have their image splattered with the truth. I would completely disown them now if it wouldn't completely destroy my chances of getting her out. I'm at a loss. Please help me. Okay then, let's get into the comments on this one. Somebody said, this is very, very difficult. Remember guys, this was posted on r/legal advice at first, so the comments, the help is going to be with that in mind. They say, under the law in most of the US and most of the world, parents have a right to decide how to raise their minor children. There are some facilities for brainwashing people out of being gay, which are so horrific that I have little better terms to describe them other than torture. In fact, a couple of US states have actually passed laws against these places, but that doesn't help much because parents have a right to send their children to someplace else that doesn't have such a restriction. There's very little you can do about it, legally. On the other hand, there is a major legal issue where you do have leverage. From your description, it sounds like there is a plausible argument that your father committed fraud to scam you out of $20,000. If you pursued this, there's a decent chance that you could get law enforcement involved, and it is not impossible that your father could be convicted of a felony for such a fraud. You certainly could sue to get the money back, and could probably get a judgment to garnish his wages, seize his bank accounts, and so forth until you've been repaid. The most obvious thing to do would be, quote, Dad, pull my sister out of that program and either let her live with you unmolested or else send her to live with me. If you don't, then I'll press charges and get you thrown in prison for fraud. Now, don't do that though, because that would be blackmail. At least, I think it would, depending on the exact wording. With a very careful approach, it may be possible, depending on the exact details of the laws on blackmail in your state, which I do not know well enough to advise you on, to get that same message across without actually committing blackmail. If I were to do such a thing, I'd probably find a lawyer who could help me figure out how to use this without committing a felony of your own. Because if I understand you correctly, you're not happy about the $20,000, but your real concern is for your sister. My heart goes out to you and her, and I wish you the best of fortune and a successful outcome. What a great comment. Oprah replied, saying, it's worth mentioning that I do have 2 texts of him mentioning the need for money for the emergency and a short voicemail of him thanking me for the money. I don't know whether that would constitute proof or not, but I assume so. I would assume that he wouldn't be able to get a refund for the money anyway, and therefore unable to have the financial stuff get her out quicker without going the quasi-blackmail route. So I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much. Somebody else added, I have a very strong feeling that you should just look for a lawyer because nothing that we recommend should be taken into consideration really due to the serious nature of the situation. Find a lawyer to discuss if there is any way to gain custody of your sister, then talk to a GSA of some sort and find out what type of trauma she might end up dealing with and what to do if you get her because who knows what they could be doing to her. Oh. Horrible to think about. All right, update to come, of course, but I do just want to give my thoughts on how horrific this is, first of all. Some great advice there. My initial thinking is that there's not really that much that can be done legally. Like, if you give money to somebody in your family and they say it's for an emergency and it's not, yeah, it's like fraudulent, but is it legally fraudulent? I don't think it technically is, especially, well, at least I don't think it is in the UK. I don't know how the law works in America, but I think like if I get money from my parents and I say I'm going to use it for something and then I actually use it for something else and there's no like written agreement or contract signed, I don't think there's anything they can do about that. I'm not sure about that. Let me know in the comments down below. The main thing is, why do these camps exist in the first place? Like, that is the main point here. What are these things? Why would you ever send your kid to one of these? I didn't actually know that places like this actually really existed. I thought they were just made up for movies and like fiction. Are they actually real? Are they actually a thing? I've never really researched them, but I suppose they are. Religious camps to sort of try and change someone's sexuality. How ridiculous is that that still exists in this day and age? All right, 2 days later, we got the following update. I got an incredible amount of varying advice and support that I really appreciate. I explained the situation to my boss, who was very supportive and gave me some time off without an issue to deal with this. Last night, I left home and drove to them. They live in another part of Florida, but we all lived there. And I tried having a rational conversation with my parents. I pointed out the abuse I was learning was regularly happening at these communities. I told them all the stuff I've learned about these places. I demonstrated that it wouldn't even change her sexuality or opinion, but they just called me a liar or ignored me. I've never seen my parents in a lower regard. I didn't even bring up the money because I had a feeling that if I mentioned it, my dad would kick me out. Both of them seemed incredibly nonchalant about the entire thing. Then I made an appointment with a lawyer and then later another. Both of them were LGBT friendly and had at least some experience with similar situations, and both spent an hour explaining to me how I am completely legally screwed due to the nature of the gift, and that I have absolutely zero legal grounds in getting my sister out, and that without even the name of the place I can literally do nothing. I'm completely screwed. One drilled into me that I shouldn't post about this to their friends or it may make any legal action that could be possible later impossible. But both basically told me there wasn't a thing to be done. I was at my wit's end and I had a last ditch plan. I drove back to my father's home and told him I would give him my remaining savings, around 65k, but I lied and said 55k so I'd have something, if he took her out of the camp and let her live with me. I was amazed that he would even consider it because I always considered him such a high moral figure, but he stepped in the room with my mother for 5 minutes and said yes, but only if I didn't involve the police. I told him he would need to sign a contract and wait a few days, and he told me he may not have an issue with that. He needs to think, but he didn't want her legally in my name, although she can live with me, as he doesn't want to be on the bill for child support. I wanted to spit in his face, but I refrained. This just happened less than an hour ago. I made another appointment with another attorney tomorrow, but I don't think this is possible and I may not just show up at the office. If I give him the money without any obligation to return it, he'd just take it and do nothing. My idea at the moment is to agree to give them the money without a contract as soon as she is out and back at the house and I see her, and then take her and move to another state with her until she graduates. I can keep working in my current job from online until I get a new one. My father basically gave the impression that he'd completely disowned her anyway, and I don't think he would spend the money a second time to get her in another place, but obviously I'm just guessing. Obviously I cannot have a legal contract written where I buy custody of a minor. Can I have one where they promise not to send her to another institution like that? Like she must go to and graduate from X high school or something, or you must return the money? Is there anything I can do to make this work in a way where she is out and with me, whether in my name with custody or not, and they don't have legal grounds to come and track us down and send her somewhere else? This sounds insane, but I am insane. I'm so worried. I'm vomiting randomly from guilt and stress. I can't sleep, so I'm going to down a few sleeping pills so I can go to bed. Thank you very much. You have helped me immensely. It's disgusting how much the legal system can screw over innocent teens. I've never felt more angry during a 4th of July in my life. I don't know how we can profess freedom when stuff like this still happens and is legally justifiable. Okay, and without further ado, let's jump in to the final update of this one. This was posted 25 days later. This will be a short update, but the situation with my sister has ended on a positive note. It has been resolved. Currently, I'm in the hospital. I initially thought I had a bad flu from stress following the incident, but I wasn't getting better, and yesterday I went to the doctor. She ordered me to the hospital for a spinal tap, and I actually contracted bacterial meningitis, so I'm not doing so well in that regard. I'm bored and feeling like garbage, but I've got free time and I've been meaning to write because this was just resolved. If this isn't entirely coherent, I apologize. My brain is obviously a bit fried right now. This is going to be horribly shortened. So, I didn't give my father any money, and we both basically ended up pretending that I never offered the money and that he never theoretically accepted it. I found out the camp she was staying in. My mother frequently needs computer help, and it was one of those terribly described religious therapy camps several states away. I found several horror stories online from people who have attended this camp, and I showed it to my mum and dad and found a sympathetic religious figure from the community they both respected, and convinced them, after much struggling, to go and pick her up with me. We did, and ended up flying there and picking her up with a lot of trouble. They didn't want to let me in at all, and took an extremely long time letting her see us, which made my parents very, very mad, and my parents were very upset about the small parts of the facility we were allowed to see. They told us our sister would lie and that they should go without seeing her, which made them madder. I thought we were going to have to call the police, but we eventually got her out after many hours spent there. I was nervous she'd yell at them, but she knew to pretend she had changed without me needing to tell her. She's back home as of several days ago. I'm in the hospital as of yesterday. My parents are basically pretending they were tricked into the place being a 4-star resort, and they're laughing the whole thing off like they are equal victims in this. And this was all a wacky adventure where they stole my money and sent my sister to abusive gay prison. Me and my sister have discussed it privately, and we've agreed that she will not make any waves until 18, and then she can live with me during college. Sadly, we still have 2 years until then. I despise my parents, and I cannot say a thing to them, which is infuriating. I hate their hypocrisy and BS, but we both have to swallow it for the moment. I'm finished with them completely, and I plan never to speak to them again after my sister turns 18. This is written badly, but it's taken me forever and I can't really think to write now. This is definitely missing info, but those are the main points. Thank you for all the advice. It's helped me get through the worst month of my life. Okay, so there we go. At least there was a positive ending to this one, but yeah, what a shocking story. I mean, first of all, the fact that this happened in the first place is shocking, like your sister being sent to a religious camp. The abuse that must go on there, I have no idea. Like, going to a camp where the whole point of it is telling you that you are not actually who you are. That is crazy. Like, how psychologically damaging must that be? Also, I have no idea what goes, like, how do you teach that? What is the practice that takes place there? If you know, I would say comment down below, but I don't really want to know. Like, it's just abuse, isn't it? It has to be. And then secondly, from your point of view, OP, I cannot imagine like the horror, the fear, knowing as this story progresses that you're the one that's actually bankrolled this whole thing. Obviously, you didn't know. It's not your fault. You're actually being really selfless and being a great person by in theory helping out your dad with his medical issues, but in reality knowing that your money is what's caused your sister to go to this ridiculous camp. I mean, that is just terrifying. So yeah, again, as I said, like, at least there was a positive outcome to this one and things should all be all right. But even like knowing now that you've had an agreement with your sister to sort of lay low for the next 4 years until she's 18, that's also terrifying. Like, surely something else is going to happen within those 4 years that could be life-changing once again. I don't know. Very scary situation, and I agree with your overall point that people, teenagers, legally can do very little about their lives and can be, completely horribly treated, like we saw in this story. Shocking story, but at least there was a decent outcome. My parents falsely accused my brother of being a creep, and it's really affecting him. This was originally posted on the 31st of August 2020. My brother is 15, my sister is 17, and I'm a 23-year-old woman. This is really stupid, and it shouldn't have happened, but it did. Now I just want advice on how to make it better. Also, this is the story my brother told me as I wasn't there. So, he was in his room, playing on his phone, minding his own business. He got up to take out the trash. He came back to lay down in his bed. As he was laying down, he noticed their dog walking out of his room. He ignored it. Later on, his sister noticed that some of her clothes were missing. She went looking for them and found them in my brother's room. The problem was, they were wet and slimy. She immediately told our parents, and they thought the worst. My dad, my mum, and my brother argued about it. Rude things were said. Apparently, mum said, "I knew you were weird, but not this weird." My dad said, "I raised the predator." In the end, my parents asked me to pick him up and let him stay with me for a couple of days. When I picked him up, he didn't say anything and just sat there in silence. He spent the entire time in the room he was staying in. He only came out for dinner. He skipped breakfast and lunch. His eyes were always red when he came out, so I assume he'd been crying. I've never seen him cry. Most of the time, when he's upset, he just has a stone face, so what they said must have got to him. Finally, at the end of the week, my parents called me and said they wanted to talk to him, so they came over. Before they came over, I tried to talk to him, but he ignored me. When our parents came, they apologized to him. Over the week, they noticed more of my sister's clothes in his room, until one day my dad caught the dog with my sister's clothes. My brother just said, "Okay," and went home. I tried to ask my parents if he could stay longer, but they said that wouldn't be necessary. Later on, I got a call asking me what did he do over at my house, because he's just been in his room all day at theirs. So, is there anything I can do to help him feel better? Advice would be greatly appreciated. Okay, so there we go. That is it for the original post. Let's jump into some comments before we get into my overall thoughts and, of course, some updates. My immediate thoughts are, wow, what horrible, horrible parents. Let's see what other people online are saying. Somebody said, "Poor fellow. Your parents seriously attacked this kid, and to think they can just say, 'I'm sorry' and everything be fine is mind-boggling. They destroyed any trust he had in them, and this will not be an easy fix. It appears they had their mind set before even accusing him, thanks to your other sister. Yeah, he probably doesn't have much use for her either right now. Your brother needs space and time to heal. Being at home and being made to interact with this right now is punishment, even though they're his parents and sister. If I were you, I'd tell my parents what they did was inexcusable. I'd talk to him one-on-one and see if he wanted to stay with you for a few weeks. He's 15. Being accused of creeping on his sister would really put a dent in his self-esteem and self-worth. He needs time to heal. I'd also tell him that you're there for him no matter what. He'll eventually seek affirmation that he's not the weirdo he was labelled. Be there for him. I mean, seriously, imagine your mum saying to you, 'I knew you were weird, but not this weird.' What the heck? You can't come back from that. Even though she now knows it wasn't you, she still outright called you really weird. It's insane." As for your parents, the commenter continues, "Good grief. They need counselling, and your sister probably does too. They made their beds by striking him down so harshly. Now they'll have to deal with it a while. It's tough being a 15-year-old kid without these accusations. He really got put behind the 8 ball with this situation. I hope for the best for him." OP replied to this, saying, "Yeah, you know what? I actually did tell my parents that it was effed up, but they don't see it though. They tried to pass it off as they were just upset in the moment, but I wasn't buying it. And sadly, he's ignoring my calls and texts. I'm thinking about just driving to see him though. And if he wants, he could stay with me for a while. I'm with him. I don't really know why they went all in on him. There has to be something larger happening if they can say all those things and not care how he feels. I don't know, but they do need some help too." Now somebody else said, and I can't help but agree with this, really. Look, I hope I'm wrong, but your brother sounds like he needs to be on unalive watch. I mean, like, when your whole family are accusing you of something like this and you're 15 and it's so shocking, I agree, like, he needs to be looked after, very, very closely monitored for sure. This is like a horrible thing that's happened to him. OP said, do you know of any sign that we should watch out for besides him just sitting in his room? Because if this is a real possibility, I'll drive to their house tomorrow. Somebody else said, I'm not trying to be a D, but there might not be a tomorrow. You need to get him out of there ASAP. Yeah, I agree. Like, if he's just not doing anything now at all, barely eating, not leaving his room, and he's back in his family's house, not in the relative safety of yours, this is extremely concerning. OP replied saying, okay, I'm going to stop responding for a little bit. I'm going to drive over there right now and convince them to let him spend the week with me. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little scared right now, but I'll try my best. Somebody else said, your brother sounds like he's exhibiting behavior indicating he's at risk for unaliving himself, especially since he probably doesn't feel like he has anyone he can trust anymore. OP said, I'm honestly scared for him. I would have slept, but I'm staying up tonight to make sure he is good. Now, OP has added a little update as well at the end here, saying, good news, he came to stay with me until Sunday. I had to lie a little to our parents to get him to come. I told them he should get out of the house because he spends most of his day sitting in one spot with online school. They didn't believe me at first, but I said it would be a chance to get him out of his room. They finally agreed. He was about to go to sleep, so I came just in time. I think the plan right now is to just spend time with him this week. I'm broke, so it's going to be mostly home stuff. I tried to talk to him on the car ride. I asked him if he's okay. He said he's fine, and we had a little conversation about his school. So at least he's talking now. He's in the spare room, so everything is okay right now. All right, next day now, and someone finally asked, how is your brother doing today? OP said he's doing better and we're talking more, but he's still pretty quiet and spends time in the room. I'm going to give a final update at the end of the week. You know what? Let's just get straight into that update. This was posted on September the 7th, same year, of course. So I've been asked to update the situation. Many of you guys asked that I let my brother live with me, but I had to take him back to our parents' house this morning. The last update I gave was when my brother was allowed to spend the week at my house. That was last Sunday. We spent the first day, Monday, at my house, just talking. He spent most of the time in his room. At first, he wasn't responding back. It was going nowhere quickly. So I ended the conversation by telling him our parents were wrong and that he's not weird. I didn't say it exactly like this, but I hope you get the point. He just had a stone face and we stopped talking. Tuesday, he still didn't really come out of the room. I offered to go and get McDonald's and he came out of the room to eat at the table. We just talked about random different things. He wasn't really interested in the conversation until we started talking about my Xbox. We eventually started talking about Madden. He started talking about how good he is at the game. We finished eating and he went back to his room. Wednesday, I bought Madden. I don't play sports games. I play games like Cuphead or cartoon animation games. I asked him if he wanted to play though, and he agreed. I know this is serious, but Madden absolutely sucks. The game started cheating as soon as we started. The first thing my player did was fumble the ball. He was killing me at it. He actually laughed a couple of times and seemed to be enjoying himself. We spent a good portion of the day just playing. Thursday was pretty much the same as Wednesday, but he was talking more. I was going to go to the movies, but COVID is still a thing. We eventually just settled to watching Netflix. He spent half the day in his room, but he's coming out more. Friday, I decided to try to talk to him about the situation again. I pretty much told him I would talk to our parents to get them to understand why he was hurt by it. I also took the advice of seeing if he wanted to talk to a professional. He asked me not to ask him about it. He said it would just be better if nobody brought it up again. I was a little shocked, but there's not much I could do. We then decided to go to a walking trail. At first, he didn't want to, but I convinced him to come. We just spent more time talking. This also made me realize that I should talk to my siblings more often. He seemed happier. Saturday or yesterday was pretty much us just talking again. We decided instead of Madden to just play random games I had. I don't have a lot, but I think he had a good time. When it was dinner time, he got kind of quiet again. I asked him what was wrong. He said he wasn't ready to go back home yet. I didn't know what to say. I asked him if he wanted me to talk to our parents to see what we could do. He just said no again. I pretty much told him he could come to my house anytime he wanted to. That leads us to today. He is back at his house. I was going to talk to our parents, but I assumed he had a reason for not wanting me to talk to them. I know you guys said something about getting him a therapist, but he said no to the idea. I did call my sister to see how she is doing. She said she tried to apologize to my brother, but he ignored her. I don't know what's happening with that, but one thing at a time. And that is pretty much how the week went. Overall, he seemed much happier than he was last week. I texted him and he wants to come back over sometime next week. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I have no idea what the F I'm doing. I'm only 23, still trying to get my life together. I'm a firefighter, so I'm just glad that we get a lot of vacation time, or else I'd have to work. I know people are thinking if you're a firefighter, you should know what to do, and why did you ask what the signs of depression are, etc. I was never trained on how to deal with somebody actively showing these signs of depression. I was trained to help somebody who's in the process of trying to unalive themselves, and that training wasn't that good. It was basically try to talk them down and do whatever you can to get them to a hospital. I've yet to use this training. This is why I was panicking when everything was happening. People were telling me he could unalive himself. I know I should have kept a cool head, but it just felt different because it was family. They tell you not to panic, but I'm only human. I've been a firefighter for about 2 years now. Anyway, that's just something else I wanted to say. I'm going to try to be there for both my brother and sister, but I made mistakes too. Somebody brought up the point of when I found out what happened, what was my reaction? I'm ashamed to admit, but I didn't really have one. I thought he was going to get over it and everything would be alright. I only started caring when I realised that he wasn't acting like his normal self. That's when I realised the impact of what they said and how effed up this all really is. So, to the person who brought up this point, thank you. This showed me that no matter how great my actions are looking in front of random strangers, the truth is that I have a similar mindset to my parents. I don't think he's weird, but I guess my time spent around them made me desensitized to the things they say. I don't know. I'm going to work to change that because it's not right. So to everybody, thank you for the advice you've given. I see the mistake I've made and I'm 100% behind changing myself and being behind my brother. Wow, OP being pretty harsh on herself there, in my opinion. Let's round things off with some comments before I get into my thoughts. Somebody said, "You're a great sister, OP." I would try to invite him over often, more so than just extending one forever open invitation. It'll make him feel more wanted. I'll definitely try to keep hanging out with him and invite him over more often, OP said. I'm also going to try to hang out with my sister more. I'm just going to try and have a better relationship with both of them. Yeah, maybe not your parents though, because those guys are ridiculous. Somebody else said, and quoted OP, "I have no idea what the F I'm doing." Well, actually, it sounds like you do to me. You care about your brother. That's all that needs to be done. Have you thought about introducing your brother to your pals at the station? Maybe give him a tour? OP said, "When I graduated fire school, we had like a family day. We brought our family to where we did our training for fire school. So they all know my brother, sister, and parents." Well, that sounds like a great idea then. And then finally, somebody said, "Whoa, a firefighter at 23. Isn't it hard to get in?" Well, not really. I know an 18-year-old in fire school right now. If you apply to the right county, almost everybody gets it. However, out of a class of 100, you'll notice only about 10 to 15 people will pass the entire thing. Just a very, very sad story. I don't really blame your sister for this, by the way. I don't think she actually did anything wrong, did she? I know that OP mentioned about maybe her sister should have some professional help as well, but did she do anything? Like, she told your parents that she found her, whatever it was, clothes, wet and slimy in her brother's room. I don't think she's done anything wrong there. She's not said, "Oh my god, my brother's a creep." Maybe she did, but whatever. She is 17. I don't think it's up to her to make the decision of, like familial disputes like that. However, like, you have a dog. That's the main issue I have with all of this. How do your parents not understand that it's pretty likely that a dog is going to pick up someone's clothes if they're not put away, and then obviously they're going to be wet? Like, it's just a coincidence, obviously, that the clothes were your sister's and they happened to be taken into your brother's room by your dog. How do you not think, oh, actually, maybe my son's not a creep, and, oh yeah, we have a dog who has a mouth. Also, maybe the dog's just a creep. Like, who's thinking about this? Okay, have a word with the dog. Get the dog to go and live with OP for a bit. And get the dog not to leave its room either. But no, just absolutely ridiculous response to a pretty obvious thing. Even if it doesn't immediately come to your mind that you have a dog and that this could have happened because of your dog, surely you'd have a conversation with your son first rather than going, I knew you were weird, but not that weird. And then just, causing him to go into a depression. Like, it's just actually insane. But I don't know, clearly these parents are just very, very stupid, and they're going to have a lasting impact on their son's life. Friend's dad forced me to try his bad cooking that made me throw up over it, but he wouldn't allow me to leave the table until I finish it. Hey, so this is a bit of a long one, and the parent involved is not entirely entitled, but more like insane. First of all, a bit of background. I had a best friend, and we were really close, to the point where she would stay over mine and my parents' house for months, especially over the summer. At some point, she transferred to my school, and she would stay with us for up to 3 to 4 months straight. Go home for a day or two or on holiday with her family, and then come back to ours and stay for the next few months. In the meantime, I've possibly been at her house maybe once or twice in my life. Anyway, during her stays, my mum would go as far as making separate meals for both of us, as I'm a picky eater and have some food intolerances. For example, I only eat bird meat and occasional seafood, where my friend loves red meat and pork and eats a lot but stays skinny. During her stays, we would also give her clothes, do laundry, drive her to school, and cover up any food shopping, including snacks. But her parents never reimbursed us for any of these expenses, despite being well off. They had 6+ massive houses, always had the newest cars, and had a toilet made of gold in one of the bathrooms that only her father was allowed to use. My family didn't pay much attention, since she was a friend and we had a good time. Now, this had been going on for a while, so I wasn't too worried when her parents allowed her to have one of their houses to herself and her friends for her birthday. Her dad also said that he would do all the cooking and would accommodate all the dietary requests. The day comes, and I decided against taking any extra food with me to cook, since her dad would handle the cooking. And one of our mutual friends, who was the child of our school headmaster, is openly vegetarian. So in the worst case scenario, I could eat veggies, fruits, or bread. We arrive at the house, where her dad has finished with the barbecue. Before food, he informs us that he wants my friend to have an amazing birthday. So he wants us to hand him our phones, and he will return them after the birthday, so we can have a good time as well. The only person exempt was an older friend, a 21-year-old, but that was due to him having a small child left with his fiancée and parents. After, my friend's dad puts a plate filled with meats in front of everyone, and proudly informs us that he made pork, which neither me, the headmaster's kid, or another friend could eat, for religious reasons. So I was just enjoying some fruits and veggies when my friend's dad noticed that I hadn't eaten the barbecue that he'd made. The entitled dad then said to me, "You haven't eaten any of the meat. Are you feeling okay?" "Yeah, I'm just not really a fan of pork, and I actually prefer veggies." "Oh, are you a vegetarian as well then?" "Nah, I just don't like the taste and the texture of pork." "Well, in this case, sorry, but you're gonna have to eat it. I've spent most of the day cooking, and it's rude not to try the food that the host has made." Look, I get that, but I really don't like pork, and I'm gonna actually eat something that I do like and can tolerate. You're not making others eat pork because they had their reasons, so why pick me? "Well, their reasons are valid, while yours isn't. You're just being fuzzy. You're not leaving this table or having anything else until you eat my pork." Okay, that is potentially the maddest innuendo. Ignore that, let's carry on. "Well, I guess I won't be leaving then." Then my friend gets involved. "Dad, I've told you she doesn't eat pork and prefers chicken. You said you bought some for her and my other friend." "I only bought pork. She will eat what adults make and needs to stop creating a scene. Now eat." So at this point, I was pretty hungry and decided to try it, since my friend previously said that her dad's cooking is really good. I regretted my decision though with the first bite I took. Not only was it really hard and the meat felt gristly, but it didn't smell good either. As I'm very sensitive to textures, my immediate reaction would be to throw up. So I tried to escape, but the dad wouldn't let me. "You're not going anywhere until you finish your food." "But she's clearly not feeling well." "I don't care. She's not leaving the table until she finishes her food." At this point, I had no other choice but getting sick in front of others, as this pork tasted horrific. I thought the dad would finally let me go, but no, he still expected me to finish that slice of pork that's now covered in my own vomit. Seeing all of this, our older friend texts my parents, asking to pick me up. They're trying to get hold of me, but they can't because, of course, our phones are in different rooms. About 30 minutes later, my dad does arrive while I'm still sat at that table, covered in God knows what, with my friend's dad still insisting I must finish what I've started and that if I don't, he'll feed me himself. This guy is a maniac. Finally, my dad comes in. What happened here? Oh my God, are you okay? Why are you crying? At this point, my friend's dad steps back and allows my dad to pick me up and help me get into the car. My dad is visibly confused at the sight of what happened, so he asks questions. So what happened here? What made her sick? Well, she had some pork. Well, she doesn't eat that. Why was she sitting at the table instead of being allowed to go to the bathroom? Because she needs to stop being fussy and eat what is made for everyone, unless she is exempt. So I wanted to make sure that she eats what I'd made, and I didn't want her to ruin my golden seeds. At this point, my dad gets visibly angry. She's nearly an adult and can cook herself, let alone take care of herself, and she knows what she likes and doesn't like. She can eat what she wants and does not need to be treated like a child. Well, she is still a child, otherwise she wouldn't be so fussy. It will only cause problems, and I'm fixing a mistake that you made as a parent. At this point, my dad gets me into the car, so I'm not exactly sure what happened next. He came back later with my phone and we drove off, but he was also still visibly angry. A few days later, my friend called me and started going off about how I'd ruined her perfect birthday, made her dad embarrassed because I'm fussy, and the meat was perfectly fine. Later, the headmaster's daughter told me that nobody actually ate the meat, as they'd all agreed it was badly made and of bad quality. My friend continued that I must have just been jealous of her life and so on. Needless to say, she was not allowed to stay anymore, and we weren't friends for much longer after that, since her dad believed I was a bad influence. I mean, listen, guys, as I said halfway through that story, that guy, as OP correctly said as well at the start, he's not entitled. I don't even think he's insane. He's almost maniac. What is he? Seriously? Yeah, I guess it's one thing asking OP to eat food that you've made. Obviously, look, you've gone through the trouble of making it completely fine. It'll be annoying if I was to make some food and a lot of people didn't want to eat it. Yeah, I'd probably be a bit annoyed and feel quite bad about myself, and I'd rather them eat it than not. Fine, but then going to the extreme of first forcing them to eat it, that's mad. Secondly, forcing them to stay at the table as they vomit, that's incredibly mad. And then thirdly, not allowing them to leave until they finish the thing that has made them vomit, despite the fact that it's now covered in that vomit. That's up there for me. Comment down below. Can you remember a story I've read where it has or it involves a person quite like this? Top tier crazy bloke, seriously. And clearly your best friend, or you know, whoever she really is, doesn't fall far from the tree. She's literally just, you know, scrounged off your entire family for months on end. Her own family seemingly not even caring about her or what she's doing, just as long as she's with you and you're paying for it all, that's all good. But as soon as it goes the other way and there's a little bit of animosity between you, your best friend, her best friend, and her dad, she's like, no, you caused all of this. Clearly not my entitled, insane, maniac dad. You caused it and your family. We're not going to be mates anymore. What a true friend she is. Now moving on to our second story of today's episode. Mum freaks at swim class. My daughter is 9 months and we recently signed up for swim classes. At her age, it's basically getting them acclimatized to the water so they aren't scared, and slowly getting them to the point that they can eventually float on their back. They do require masks for the parents. It's on the doors, it's in the pamphlets, and they make you watch a session before signing up, so it's not hidden. Well, we're getting ready, and this mum comes in for her kid's first lesson. He's about 15 months. She is unmasked, so the person at the front tells her she needs a mask, but that if she doesn't have any, they have extra. The mum just strolls on by, tells her she's vaccinated, and keeps it moving. The girl was in high school, and you could tell she didn't know what to do. The head person there though is a bit older and seemed like she was no nonsense, but she is awesome, so I never could confirm it till that moment. She goes up to the lady and nicely tells her that she does need a mask. It's required even if you're vaccinated. The lady doesn't like that though and says, now that is ridiculous. She didn't know and she wasn't going to do it. The manager just tells her that that's fine, she can fill out her cancellation, and since she never did a lesson, they'll refund her. But the mum goes ballistic. It was about 20 minutes of absolute craziness. Every cuss word imaginable, which really annoyed another mum who had an 11-month-old and a 3-year-old with her. Yeah, not surprised. She then got into it with that mum about cussing, and it was just a big fiasco. The Karen was yelling at the manager about being a sheep, telling the other mum to stay out of it or else. The manager was just staring, I'm sure in disbelief at just what was happening. The other mum, who was yelling at the Karen about cussing, was also using every single word variant imaginable. Flippin', mother trucker, stuff like that. That must have been a hilarious conversation. One mum just going for it, just completely swearing, not giving two dangs, and this one, using stuff like dang. Wow, great stuff. I did learn that even though my daughter is 9 months old, she thinks craziness is amusing when not involved, because she was just staring and even giggled at one point when the Karen made a sheep noise. I mean, I would too. That is hilarious. After 20 minutes of absurdity, the police show up. The high schooler had called them. It wasn't hard to figure out what was going on, but the funniest thing was the Karen turned and said, "Oh my God, thank goodness, officer, this manager is discriminating against my freedom, and that this lady thinks she can tell me what I can and can't say. Please arrest them." Okay, wow. Well, the next part was pure gold. They'd already talked to the high schooler outside the door, I guess, so they knew what was actually going on. They immediately cuffed the Karen, who just let out this unbelievable shriek. They told her she was under arrest and asked her who they could call to pick up the child, who somehow had sat in his chair the whole time, looking like he was used to this. Yeah, probably because he is used to this. She starts yelling that she isn't going to give out personal information. She knows her rights. Before the cop says anything, the other mum says, "Wow, you're dumber than I thought." Karen didn't like that and immediately lunged at her. The cop tried to stop her and I guess kinda succeeded. He didn't let her get a full head of steam. This allowed the other mum to sidestep and give her a little nudge right into the pool. At that point, I think everyone knew it was best to end things. The instructor helped the lady get out of the pool while she was yelling that she would sue and all sorts of nonsense. The cop hurriedly got her out of there and she eventually gave her their husband's number, who picked up the kid. What an absolute whirlwind that story was. I mean, if you thought getting arrested was bad, getting arrested and then having the wombo combo of being shoved into a pool by a person that you were just arguing with, wow, that is next level. Honestly, I really was not expecting it to go there. Brilliant. I thought, just plain and simple, she's being annoying, not wearing a mask, anti-masker, whatever, gets arrested. Calm, but no, being shoved in the pool to top it all off. Oh my God. She's been shoved into a pool having already been arrested. What? Oh, justice. Justice indeed. Weird woman believes sailboats are public property. I'm a 43-year-old IT guy, divorced with 2 kids, a 9-year-old girl and a 7-year-old boy. I'm also a member of a yacht club, and I own a smallish 34 Bavaria cruiser from 2008. Next to my kids, she's my pride and joy. Every year, I take 3 weeks vacation along with my kids, and we go cruising for the better part of those 3 weeks. We've got a small dinghy that basically serves as our pickup truck or food haul. Now, because of COVID, we couldn't go anywhere outside our home country, so we said, F it, we'll be tourists in our own country, and we went for a cruise to all the small, cozy harbours that we normally don't see. So, cruise is a go. My son knows about the lines and knows how to dock and whatnot. My daughter is the dinghy skipper during this. She loves that thing. We always have our club pennant flying as well as the Jolly Roger. The Jolly Roger means kids on board, come and play. We leave our home ports and spend a day and night at sea to get the sea legs growing and sharpen up on our boating skills. Retired Navy, I can't help it. On our 3rd day, we arrive at a smallish marina, roughly 200 berths. In my country, calling ahead on VHF is not a thing, so the only thing to do is either go in with the boat or send in the dinghy to spot for a berth. Now, occupied berths are marked with a red sign. Available is a green sign. My kids know this, and they are also learning to spot a fitting berth. Our boat is 3.6 meters wide, and the berths are different in width. So the trick is to spot a berth wider than 3.6, but not wider than 4 meters, because that's the golden difference. Any berth wider than 4 meters costs a ton of money and is meant for bigger boats. Well, Captain Dinghy was volunteering, as always, to scout ahead. while me and the executive officer of my boat, my son, were watching from just outside the inlet. She's equipped with, of course, life jacket, radio, not VHF since that requires a certificate, and a good idea about how wide 3.6 meters really is. Our dinghy happens to be 3.5 meters long, so as long as she can fit the dinghy from end to end between the posts, the boat will fit, including the engine. Now, most people that hang around marinas are used to seeing children in dinghies and wouldn't raise an eyebrow over a 9-year-old girl in a small dinghy wearing a life jacket and looking for empty berths. However, not all people are like that, which we would soon find out. She found one and radioed that back, saying, "I've got one, Daddy. It's the Jeep here, and I'm waiting for you here. Over." I reply with, "Good job. En route now. Daddy out." The owners of the boats on either side are the caring, nice older couples, and especially the portside neighbours are completely stunned by Captain Dinghy and her professionalism. They're small talking when we arrive to the berth and help mooring, for which I pay with a cold beer and a soda for the kids. Happy days all around. On the opposite side of the pier, a couple of boats are also flying the Jolly Roger, so the kids are off after a quick lunch. The berth directly opposite us is also available, but knowing from experience, that will soon change. And how right I was. Later in the afternoon, we saw the arrival of HMS Karen and her sailing circus. They arrived while the nice grandparents next door and I were discussing nice marinas to visit, and as a matter of course, we stood by to help receive lines and help with mooring. To simplify their docking, well, it was a trash show. They had a trimaran, a boat with 3 hulls. The outer 2 can retract when you dock and extend when you sail. They knew nothing about the boat, so it was clearly a rental boat. After 5 or 6 attempts of docking with one side retracted, the other side retracted, then no side retracted, full power plus screaming came all around. The harbour master even came down to join us. So now we stand 8 guys plus 1 harbour master, and we're just looking like, what the F are you guys doing? Even my 7-year-old son comes by with some new friends and they say, "Are they for real?" Grandma to our port side quickly provided some ice and soda for the kids. She was amazing. We managed to convince them, the wrecking crew, to throw us the forward lines, and we could pull them in after they retracted both pontoons. Now this took the better part of 1.5 hours. When they finally docked, they acted like they invented boating. I know that docking in a foreign port can be quite difficult, but when you need 8 people to help you, well, one might keep a low profile, you'd think. But not that couple though. They were totally clueless about how to get shore power, water, and how to register with the harbour master, who, by the way, happened to stand right in front of them when they docked. So, the harbour master is now trying to guide them in how to register, what to do regarding that shore power and water. And boy, did they listen. Well, no, they didn't. HMS Karen started to full yell instead about how they'd paid a lot of money to rent that boat and how they expected harbour fees to be included in the rent, and then threatened to report the harbour master to the rental company they used and somehow get him fired for trying to extort money from them. After her endless monologue, there were about 8 to 10 guys laughing. The harbour master just looked at them and went, "Okay, these are the rules. Each marina requires a fee for docking. That fee covers power, water, and the space you occupy. It includes access to bathrooms, cooking facilities, and cleaning. Your rental company does not own any marina. Is that clear?" The circus husband understood, but failed to convey the last part to HMS Karen, something we found out later the next morning. Next morning, we prepare to go underway. Kids are saying goodbye to their new friends. My son is pampered with cookies from Grandma Port and Starboard. Broken hearts from the young girls in the marina. He's got blonde hair with curls and green eyes, a true heartbreaker. And Captain Dinghy is getting ready to go underway. She's dressed in the uniform for the part. Unicorn PJ pants, swimwear, and a life jacket. Now here is where the title, which I'll remind you guys is Weird Women Believe Sailboats Are Public Property, comes into play. We're finishing our stay, meaning pulling our shore power cable, testing our lights and systems, testing our bow thruster and prop, VHF and dinghy. But while I'm standing at the stern, ready to single up the lines, so my curly-haired executive officer will have an easy job, HMS Karen comes running up to me. "What are you doing?" "Good morning. Yeah, we're gonna get underway now. We're going to an island recommended by our Grandma Ports. Enjoy your stay here."
What? Well, you can't leave? You're pretty sure I can? Sorry, why wouldn't I? Because we want that boat. What? You want my boat? Lady, my boat's not for sale. So, excuse me, we have to go. What? No, all boats are property of the rental company, and we called them yesterday and chartered that boat. Now hand it over or else. Lady, you're nuts. I then say to my son, clear forward lines, and to my daughter, meet up outside the marina, docking starboard side. Now we are not attached to the marina anymore, and my son is rolling up the bowlines when HMS tries to grab the push bit to keep us in the marina. Well, she lost that battle. All stop, I say. Man overboard. She came up yelling and screaming. Starboard Grandad guided her on board their boat and asked her what the heck she thought she was doing, while Port Grandad called the harbour master. Is she okay? Yes, we got her. Enjoy your trip, and we'll see you at the new port. We leave and head for that port. And oh boy, did I hope that she was a one-time Karen. But guys, as I said in the intro, unfortunately, that post right there is just the beginning of this story. Look, the scene has now been set. There's a Karen on the high seas, right? That's all we know. She's already, completely mental. That's clear to see. But amazingly, this story does not stop right here. Let's move right into part 2. So then, moving on to the second part of that story. Weird women believe sailboats are public property, part 2. When we left the marina and recovered Captain Dinghy and the dinghy itself, we set sail for the island suggested by Grandma Port. The sail itself was pretty uneventful. The executive officer of the ship, my 7-year-old son, caught a fish, a nice 2-kilogram cod. Wow, that was dinner. That is not uneventful. That's a great catch, mate. Next morning, we had an equally uneventful docking next to a nice young couple that were on their first cruise in her parents' boat. A nice 30-feet boat, beautifully maintained. Now, because the marina had floating docks, we reversed in and lowered the stern. After the usual post-docking exercise, fenders, lines, power, and check-in, we greeted the young couple next to us and checked out the marina. The Jolly Roger was still flying, so there were a couple of young pirates, kids, awaiting to see who the new recruits to the playground were. After a quick lunch, the kids again were off. I was about to shut down the stationary VHF when I heard a call from the Coast Guard advising all mariners to keep a lookout for a stolen boat in the area, with a description vaguely matching my boat, as well as a couple of hundred others. Now, that is not something that happens every day, but I know that a few human beings get confused about the mine and not mine concept, so I took a note of it and turned off the VHF. At around 4 o'clock, I recognized a boat coming in, and was pleased to see Grandma Port from the first post, standing at the stern looking for a spot. I hailed them and saw a spot opposite ours, but with a red tag. A quick call to the local harbour master later. It was owned by a local, but was available for 2 weeks. They just forgot to turn the plate. 15 minutes later, and both of them were sitting in the cockpit of my boat, having a drink with our new friends from next door. I've got to say, guys, boating like this, just, meeting new people, chilling, having a great time, inviting them onto the boat, sending your kids off to other boats, sounds amazing. It sounds like a whale of a time. Anyway, during this drink, we get to hear Grandma Port's story. So, after we left, and they got HMS Karen onto the dry land, she was raging, the Karen that is, that we had tried to kill her, that we'd stolen our own boat, and that she would throw them into a prison cell and throw away the key. Grandma Port just giggled and told her to calm down, that she did that to herself, and what was she thinking grabbing a boat that was pulling out? Grandpa Port told her to get on their boat, change into something dry, and enjoy herself, instead of making a fool of herself in front of her circus husband and their child. Now, I'd never seen that child, but apparently they had a toddler with them, but not a life jacket or vest in sight. As one does, I checked in on the Book of Faces, and about 5 minutes later, I got a text from a guy I used to work with back in the Navy, asking me if I could supply a cold beer in about 10 minutes when he got off shift. One short trip to the Mast and Flags, Bravo, Echo, First Up, Romeo was flying, my friend arrived in uniform and asked where the heck his beer was at. We've known each other for the better part of 20 years, so he expected to get the Where the heck have you been, shipmate? Back. After the hugging and the how the heck are you talk, I introduced him to my new friends and the grandparents. He definitely had Grandma Port on his good side because of the uniform. Even Grandpa Port started telling stories from back then in the Navy. I never told them that I did other than IT, so they didn't know much about my naval background, and they were actually quite amused when my friend told them that I was his old petty officer. After the second round of flags, I asked about the call earlier from the Coast Guard. He's the chief petty officer at the nearby coastal watch station, and the way our Coast Guard and Navy works is that the Navy is in charge of the sea, but the Coast Guard enforces inside coastal waters. And oh boy, he got a call from the local police reporting the theft and possible hijacking of a sailboat from the last port that we were at, as reported from an enraged woman with a description of a boat similar to ours, and that the harbour master knew about it. Grandpa Port just about let out half his drink through his nose when he heard that, and started to raise his voice at my friend, in my defence, and told him what actually happened. That HMS Karen was nuts, that she tried to grab my boat after we pulled out of the slip, and that she was a complete waste of air. Thanks, Grandpa. My friend said to me, "That was you? I don't know. Oh my god, that was you. So now what?" "No worries, I'll call it off and talk to my captain in the morning." Great. I then noticed a police officer walking towards our boat. Yeah, can you do it now? Now, have any of you ever heard the phrase, "the Navy is a small place"? Well, it turned out that my friend was the officer's instructor at boot camp, as I was his. So the officer said, "Sorry, Chief, are the Navy handling this?" "Oh, hi, mate. Yeah, how are you? Care to explain?" "Well, we had a report of a theft of a boat, and the harbour master told us that a boat fitting this description pulled in this morning." "Well, let's check this out then, shall we?" "OP, you have your certificates and proof of insurance and ownership with you, right?" Yeah, I do, sure." I hand the officer my binder with certificates. "Well, nothing to worry about here, but have you by chance seen the boat in question?" Before I can say anything, Grandpa Port interjects, "Officer, if that report came from a wet, loud, and wide woman, I have a story to tell you." Of course, he then explains the story from the previous post. Okay, Chief, are you backing this up? As sure as you wouldn't like another go at the pits at boot camp." Yeah, right, Chief. Sorry to bother you guys, but you know how it is." He left after that, and things turned back to normal. The kids got home, dinner, bedtime, sundowner with the neighbours, who now had a lot to talk about. But guys, as I said, that is going to do it for this one. If you do want to see how this story ends with part 3 and part 4, please do check out tomorrow's episode on my channel. Same place, same time. Don't worry about that. If you're very scared about missing it, well, turn on notifications somewhere. Down there, maybe. Click the subscribe button and turn notifications on so you'll be notified about part 2 of this video tomorrow when it gets released. I have to say though, so far, this story is warming up so nicely. Already so much has happened. This Karen is accusing an owner of a boat of stealing that boat. And clearly, we've seen how inept she is on the water and that her entire family have no idea what they're doing by the fact that, you know, she was chucked in the water. I mean, seriously, did she actually think she could push a moving boat back and not get, you know, pushed the other way? Idiotic behavior. Like, imagine that was a car and you were trying to push a car the other way that it was driving. What would happen then? Same sort of a situation here, Karen, apart from this one's on water. Weird woman believes sailboats are public property, part 3. As mentioned in part 1, my boat is a Bavaria 34 cruiser. It used to belong to my grandparents, but when my grandma had her stroke back in 2012, my granddad stopped sailing. They passed in 2013, 3 weeks after each other. Now, Granddad wasn't ill or anything, he just gave up after Grandma passed, after her third and last stroke. Before they passed, they willed the boat to me, because my parents already have a boat, and they knew that I love sailing in her. So it's not that I'm a rich, spoiled brat who just got a boat, but there's many emotions involved when sailing her. I grew up spending summers on their old boats, learning from both Granddad and my dad as how to sail, which eventually led me to my naval career, ending in my retirement from the Navy when I turned 35 and my contract expired. The point being that I always need to convince myself if Grandma would approve if I tried to change something or upgrade. In my mind, it's still their boat in many ways. This year, I spoiled the boat and myself rotten by buying a new chart plotter that integrates all sensors, depth sounder, Windex, autopilot, and AIS. AIS is a system that shows information on other boats as well as your own, similar to what airplanes use. As we already planned to stay for at least 4 days, I thought that this would be the perfect time to upgrade my existing chart plotter for the new one. And as luck still was present, Grandpa Port was an electrician before he retired. So, off to the supermarket I went for the purchase of liquid monies to pay said electrician that I just hauled out of retirement for 1 day. Now, the marina we're staying in is rather large, meaning that I either have a long walk followed by a heavy walk back, or I'll have Captain Dinghy give me a lift to the old port and join me for my shopping needs. The supermarket is basically 100 meters from the old port, so off we went. Her at the helm, I'm in the front acting as a ballast. EXO, my son, the executive officer of our ship, was with friends and knew his way around. Also, he knew he had an abundant supply of ice cream available. Thanks again, Grandma Port. We arrive at the supermarket and all is well. Then my daughter just lets out a freak. It's HMS Karen yelling at her poor circus husband because apparently the item she wanted is sold out. Now look, I'm not a fan of my children swearing, but this time I think she had a point, so I let it slide. We ducked the heck out of there and went to the checkout, where we found a small gift basket style flower arrangement with a bottle of wine and some chocolate for Grandma Port. We also picked up some cash and a small refill for the pantry. When we'd bagged everything, we left for the dinghy. If only we had run the red light at the crosswalk outside the supermarket. HMS Karen spotted us. Hey, you! I kept walking and said to Captain Dinghy, not happening. Now you get in the dinghy, get your life jacket on, and throw me the rope we use to get goods aboard. Dad, she's nuts. Alright, I'll hook your life jacket up as well when I throw the rope. Hey, I'm talking to you. You're the guy who stole our boat. Don't even think about moving. I'm not letting you get away. I acknowledged the lady. Lady, the mental hospital is not that far from here. I don't know, but it just seemed like the right thing to say. I'm sure someone there would be able to help you. I'm putting on my life jacket and lowering the goods into the dinghy. All I need to do is get onto it via the ladder that we tied up to. That's when I suddenly found myself floating in midair right next to the dinghy. She pushed me. The maniac pushed me off the frickin' dock. Our life vests are the manual type for adults, which means that I have to pull a cord for it to inflate. But the kid vests are the automatic kind that inflate if they get wet. A small chalk tablet that dissolves in water makes sure that they inflate. Very clever. But it still means that I have to unwrap it, test it for 24 hours, and then repack it. And also that means that I'm one life vest short for 24 hours, and I have to replace the CO2 cartridge because it's been in the water. That's no biggie, to be fair, it's only about $6. And I've got a small supply on board the boat. But it's the principle. 2 steps up the ladder and I'm on board the dinghy. Captain Dinghy was amazing. She started the engine and used it to push the boat into the ladder, so I'm on board in no time. What are you doing? Don't even try to escape. And you, little girl, don't even think about trying to touch anything. That's nice, says my daughter, and she reverses out and floors it out the old dock. On our way back to the marina, my daughter just shook her head and said, "What a female dog." Again, she's got a point, so I let it slide. Back in the marina, we tie our boat up and I got a change of clothes. The only casualty was my work phone, so I've got to go back into town to get a new one. Luckily, that's a work expense, but it's a bit annoying reconfiguring everything, including credit cards and such. And I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to finish this in part 4. Okay, what the heck? This is actually now getting really weird. Like, what a coincidence. Not only am I on a boat right now at the same time that you're listening and watching this video, but secondly, my phone also got wet and I had to like delete it and restore it and pretty much get a new one like the other day. What's going on here? Am I OP? That's my question. But anyway, guys, that is the end of part 3. Part 4 still to come somehow.
this Karen is still involved in the story. I guess maybe the OP and their family are just like choosing a pretty normal tourist route, and Karen and her family are kind of going along the same route, just maybe a day or two behind. But the fact that you are just continuing to bump into this Karen is very, very funny. Actually kind of reminds me of when I was a young kid on holiday and I was in Sri Lanka with my family, and we kept bumping in and going to the same hotel as the Sri Lankan cricket team for some reason. So it looked as if we were just following them. Bit of a weird story, but yeah, that's what came to my head. Anyway, part 4. So then, now getting into the final part of this incredible story. Weird woman believes sailboats are public property. Last part. I'm almost sad because, you know, it's been such an adventure, but hey, everything good, I guess, has to come to an end at some point. Here we go. When Captain Dingy and I returned from the store and got on board, Grandpa Ports was trying to teach my son, XO, how to splice a 3-strand rope, and remarking the fact that I was soaking wet and the captain was bone dry, that had we used a lifeline like that in the dinghy, I wouldn't have fallen off. Thanks, Grandpa Ports. Well, as I went below for a change of clothes, my faithful companion told the grandparents what had happened. Grandma Port hugged Captain Dingy and asked if she was okay, which was enough to make XO roll with laughter. The grandparents offered to invite us over to their boat for dinner, which we happily accepted. Now, their boat is a bit smaller than ours, but their salon below deck is somehow bigger. Go figure. Seeing as this had been an eventful day, the kids were given free roam to the playground, probably to plot the overthrow of the free world by pirates with the other kids, provided that Captain Dingy brought the small radio we normally use for docking, so we could call them back when dinner was ready. Grandpa brought out a generous glass of his favourite rum, while he and I discussed terms and conditions regarding the chart plotter replacements and the price in liquid money, and also what the heck happened during today. Grandma Port interjected during her hard work in the galley, supervising us preparing potatoes and cleaning the fish that would be our dinner, that I should call that nice young gentleman that came to visit us on our first day, and maybe ask him if he could help. Grandpa was giggling when I asked if it was a dinner invitation, and if so, was the dress code uniform or casual? Grandma's rolling eyes and the following, "Oh God, men," was enough to make all 3 of us share a laugh. A quick call to my friend from before, and we were 6 persons having dinner in the nicest environment one could have. Grandma, that salmon was cooked to perfection. My friend then invited Grandpa and me out to a small place that served liquid monies in tall glasses, provided we didn't stay out late. My friend's fiance was getting along perfectly with Grandma and the kids, so off we went. We arrived to a small house of fluent currency and found a table. Why not just say, you know, bar, alcohol, I don't know. Anyway, my friend bought the first round and Grandpa told the story about my impromptu flying lesson in the port, at which my friend had this odd look on his face. He excused himself for a minute and brought over a familiar face. Apparently, he spotted his private police friend while ordering and wanted to hear what the options were regarding HMS Karen. Well, as he told the story, the police got a call regarding theft of a boat, assault, and underage sailing of a dinghy. He and his partner was assigned to the call and they responded. When they arrived, they were met by an enraged woman claiming that she'd been assaulted, had her sailboat stolen, and that the perpetrator was aided by an underage girl. When they asked her to elaborate, she started yelling at them. "I already told you, now do your job and arrest them." Now, as she was testing the hearing of people the next town over, a couple of fishermen who had docked further down the pier approached the partner and asked if this was about the assault on the guy who she threw off the pier. This got the attention of both the partner and him. They asked her about the incident and she replied with, "Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you. We found out that our first boat was too difficult to dock and then we rented a new one. But the previous renter wouldn't give us our boat. Instead, he insulted me, stole our boat, and had an underage child drive him." Mom, as I recall, you claimed someone hijacked your boat. We even had the Navy looking out for them. Did you return your rental to the original place? And did it happen there? But what difference does it make? We rented a boat bigger and better. They had one. We paid more. All boats are owned by the rental company anyway. We had the right to get our boats. Sorry, this woman thinks that every single boat is owned by the same rental company that they used to rent their boat in the first place. Sorry. Absolutely ludicrous. Mom, as I just heard from these people here, you just assaulted a person, not to include risking his life. Now, I need to see some ID, because if we get a report about this from the victim, you're gonna face the charges. Understand?
Don't talk back to me unless you have our boat. I'm not accepting your excuses. Get me my boat.
And so, HMS Karen got a free ride in a smaller, lounge-ridden boat, but with pretty lights on top. Our new police friend ended his story by saying she was an absolute dog, finishing his pints. Well, no need to say it. Anyway, I got up, went to the bar, and opened up a $100 tab for our new friend in law enforcement. We left right after the "no, I can't accept that" and whatnot, but my friend was firm. When we got back to the marina, the kids were sleeping on board our newfound grandparents' boat, and Grandma and my friend's fiance were laughing like teenage girls. Next morning, the kids said their goodbyes to their new grandparents, exchanged addresses, and we left the marina. We hope to see those ports again next year, but if not, we'll come visit them. I don't know how to end this incredible story better than stay safe, listen to reason, and just because you're a Karen, don't push people into water. And there we go, guys. That is the end of this incredible four-part for OP, two-part video series for me, entitled Parent Story. What an amazing adventure. I just want to say a big thank you to OP. Their username is in the description down below for this incredible story. Brilliant stuff. I mean, brilliant stuff. Again, as I mentioned earlier on in the video, right now, at the time you're watching this video, if you watch it on the date it was released, I'll be on a boat quite similar to this at the same time, which is why I wanted to read the story and why it's, a little bit convenient that I'd read this story at this time. And if I've taken a video or something or a picture, I'll chuck it in right now. And I also may have put one in earlier in the video as well. If you want to see more on that, go and check out my Instagram, which is linked down below in the description. I'll be posting stuff there on my story of my trip on a lovely boat. Positive revenge. So, I'm a terrible person by trade. I'm a dealership sales manager, and I'm gonna make this brief. Guys, anyone who starts any story saying that they're a terrible person, well, that's a plus for me. Some good self-deprecation banter, I'm all here for it. Anyway, I managed a digital sales team for a year or so, and I got really close to that team, trained them, grew the team into the #1 in our group, and the #2 for our manufacturer in the region. That's out of 400 plus dealers. Unfortunately, I was let go by my general manager, who runs the dealership, during the start of COVID, over the objections of our group and corporates, because my position cost a ton of money in commission. Yep, I kind of wrecked my pay plan. So, fast forward a bit. My old team keeps in touch and asks for assistance every now and then, and I'm always happy to help. I genuinely like these people because I care about their professional development. As of yet, nobody has been put in place to replace my old position, but the team is still doing really well. I hired great people and put a lot of effort into training myself out of a job. Now, I have a higher title, more responsibility, and run the entire sales side of a different dealership. So, I get a call from my old team telling me the management upped their pay to compensate for lower volume, but then retracted it after a month. They want to quit and work elsewhere as a result. Now, my current dealer doesn't run a department like theirs, so I have no real need for them, but I still call people I know, and apparently my reputation is better known and more highly regarded than I expected. As a result of those calls, I get interviews for my old team lined up. They're all getting new positions, get to keep working together, and they all get quite large pay bumps. The delicious part? Well, tomorrow, the GM who let me go is going to receive, effective immediately, resignations from his entire digital sales department. Again, this department was the #1 in a group of 15 dealerships. This department accounted for 60 to 70% of the store's sales volume in any given month. Without these trained and capable staff, they're going right back to where they started as far as closing percentage. Now, based on their current numbers, the GM who fired me is looking at losing 30 to 40% of the store's sales volume. He's actually in danger of turning a loss due to all the investment in digital marketing and sales, which won't see anywhere near the ROI to justify it. Mind you, this is a sizable, franchised car dealership. We're talking millions per month when it's all running well. He'll never know that I found the team new jobs. He'll never know that I called in favors, made introductions, and sold the heck out of these people to their new employers. Now, I didn't do this for the revenge. I did it because I care about my old team and their developments. They're amazing at what they do, and they deserve to be paid highly for it, in a lower stress environment than where they were. I got the best revenge I can imagine, and all I had to do was be a decent person and keep cheerleading the team I once helped build and train. And also guys, OP has given us a little update as well. I just got a call from a guy I know who does finance and insurance product stuff, though not for my old employer. "What did you do, bro?" he said. Well, I played coy a bit, asking if anyone there knew it was me. "You know, I used to be GSM up there. I keep in touch, and people are losing their minds. All I heard is the GM's on the warpath. So another employee called me telling me he might need a hookup for a new job. I put 2 and 2 together once I heard and called you. So what did you do?" That is the only fallout I've heard so far. And there we go guys, a quick little positive revenge story for once to start off today's video. I wanted to read the story and I wanted to read it first in today's episode to just prove to you, as you probably already know to be fair, that not all revenge stories have to be malicious. They're not all about going after someone who's wronged you and trying to put them into the ground and just destroy their life like they destroyed yours. Nah, in this one, OP was just being a good bloke. And as a result, he got some cool revenge, kind of on the side. To be fair to OP, like, what a character. To, leave that job, get fired from that job, probably feel horrible about it, but still be in contact with your old team, still, really help them out and ultimately get them better jobs, improving their lives and getting them out of that horrible workplace into a great one. You're an absolute legend. So selfless. Legendary. Alright then, now moving on to our second quickfire revenge tale. I cancelled countless interviews at my old job after they let me go early. I spent just over 5 years working a retail job. I eventually worked my way up and was the hiring scheduling manager at my job. In February of this year, I got a new job that would be starting mid-March. There was about a 6-week gap between when I got my job and when I would be starting. Because I hated it when my co-workers would do it, I didn't want to quit on the spot. So I put in a 6-week notice and let my boss and the owner know that I would train whoever they wanted me to train and help with a smooth transition. Whenever there's a change of management at all, things tend to get rocky for a little bit. My boss has told me that it would be great if I did that, but then immediately locked me out of the system and told me I'd no longer be needed, basically firing me. Of course, I claimed unemployment during this time. What was unfortunate though, is that my email and personal calendar was synced up to the hiring software my old company used. And because I was locked out, I couldn't remove it. I tried blocking everything, but it's an automated software, so it automatically added calendar events and sent me updates on the hiring process of various new people to my email. I contacted my old bosses and I did ask for them to remove me, but they told me tough, essentially, and that was that. Or so I thought. After a few months, I realized that my old job was sending me extremely personal information about new recruits. Social security numbers, phone numbers, emails, more. So I contacted the state and let them know so they could complete an investigation. At this moment, it's still ongoing. But in the meantime, because it had been sending their information to my email, I could see their resumes. For the last 4 months, any candidate who I think might be a good fit, I got in contact with them and explained the situation, letting them know just how annoying of a place my old job is to work. Usually, they thank me. A few have been mad that I have their contact information, rightfully so, I'd be angry too, and most just cancel their interview appointments. Word must have made its way up to my old bosses, because while I was on my lunch break at my new job, my old boss called me to ask if I'd been contacting potential new hires to spread rumors about my old job. I admitted to it, and he said, "After all these years, and after how well we've treated you, this is how you repay us?" I told him to eat poop and I hung up. Shortly after, I got an email finally unsubscribing me from the hiring portal. Victory. Again, quite similar to the first story, you're kind of just doing the right thing here. Look, yeah, maybe it's not your place to be cancelling future interviewers, but come on, It would have taken literally one click of a button to unsubscribe an old ex-worker from their current mailing list. It was just negligence and ultimately laziness. And they were like, you know what, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to do something that would spend 5 seconds and not leak loads of really personal and private information to someone that shouldn't have it. Yeah, what a good business to work for. Great people. And now moving on to our final story, more of a traditional revenge story, if you like. Entitled Dad sits next to a water slide and expects to not get wet. So, I'm sliding down a water slide. It's about 10 meters high, 20 meters from the beginning to the end of the slide, so you can't just be slow on it. I mean, you can, but not so slow that you don't splash the person that's sitting like 2 meters away from the end of the slide. This dude also wasn't an employee, he was in swim shorts. He came in after us and left before us. Alright, so I slide down lying on my back, going pretty fast. As I landed and swam up, I just see an angry man standing up, rushing towards me, like so fast I wonder how he didn't fall into the pool. Hey, stop making me and my family wet. He and his daughter, but his daughter was rather embarrassed than annoyed. Alright then, go further away from the slide. Don't expect me to make up for it, I replied. Like I would care for your wants. Stop annoying me and my family. Otherwise, you can't slide anymore. And who says that? The rules of the park. It says that you can't slide fast. And where's that written? There. He points at the stairs of the slide. Now, stop annoying my family. So I just go over there to that sign and read the rules. It said that kids up to 10 years are supposed to not be fast and under the supervision of their parents. I then just go up the slide and commit the worst crime ever. Slide down even faster, and with 2 more people. They asked me what that was about, and I just told them. Before we slid, one of my boys explained to me a trick, how to make a big bomb while sliding. Not just a bomb, a big one. Like so big that the entitled dad would be covered in water, in his words. Now yes, I would feel bad for the daughter, but she actually sat away. I think she already knew that we couldn't just stop our crimes at this point. And this boy, well, he didn't lie. We all slid down together, down this massive slide, probably the biggest one there, and the entitled dad got absolutely covered in water. Like before this, he looked like he wasn't even in the water, and now he looked like he'd been out 5 minutes prior. Of course, I wasted my time, and my ears, by listening to his rubbish. Stop ganging up on my family. You know you could all go to jail now. Now, which crime did we apparently commit, I hear you ask? Well, a hate crime. After we slid some more times, and him continuing to look annoyed, like the when you rage in games but don't say anything because you're annoyed type of angry, he ended up just moving away. Yeah, and by the way, I've been there way too many times, that's for sure. Now guys, unfortunately, I'm currently in jail for my hate crimes I committed against his family, for God's sake. Now, amazingly guys, I'm not quite sure why OP has done this, but he said at the end there, if you want, I can make a quick drawing to show the layout of the pool, and he actually has. Now, it's got NSFW by it because the drawing is terrible. But anyway, have a look at this. Actually, sorry, before I show you this, guys, it's blurred right now. Just be warned, if you are good at drawing or you're an artist yourself, this might burn your eyes, okay? I've warned you. Look at this. I mean, the levels of you know, talent, technique, precision, just, you know, absolute natural ability are astonishing. I can barely even comprehend what I'm seeing. But anyway, this is probably the most unnecessary drawing ever. Just a slide, me, splash, and the man. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Unnecessary, but I absolutely love it. Thanks, OP. Entitled Mum calls the police on me because of my cancer. For some backstory, I live in a small, rather dodgy town near the coast of England, which naturally comes with an unusual amount of entitled chavs and 16-year-old entitled mums. This incident occurred a little over 2 years ago. I hadn't yet been diagnosed at this point, but I was just 1 week later. I'm also noticeably autistic, and anyone who actually pays attention to an interaction with me can easily tell that something is off. Thankfully, I'm high functioning, which means I'm able to function relatively normally in society, but I still have a lot of difficulty being completely oblivious to social cues and such, as well as some few tics here and there. Anyway, onto the story. I was with my mates, we'll call them James and Harry, and it was a relatively sunny day by British standards, so we decided to go into town. All three of us had taken our skateboards with us, thinking we could go down to the beach in the evening and skate along the old concrete docks when it had cleared out for the day. In the meantime, we decided to go get a coffee and then head out to the skate park. Enter the entitled mum of this story and her children. Now, when we arrived at the skate park, we all immediately noticed 3 little crotch goblins. The oldest looked around 6 at most, running around, climbing up the ramps, etc. Now, I am by no means a professional at skating, nor are my friends, but I knew that having 3 little kids running around while we skated was not safe. We were mostly concerned for their safety rather than ours, as we could take a tumble. How else do you learn to skate? But the kids could really get hurt. So I decided to go and ask the eldest kindly where their mum was, and if they could move to the children's park, which was empty and right next to the skate park. Just to interject quickly, guys, I've never been massively into skateboarding myself, but I've been watching it at the Olympics the last week or so. It's been amazing. It's so good. If you haven't seen the Olympic skateboarding, go and watch it. Get the highlights. It's unreal. Now, I hadn't even finished the first word to this kid when all of a sudden I heard a screech from behind me. I turn around to see what's happening, and that's when I see her. Typical chav mum. Badly dyed dark red hair, cheap earrings, hoops so big a gymnast could use them, dressed in a dirty pink onesie. That's what we call single-piece jumpsuit, like pajamas in England. A cigarette in one hand and a cheap Stella beer in the other, furiously walking towards the park. She's looking straight at me as she gets closer to the park, and I decide to ask the kid if that was his mother. Big mistake. As I turn back to face the kid, she suddenly yells, "Get the F away from my kids, you freaking nonce!" Wow, for those of you that don't know, if you're American, nonce is pretty much someone who likes kids, to, put it plainly. At this point, I realize I'm in it for the long run. My friends tried to calm her down and explain, and I was simply asking the kid if he could move to the dedicated kids park, which I repeat, was right next to the skate park. She calms down a bit, but not much. She's still very irate, saying we've got no right to talk to kids at our age. We were barely 16 at the time. We again explained that I was simply asking to know where his mother was, and I would have gladly come to her first if we knew whose kids they were at that point. Now, she's calmed down a little bit, but she's still shooting glares that feel like daggers, and she insinuates, once again, that I am a kid lover. Very strange. I'm annoyed, but to be honest, I'm kind of used to these types of interactions in this town. She gathers up her little hex spawns to, quote, "make sure they're safe," again shooting me daggers, and tells us her kids have the right to play here. Now, we answered that yes, of course, technically they do, but having them around could be potentially dangerous, as we could hit them by accident while skating. Well then, why don't you just skate somewhere else? My mate James said, well, this is the only skate park in town, and the council built it specifically to stop people skating elsewhere and potentially injuring others. I continue. Listen, we just want to make sure your children are safe. There's a park with swings and proper slides instead of having them go down ramps. It's right there. I point next to the skate park. This is the only place that we have to practice safely. And to be honest, I'd even be fine with the kids staying here as long as you keep an eye on them and they don't get in our way. Fine, she says, while I kid you not, blowing cigarette smoke directly into her youngest face. The day goes on without much more happening, just the kids getting in the way occasionally and then crying about not being allowed to use our skateboards, which the mum did make a small fuss about, but it wasn't that bad. Until I sit down at the bench, exhausted from the skating and feeling a migraine coming on, as well as being pretty dizzy. Now, although by this point I hadn't been diagnosed, my doctor previously believed I had high blood pressure that caused these chronic migraines. As a result, I've been given medication that I carried in a small pill box, as I had to take them regularly, as well as some ibuprofen, which I was told to take as soon as I felt a migraine brewing. I'd also started the habit of keeping a few mints in the other compartments of my pill box to wash out the disgusting taste of the pills. James and Harry both came to sit with me, as they knew that I had not been very well recently, having passed out a few times in school and constantly being plagued with vertigo and migraines. I pulled out my pill box, took my meds with a big gulp of water, and then took a mint, which I offered to both my friends. Then, as each of them took one, that was when we heard it. "Oh my god, how dare you take drugs in front of my kids!" At this point, knowing I'm exhausted, Harry takes the lead.
This is just his meds. He's got chronic migraine. That is bull. You chat more poop than my nan's bar. I freaking saw all three of you take them. You're also freaking disgusting, doing drugs in a kid's park in front of my freaking kids. Bear in mind, she is spewing all those swear words that I can't say because YouTube will hate me right in front of her oh so delicate children. At this point, Harry has had enough as all of the previous small pestering has built up and he was done being polite. He actually just burst out laughing. Bruv, those were sweets, you mental idiot. Now please, leave us alone. We were kind enough to not purposefully slam into your kids, even though you didn't keep an eye on them like you said you would. They did the exact opposite of staying out of the way. Then the entitled mum replied, how dare you talk to me like this, you... Wow, that is actually going to have to be censored. Mad word. She then pulled out her phone and said, I'm calling the police. All with a huge grin on her face. Meanwhile, my migraine had taken a turn for the worst. Yeah, I'm not really surprised with all that shouting. I hear her in the background yelling loudly like she was in mortal danger about some kids doing drugs to a poor 999 dispatcher. At this point, I start puking. Like, seriously puking. The vertigo had kicked in and my migraine was at full strength. As I heard her screech, one of them is ODing right in front of me and my kids. You need to send an officer over here right now. Harry and James quickly come to my help. Harry trying to keep me from falling over as I'm dry retching to the point it's making my throat bleed, while James goes to get my water bottle. The entitled mum, upon seeing me unfortunately puke up some blood, looks at me and says, "Oh, that's disgusting." At this point, Harry was trying to get her to calm down and actually help, as I was in a much worse state than he'd ever seen me, asking if she had napkins. She looks at him with the same daggers she'd shown me at the beginning of the day and says, "No. Besides, that's what he deserves for taking drugs in a kid's park. He can die for all I care." Thankfully, this not being the biggest of towns, the police station was just around the corner of the park. And the officers, yes, 5 officers in total, drugs and violence are quite common around here, so they'd taken the call very seriously, had arrived just in time to hear that last interaction. Although they didn't understand the full situation yet, they were still baffled by her words. I passed out right then and there as I saw them approaching me. I came back to relatively quickly. I'd say about 20 to 30 seconds later, and the entitled mum was droning on and on about how I'd clearly taken drugs and was having an overdose or something. Harry and a policeman were now standing over me, while James explained to another the full story. Harry handed me my water bottle along with my pillbox, which the policeman took to inspect. In one compartment was the ibuprofen, clearly identifiable by the bright pink sugar coating on it. In the UK, at least, we have that. I don't know about elsewhere. And in the other, Tic Tacs. Yes, those drugs we supposedly took were none other than Tic Tacs. The officer just looked confused as anything and handed me an ibuprofen, watching me down a full litre of water before checking me over for any injuries and asking if I was feeling okay, to which I nodded and slowly got up. By that time, James had explained everything to the 4 other officers, and they were understanding and patient, considering behind them was an irate woman telling them that he was a freaking liar and that we were so obviously high. In the end, the 5th officer showed the pillbox to the 4 others, who had found nothing while searching my bag. They all looked at the Tic Tac compartment dumbfounded. I heard James say that they are clearly Tic Tacs, and one of the officers just took one out, put it in his mouth to test it, and just smirked. They then walked back my way and handed me the pillbox. The officer then pointed out that I didn't look well at all and was very pale and just offered to walk me back home, as he didn't feel comfortable leaving me to walk that far alone. I gladly accepted the offer and made a big show of offering all the officers a Tic Tac as I left. I'm not sure what happened to the entitled mum, as me and my friends all decided to just go back to mine so I could rest and we could duke it out on Smash Bros. But the 4 officers did stay behind, so I think she got a stern talking to. A few days later, I was brought to hospital, where they discovered that the supposed chronic migraines that had made me pass out were in fact due to leukemia. My days, what a story. Honestly, this is probably one of the most disgusting entitled women that I've ever come across in any of these stories. And what's worse is that being from England myself, I can completely picture and, even hear her voice like rattling in my brain. If you live in England, you'll know exactly the sort of person that OP has met here. Just a horrible human being. That's all I can say. A couple things that I wasn't completely sure on. First off, with the police officer just trying the Tic Tac, I'm not sure if that would happen. Maybe he smelt it or something and was like, no, this actually is a Tic Tac, or could determine it from
from the shape, but if I was a police officer there, I probably wouldn't, want to actually risk taking an actual drug. It'd be weird for someone to offer me one, but you never know. Some kids in England are very strange, a little bit risky, but maybe it happened. I'm not sure. What do you reckon? And then secondly, I know the title is Entitled Mum Calls the Police on Me Because of My Cancer, but to be fair, she had no idea that you did have cancer at that point. Neither did you. So I think that's a little bit of a stretch of a title, but we do actually have an update from OP about his cancer and what happened after this. As of course, when this story happened, he didn't even know that he did have cancer, and we only just got to, understand at the end that he was diagnosed a week later. So OP says, with so many concern about my health, I feel I should just make a main comment to reassure everyone. I'm 2 years into my treatment now, and I'm much better. The migraines are gone, and I'm almost a whole year post bone marrow transplants. I still take a lot of medication, such as painkillers, antibiotics, and supplements to treat the side effects of the very aggressive treatment I had to undergo due to a specific mutation, as well as some oral chemo as maintenance, both to try and keep me from relapsing, as well as keeping my graft versus host disease in check. Well, good to see OP that you're all right. I mean, that sounds disgusting. Jesus, I'm so sorry, but yeah, good to hear you're on the mend. Entitled Mother tries to get her name on my car. Hello, everyone. I recently posted a story about my husband's entitled stepmother, and the encouraging responses I received have given me the courage to post about my entitled mother. If you read my other post, you will have a sense of how entitled the Karen in that story was. But my entitled mother makes her look like Mother Teresa, not kidding. I'm 46 now, but this story begins when I was 14. The backstory is long, and the story itself spans 18 months, so this is going to be a very long one. Sorry in advance. Don't apologize, here we go. First off, the backstory. I'm the youngest of 3 kids. I have 2 older brothers, and my mother really shouldn't have had children. I later realized that she is a sociopath. But as a kid, I only knew she was a huge manipulator and was a great actress. She did evil things and could turn on the tears when appropriate and play the victim. My grandparents were wonderful people and sadly were just blind to their children's bad behavior. My mother was the oldest of 3 children, and she had 2 younger brothers, and they were all terrible adults. My grandparents built a second house on their property for my mother and stepfather, who was just as evil as my mother. We technically lived with my mum and stepdad in that second house, but it was my grandparents who really took care of us. They paid the bills for both houses, grew a garden, and put food on both tables. My grandparents bought our school clothes and were the ones that got us Christmas presents from Santa each year. My grandmother would actually get up each morning, walk to our house, get us all up out of bed, dressed, and walk us to the bus stop, and made sure we got on the bus. We'd come home from school and go to grandma's house for snacks, to do homework, play, and we wouldn't really go to the second house until it was time to go to bed. My mother and stepdad both worked a job and knew how to blow through money and cry poor to my grandparents, who would pay the bills for the sake of the grandkids. My grandparents were wonderful people who really loved us, but were sadly just plain naive about my mother and the abuse she subjected me and my brothers to. When my mother married my stepfather, me and my brothers were very young, and I don't have but a few memories of my biological father. My mother enrolled us into school with the last name of my stepfather, and I just always assumed that my stepfather had adopted us. It wasn't until my oldest brother got his driver's permit and I saw that his last name on the license was that of my biological father's that I started asking questions. My oldest brother was 3 years older than me and told me that his birth certificate said his last name wasn't that of our stepfather's, and so I asked if mine and my other brother's name were the same. He just told me that he didn't know. But I did some sneaking around when no one was home and found my birth certificate and social security card, and they both showed that my last name was that of my biological father's. That meant that I was 12 years old when I found out what my real name was. As we grew up, I watched as my mum would take my brother's earnings from their jobs, and even though each of them had bought their own vehicles, she got her name on their titles, and then would threaten to take away their cars if she didn't get what she wanted. So now you have an idea of who she is, and this now leads me to my story. I got a job waiting tables when I was 14. Yes, I was technically not old enough to work, but sometimes you do what you have to do. I was paid in cash for my hours and of course my tips. My grandparents made sure I got to and from work, and I saved every bit of cash I could from my mother.
She took some of my money, unfortunately, but I was able to hide away most of it. I worked 40 or more hours a week and went to school as well, and made good grades. I didn't mind working so much because it got me out of the house, and the more I worked, the more I made. Fast forward a year, and I'm at my best friend's house, and we were having a conversation that went like this. I'm going to get my permit in 6 months, and I need to figure out how to get a car. I've saved quite a bit of money, but I'm not sure how to actually get one. My best friend replied, I don't know either. How much money do you have? Well, I've saved about $2,000. By the time I'm 15 and a half, I should have at least 2.5k or more if I keep working the hours I work now. That's a lot. You should be able to get something with that, surely. Yeah, but I don't know much about cars, and I can't ask grandma or grandpa because they'll tell my mum, and then she'll take the car from me. Now, my best friend's dad, who has been listening this whole time, gets involved in the conversation. Hey, OP, I have a motor and transmission sitting in my garage that I can't use. Didn't you once say that your grandfather has a garage? Yeah, he's got a large garage that he uses to fix his cars, tractors, and other mechanical things that need fixing. So if you had the parts, he's got the space and tools to fix a car? Yeah, I suppose so. What are you doing this weekend? I'm having to work the morning shift on Saturday, but I get off at 1 p.m. Can you come over after you get off work? Yes. Why? I think I can help you with your problem, but don't say anything to anyone. Okay. So Saturday rolls around and I get off work. Now, when my grandpa picks me up, I asked if he would drive me to my friend's house so we can do some homework. I was good at maths and she was good at science, and we'd help each other out with homework because I sucked at science and she sucked at maths. He said sure and drove me over and dropped me off. I go in the house and there is my best friend and her dad both ready to go out. The dad said, "We're going shopping." "This is going to be great," said my friend. "But what are we actually shopping for?" I questioned. "I'll tell you in the car on the way. Let's just go." We get into the car, and as we are driving to town, the dad explains that the transmission and motor in his garage had come from a family member's car who had died, and the car itself was trashed, but they were able to pull the motor and transmission, which were fine. Now, they scrapped the car, but they didn't really have a use for the motor or transmission. He said that he spent $100 to replace a few parts on the motor that needed replacing. He said that if I wanted the motor and transmission, he would sell them to me for $100, and that our trip to town today was to find a car that would fit it. I told him, okay. This wonderful man drove me and my friend to a local junkyard to find a car. He had connections with several junk car owners and knew that one of them had a car that would fit the motor and transmission he had and was in great condition, and he was actually thinking of buying the car for himself. But when he heard about me trying to get a car, he thought it would be better for me. We arrive at the junkyard and I'm thinking there's no way I'm going to get a car here. But where in the back of the yard was this 1979 Chevy Monte Carlo that was beautiful. It was just a shell of a car, no motor, transmission, tires, or anything, but the car itself was perfect, no dents, and the paint was still in great condition. I actually couldn't believe how pretty the car was. A metallic brown. The dad explains to me that I can get the car, motor, and transmission, and he would take me to town with a parts list and I can buy all the parts. He would arrange to have the car and all parts delivered to my grandparents' house, but only if I thought I could convince my grandfather to put it together. I told him that I was on board. So, I bought the car shell and had to get the front and rear axles and rims from another car at the same junkyard. The dad made sure that the owner listed me as the buyer on the bill of sale. This will come into play later. And then, for the rest of the day, he took me to parts stores to get all the parts I would need, including tires. Now, I did offer to pay the dad for gas, but he wouldn't take any money from me. I was nervous about going down this route, but the dad knew exactly what he was doing. And he even helped me to track down the original owner of the car to sign over the title to me. Now, I'm still not sure why this was wholly necessary, but something about having a real title instead of a junkyard title was important. I paid for all the expenses, and the dad walked me through the process. This was a Saturday, but it took till the next Saturday before the dad could get everything arranged for delivery. So, Friday nights, I tell Grandpa what I did. but I wasn't really sure how he was going to take the news. So, in wanting to protect the amazing dad in case things went badly, I told my grandpa that I had been the instigator in wanting to buy the parts, and the dad had simply helped me, thinking it was okay with my grandpa. To my utter amazement, my grandpa started smiling, and we had the following conversation. You're telling me that tomorrow, the dad is going to be delivering a car, transmission, motor, and other car parts here, and you just want me to put the car together for you? Well, yeah, I figured it was cheaper to buy the car this way, and since you have the garage and the tools, you could do it. The boys, my brothers, could help too. I know I didn't ask, and I'm asking a lot from you, but I don't have to borrow any money from anyone to do it this way, and by the time I get my driver's permits, I'll have my own car. My grandpa had a sly smile on his face. How much have you spent total on everything? I've spent $736.27. I'd already totaled up my receipts, and this was for everything. I still remember the total to this day. Really? And you've got everything we need to put the car together? Yeah, I believe so. But if I've missed something, I can get it, and you'll tell me what I need, I'm sure. Well, you've already spent the money, so there's no going back on it. I actually wish you would have taken me with you so I could make sure everything you bought is what you need. I guess your brothers are going to be busy tomorrow. With this, I gave him a huge hug and thanked him profusely. I knew he had his doubts and was thinking I probably got taken for over $700, but he was willing to see how things panned out. The next day, just as my friend's dad had said, a truck arrived with the car and all the parts. My friend was with her dad in another vehicle behind the truck, and my grandpa directed the driver to the garage where he watched everything get unloaded. My brothers were there, and everyone was just amazed when they got a look at the actual car and the condition it was in. My grandpa went over and shook my friend's dad's hand and thanked him for helping me. And then my friend and her dad left after I thanked him repeatedly and again offered him money for the gas, which he again refused. My grandpa came over to me and just winked at me and told the boys to get to work. My entitled mother showed up a few hours after the work began and was being filled in by my grandpa on what was going on. Needless to say, she was very upset that she wasn't involved in the process and kept saying that it wasn't going to work. It took about 3 weeks for my brothers and my grandpa to get the car put together because they didn't work on it every day, mostly on Saturdays. I kept asking my grandpa if I needed any more parts, and he said that I got everything and that I made a very savvy decision. After 3 weeks, my car was in running condition, and my grandpa began to show me how to check oil, change tires, and basic things I would need to know about owning my first car. Fast forward a few months, and I'm now 15 and a half, and I go to take my test for my learner's permits. Now, I didn't mention this before, but my grandparents had a farm, so I was able to learn how to drive in my car on the farm without endangering people on the streets. So I felt prepared for my test. After passing my test and getting my permits, I now needed to get some insurance. After work one day, I walked a half block down the street to the insurance agency that my entire family used. I knew I was a minor, and I was dreading having to ask to be put on my mother's insurance, so I was going to ask if I could be put on my grandparents' insurance. I walk into the insurance agency and have the following conversation. I greet an insurance agent inside. Hi, remember me? Of course, you are so-and-so's daughter and the granddaughter of your grandparents. Yes, I just got my learner's permit a few days ago and I need to get some insurance. You sure do. Come into my office and let's take a look. As I'm following him into the office, I say, do I have to be on my mother's policy? I was getting ready to ask if I could be put on my grandparents' policy. But before I could ask, the agent replied, well, you can have your own policy, but it's expensive. I wouldn't advise it. Wait, what? You mean I can have my own policy even though I'm a minor? Yeah, this state has licensed you to drive and also requires you to have insurance. Therefore, you can get your own policy if you'd like. But most kids get insurance on their parents' policy to save money. But I can get my own policy in my name and no one else's. Yes, but I wouldn't advise doing that because it is very expensive. Even though you've got good grades and are a girl, it would be very expensive. But I do want my own policy. Are you sure? Absolutely.
So, after getting the information together about my car and explaining liability insurance, he gives me the quote for 6 months, and then the quote for what it would be for month to month. I wrote him out a check to cover the 6 months, and his mouth just kind of dropped. He once again tried to give me a quote on what it would be if I was to go on my mum's policy, but I never gave him the chance. I wanted my own policy. I left that day with an insurance card, and I was feeling very good as I walked back to the cafe that I worked at and waited for my grandma to pick me up. When she picked me up, I told her I took care of insurance that day, but didn't tell her any details, and told her that I wanted to go to the tag agency in 2 days to have the title of my car transferred into my name. I asked her if she would be willing to put her name on my car since I was a minor, and she told me that if I wanted that, then she would do that. I thanked her and told her we would do it in 2 days as soon as I got off school, since I didn't have to work that day. Fast forward to 2 days, and I get home from school, walked into the kitchen to find my grandma cooking. I asked her if she was ready to go, and she turned to me and said the following. I was talking to your mother, and she said that since she is your mother, that her name is the one that should be on your car, and she is coming by to pick you up and take you to the tag agency. My heart sank a little bit, and I was annoyed that my grandma had been talking to my mum. I don't think it has to be an actual parent. I think it can be any adult, I replied. Well, she is your mother, and it is more appropriate that her name go on your car than mine. As soon as my grandma said those words, my mum pulls up and honks her horn. I am so mad at this point, and I just walk out the door and get into her car. Did your grandma tell you what we talked about? My mum said. Yes. Good. You've got all the paperwork? Yes. On the ride over, I was seething. I vowed her name wasn't going to go on my car. She had done this to my brothers and had repeatedly denied them their cars when she got mad and wanted control over them, even though she never spent a dime to buy their cars or insurance. I vowed to myself that I would put my grandma's name on my title even if she wasn't with me. We get to the tag agency and wait in line. It gets to my turn and I lay the title, bill of sale, insurance card, and my ID on the counter, and the nice lady picked them up. She takes a few minutes to look over the paperwork and then addresses me. So your name is spelled like this, correct? It is an odd spelling, so I understand that she wants to make sure that it's spelled correctly. As she gets to the third letter, my entitled mum interrupts her. Excuse me, she is a minor and my daughter, and my name needs to be on the title. I'm about to say something about putting my grandma's name on it when the lady says, well, your daughter's the only name on the bill of sale, so her name is the only one that has to be on the title. Thank you to my friend's dad for that. But she is a minor and can't have a car in her name. I'm her mother and my name has to go on the title. That's not actually how it works. The only name that has to go on the title is the name that appears on the bill of sale. It doesn't matter that she is a minor, she can own a car in her own name. My mum is getting red and very mad at this point. But I am her mother and she is a minor, stressing each word slowly as if she's talking to a small child who just doesn't understand. The tag agency lady now looks at my mum irritated. That doesn't matter. She can have it in her name if she wants. I could have jumped over the counter and hugged and kissed this woman at this point. But the lady cuts off my mum and looks at me. Do you want your mother on your title? No. Okay then, let's carry on. So again, you spell your name like this, and she begins to repeat back to me the spelling of my name, leaving my mum furious at being cut off and not getting what she wanted. After the lady verifies all the information, she informs us she has to go to type up the paperwork and that it will be a few minutes. She isn't that far from the counter, and I know that she and her co-workers can hear the following conversation that then happens between me and my mum. You know, you won't be able to drive the car if you don't have insurance. I know, but I have insurance. Not if I cancel it, then you can't drive. But I have my own insurance. No, you don't. You're a minor, and you can't have your own insurance. You have to be on my policy. Nope, I got my own insurance. Alright, well, I know you're lying. When we leave here, I'm going to cancel it. We just stood there in silence, waiting for the agency lady to get finished with my paperwork. And I'm just vowing that she is not going to cancel my insurance, and I can tell she is seething that she didn't get her name on my title. Now it's clear she's in a hurry to get to the insurance agency so she can try and cancel my insurance.
The lady returns to the counter and smiles very sweetly at me and says, "Here is your paperwork, and you should get your title in about a week. Congratulations on your car and good luck." I turned and saw that at that point I was by myself because my entitled mum had already left the building and was getting into her car, ready to leave. I leave and get into the passenger side and I don't say a word as she speeds out of the parking lot. The insurance agency is less than a mile down the road, and I swear my mum was doing 80 to get there. As soon as we pull into the parking lot, she gets out and practically runs into the building, and I was just trying to keep up. I was ready for a fight to keep her from cancelling my insurance. She got into the building before I could get there, and when I entered the building, she was already shouting for the insurance agent who was exiting his office as I entered the door. "My daughter says she has her own insurance." Yes, she does. "But she can't have that. She's a minor. It must be against the law." "Mom, she's been licensed to drive by our states, and they require her to carry insurance. It doesn't matter that she's a minor. She can have her own insurance. It is the law." "But she is a minor." She says the word minor very slowly, like again, she's trying to explain to him the meaning of the word. "That doesn't matter. She is required by a law to carry insurance. Fine." And I tried to talk her out of getting a policy in her own name because it's expensive, but she insisted. "Oh, that is ridiculous. I want you to cancel her insurance right now." She is still screaming at the top of her lungs. "Mom, the policy is in her own name, and the only way her policy can be cancelled is if she fails to pay or requests to cancel it herself. Since she's already paid for the policy in full, then only a request from her can cancel that policy." I finally interject at this point. "I don't want to cancel my policy. She is a minor, and this is against the law." "No, Mom, it isn't against the law." Without another word, my mum turns on her heels and heads out the door. I mouthed "I'm sorry" and "thank you" to the agents and turned to run out the door myself. She was trying to drive out the parking lot before I even got in the car, so I rushed to get in the car because I did not want to walk the 10 miles back to my grandparents' farm. On the drive home, she was driving whilst hitting me in the passenger seat, telling me what an ungrateful girl I was, that if I died, no one would be able to do anything with the car since no one's name was on the car. I just endured the hitting and actually didn't feel most of it. I couldn't believe that I actually ended up in a position where she couldn't take my car and had no hold over me. I was so happy inside. When we got to my grandparents' farm, I had to actually jump out of the car while it was moving because she wasn't going to take the time to drop me off. I walked into the kitchen where my grandma was still cooking. "How did it go?" "It went well, Grandma." "Did you get everything settled?" "Sure did." I walked over and gave her a kiss. All my anger from earlier had disappeared. Had my grandma taken me to the tag agency, I would have probably put her on my title. And somewhere down the line, my entitled mum may have convinced her to sign the title over to her. I know this. This is one of the rare times where my grandmother's naive nature about my entitled mum had actually worked in my favor. That car saved my life. Literally. I was able to leave the farm just a few months later since I now had transportation and no one had the right to take it away from me. Sorry this post was long, and I'm sad to say this is only one story of many, but it was one of the few times where I came out on top. If you're still reading, thank you for your time and have a great day. I couldn't echo that more. Wow, where to even begin with this story? What an absolute marathon. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was definitely a long one, probably one of the longest stories that I've ever read, longest single stories I've ever read on my channel. But you guys have been asking for longer stories, and I thought, you know what? Let's give the people what they want. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. As for OP, as I always say with these people, you know, it must be so hard living with parents like that. Pretty much just, you know, stealing and thieving and just using your own kids for their own goods, right? This mum has nothing to do with this car. She hasn't, you know, got any of the money for the car, hasn't paid for it, has nothing to do with the insurance, nothing. It's her kid's car, it's OP's car, but still she wants her name somehow associated with it so that she can control her own children. It's mad. If your child has done well enough and has worked their butt off to get enough money to buy a car at the age of 15 and a half, which I guess must be legal in whatever state this is in, then just please, like, surely you have to be, you know, really proud of them and say to them, you've done an amazing job to do that well at 15 and a half. Not try and, ruin it for them and steal their car and have control over it. It's mental. But hey, that's an entitled parent for you. Apparently, my friend owns an entire city. I planned a trip to a particular tourist-friendly city I really like visiting because of the history and number of things to do while there. I know someone who lives in the area, and when I mentioned I was planning to spend a few days there, it was suggested that I stay in her guest room to save on hotel costs. This friend has some mental health issues, mainly undiagnosed bipolar, I suspect, but diagnosed depression and anxiety, and can be a little flaky. So I didn't cancel my reservation at the hotel, as I didn't prepay and could always cancel later. I didn't tell her that though. Fast forward to a week before the trip, and she tells me she's not feeling mentally able to have someone stay with her. She's feeling anxious, so she wants to be alone, and she tells me not to come. I took that to mean I couldn't stay with her, which was fine. I still had my hotel reservation, and since it was in the city centre, it would be more convenient location-wise anyway. So, I fly into the city and get an Uber to my hotel, then get settled. I texted her and asked how she was feeling that day. She said she was okay and not feeling very anxious that particular day. So I texted back, "That's great. I'm glad you're having a good day. Do you feel like getting dinner tonight? If not, that's alright. I thought it would just be nice to catch up while I'm here, but I understand if you don't feel up to it. Just let me know." A few minutes later, she calls me and immediately starts screaming and shrieking at me that she had told me not to come and that I had no right to be there or to put her in the position of having to entertain when she doesn't want to. I calmly told her I didn't expect her to entertain me at all if she didn't want to, and that I was perfectly happy to just explore by myself each day and relax in my hotel every night. No obligation for her to even see me if she didn't want to. She yelled at me again that I was a horrible person for invading her privacy and coming to the city when she told me not to. I responded that whether or not I stayed with her or even saw her wasn't a factor in my decision to visit the city for a long weekend. I was in a hotel and happy to be there, so I could come and go as I please. She's now doing some thinking about our friendship and deciding whether she can remain friends with someone who goes against her wishes like that. Yeah, I don't think she really needs to put much thought into that because I'm done with the friendship myself. I don't need a friend who tries to act like she can keep a person from visiting a tourist-heavy city just because she doesn't want to see them, or anyone else. The entitlement she's shown is pretty alarming, even taking into account her mental health issues. Expecting someone to cancel a trip they planned without you being a factor. Wow. Now look guys, seriously, I'm not trying to belittle this girl's mental health issues, but I really don't think this has anything to do with them at all. Like OP has made it very clear, there is zero obligation to see her, she's just touring the city. It's not that deep, but no, this girl is saying that you're not allowed into my entire city? Very, very weird. Alright, now moving on to our second entitled story. Misunderstood girlfriend tried to get me in trouble. So, one of my older brothers has this entitled girlfriend that often gets her way. For example, if the majority of us want to play a board game, she'll cry about it to my brother that she doesn't want to play, and tell my brother not to play, so we end up not playing because there's not enough players. Whenever she comes over to visit, she would make herself at home. Seriously, I saw her using my PlayStation without my permission, and when I asked her to stop, she said it's okay since we're basically family. She doesn't like to share things, and on holidays like Christmas, she often asks for presents from all of us, even my younger sister, who doesn't even have a job, because supposedly, again, we're family. Okay, now that you understand how entitled she is, let's get to the part that annoyed me about her the most. My older brother is called Man. It's pronounced as man. That's right, you address him as Man because his name is Man. So one day during a gathering, we were talking about the silly things that Man did recently because we all know he's the type to do funny but stupid things. And I commented, that sounds like such a man thing to do. The girlfriend blew up. She was bright red, swung her long blonde hair as if it was a weapon, and glared at me as if I was the biggest scum in the world. That's such a disgusting thing to say. You're so sexist. What he did has nothing to do with his gender, and you should apologize. So it took me a while to understand why she was blowing up like this, until I finally realized Oh snap, she thought I meant his gender, not his name. Oh no, sorry, I think you misunderstood. Oh shut it, I can't believe mum raised a sexist pig like you. Now she meant my mum, but she addresses her as mum as well, because apparently we're family. What? No, seriously, you misunderstood. I should have you disowned for your toxic thinking. Once I tell mum about this, she's going to have my back, and she'll beat the heck out of you for your narrow mind. I was just kind of speechless. As she continued ranting on, I looked at my younger sister as a way to say, is she for real? Now my sister knows of course that I meant man, my brother, not man as in man, so she just thought this was funny and shrugged and just kept watching her going on a full rant. After she finished her long speech, she marched out of the room and grabbed my brother and my mum and told them what I said, and that I should be punished for my narrow thinking. My brother and mother knew immediately that I meant his name, so they tried to tell her that, but she refused to believe them because she knew what she heard. With my mum and brother in tow, she came back to the living room and screeched that I'm in major trouble and that mum is for sure on her side. My mum rolled her eyes and spoke in our native language, so she couldn't hear what we were talking about. Also, our language can sound a bit mean if we put in a lot of the accents and exaggeration in a loud voice. So, mum said to me in our native language, "Pretend I'm yelling at you." Why? Because she's crazy and she won't shut up and I've got dinner to cook. Well, can't we just tell her the misunderstanding? Do you really want to try? I then proceed to stomp out the room as she smirked with her arms folded. During dinner, we all gathered at the dining table and the girlfriend kept smirking as she eyes me down and kept making indirect comments about me. My sister then leans into my ear and whispered, "Man is planning on dumping her." And I choked on my noodles, trying to suppress my laughter. The girlfriend looked confused as to why I was covering my mouth, but I just kept stifling my laugh. A week later, man announced he broke up with her and seemed like a happy and free man. Badums. Well, hey man, I'm sorry you had to go through that. If I'm honest, I think you managed the situation really well, dealing with your girlfriend in an appropriate manner and then dumping her. Good job. And now for our third entitled parent story. Entitled dad/deadbeat dad legally steals $65,000 from daughter about to start college. This is not my story, but another post reminded me of a friend that this happened to. Entitled dad with a wife, son and daughter, both under 10 years old, has an affair, gets young girlfriend pregnant, dumps his family for her and the baby not yet born. Despite being ordered to pay child support to his 2 older children, he rarely pays. And if he does, it's $100 or $200 tossed at them a couple of times a year. He only sees them on holidays at his parents' house, but occasionally calls during their birthday month or a few weeks after. Twice or 3 times in 5 years, he called with less than an hour's notice and picked them up for burgers and hot dogs at a drive-in restaurant where you sit in the car and a server brings your food out on a tray that hooks on the car window. Meanwhile, the young girlfriend decides raising one baby is all she's up for, so she dumps his butt. And of course, he treats her and his new baby daughter the same as his ex-wife and older children. Years pass. The new baby daughter is 15 and her mother is killed in a car wreck. The court orders her to live with the dad. Why did the entitled dad fight for her in court when he hadn't cared less about her in 15 years? Well, it was a commercial truck that hit and killed her mother, and the company was desperate to make an out-of-court settlement to avoid a lawsuit. The daughter hates her dad, but she's powerless to defy the courts. The settlement is accepted for about $65,000. The money goes into a college fund, but of course, the entitled dad is on the account because of US law. And you know what happens next. The next couple of years are rocky, but the daughter is a quiet type who avoids confrontation, so she mostly just studies and endures, waiting to get out and go to college. It comes time to go to college, and she discovers that her dad had cleaned out the accounts and closed it. When she confronted him, he did the classic reaction of yelling, calling her names, saying she owed him, etc. Surprise ending, she and her older half-sister became good friends as adults. Unfortunately, the older brother turned out to be a lot like his dad. Oh my, well I thought the title was shady at first, but that was even worse than I'd expected. Jesus. You're telling me the only reason this dad came back into his daughter's life was because her mum was tragically killed and he thought he could make money out of it? I mean, that is mind-blowing entitlement right there. Wow. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Karen doesn't realize that I'm a citizen, tries to enslave wife and me with fake debts. This is a story about somebody much more well off than me, expecting me to meet their financial obligations, while demanding that I falsify medical paperwork and commit insurance fraud while withholding pay. Basically, my wife and I had just immigrated back to the US and needed jobs and a place to stay. We thought we'd struck gold when a fabulously wealthy woman hired myself as a groundskeeper and maintenance guy, and my wife as a cook and maid for her elderly parents. The pay was low, but part of it involved being able to live rent-free in the second house on the estates. The elderly couple were extremely senile, but still the sweetest old folks you can imagine. It was a really nice property, so for a few months, everything was great. Then, about 3 months in, my wife noticed the pantry, which was itself bigger than our living room, was not being restocked by the grocery delivery company that normally did these things. We contacted our employer, who flew into a rage that managing that sort of thing was our responsibility, so she'd cancelled the delivery service without telling us. It became apparent that she fully expected us to notice and take care of it ourselves. When I asked her how she expected us to buy groceries for her parents when she didn't even tell us she cancelled the service, she became extremely irate. Direct quotes, "Then why the F do I sign a check to each of you every week?" Yeah, this dog earnestly thought we should be using our personal paychecks, which were not very big, to pay for her parents' upkeep. After much deliberation, she grudgingly left us a credit card to go out and buy groceries for her parents, which added to our workload at no extra pay, but we didn't have anywhere else to stay and no other job lined up, so we just dealt with it. Well, another few months go by and she contacts us again. She wants us to sign something. The paperwork shows up and it requests for medical documentation from an insurance company. The chick wants us to attach our timesheets to it, sign it, and send it back to the insurance company. Well, I read it and it becomes apparent she has elder care insurance to pay for live-in nursing services and has told them that we are nurses so she can try and get them to pay our wages. I contact her and inform her that we have not provided medical care, we're not licensed to, and we're not going to fill out the paperwork. Cue mother of all poop storms. Karen goes nuts, screaming into the phone about how much she has done for us and that we owe her, how she will report that we're neglecting her parents, and then call immigration on us and have us deported. I don't think she ever realised that I am a citizen and my wife immigrated legally. I tell her that what she's asking us to do is fraud, and that I'd rather get fired than arrested for a felony. I tell her she has 90 days to find a replacement for us and that we'll be moving out. Things devolve into her screaming about how much money she has and how she's besties with the cops and has a bunch of expensive lawyers to sue us with. I suggest that she ask one of those lawyers how they feel about defending her for insurance fraud, and then I hang up. My wife and I continue our services for the old folks while looking for a new place, because they were actually super nice and the situation wasn't their fault. They were also very senile, mistaking us for other people they knew, forgetting they had kids, etc. So they can't be held accountable for their daughter's behaviour, as they lack any ability to intervene. Then, instead of a paycheck, I get a bill for the last 8 months of rent and a note that she isn't paying our wages until we pay me back for everything you owe me, plus interest. She had valued the rent of the second house provided in our contract at more than she paid us monthly, so we'd never actually be able to pay it off. Yeah, this dog actually tried to make us into indentured servants. So, without responding, I continue performing my duties, studiously keeping logs on our hours and retaining all the receipts for how much more we owed her. 90 days go by without a paycheck. We purchased groceries using the card she provided, which she added to our debts. We document everything. About a week before the 90-day, we contact 2 government agencies. First, the State Department of Labor to report exploitation, and second, Adult Protective Services to inform them that an elderly couple that requires caretaking are going to no longer have caretakers, and that their daughter has refused to provide it. Then we call her and inform her that she is going to be receiving some phone calls from these agencies shortly and should probably contact her attorney. There was about a 60-second dead silence on the phone, then hysterical laughter as she hung up. Okay, not the response I expected, but screw it. One more week and we're gone. 8 hours later, she shows up in the driveway in a rental car. This dog bought a one-way plane ticket to come out to the estate and report us to the cops for trespassing on the property. This of course doesn't work because we've got a tenancy contract, and if she wants us gone, she has to utilize the legal eviction process. She then tries to claim we are illegal aliens, which a quick glance in our wallets at our IDs by the cops proves false. She starts to shriek at them about if they know who she is or how expensive her lawyers are. The cops have that unique expression of irritated and amused that cops dealing with some dumb stuff they aren't allowed to comment on get, and advise her not to talk to us or attempt to enter or go near the guest house. She moves into their house that night and presumably takes over our duties. I would go out on the balcony every day for the week before I left to drink my coffee and smile as I stared across the big, luxurious lawn to see her standing in the picture window, arms crossed, glaring death at me. To make a long story short, the expensive lawyer she has convinced her to pay our back wages with additional interest for violating state labour laws by withholding them. It turns out that trying to enforce actual slavery is still illegal after all. Who knew? Like, what is this woman playing at? She should be locked up. That is genuinely modern day slavery. If you were charging someone rent and then paying their wages at less than the rent, how can they ever escape? Seriously? Like what is this? This is like a modern day prison as well. Ridiculous. Lock her up and throw away the bloody key. Am I the butthole for posting a relative's nudes in the family group chat? Kyle, a 22-year-old man, is a distant relative. Well, he's actually my stepdad's cousin's kid. I've never really been around him much though, just the odd family get-together. We hadn't seen each other for a while, but we did at a wedding a few months ago. He got drunk and kept hitting on me, saying how hot I was and how he'd love to get to know me better. I rolled my eyes and kept trying to get away from him, but he kept following me about throughout the day. Later on, he made someone give him my number and then he kept on messaging me. I complained to my stepdad, who shrugged it off. Some people even thought it was cute or funny, which just encouraged him to act more outrageous. A few days later, he started sexting me and sending nudes. What's worse was people who were at the wedding would tease me like it was some grand joke. About a month or two later, I had finally had enough, and so I sent everyone who had mocked me one of Kyle's nudes. Family making fun of me and Kyle in the group chat? Kyle nude. Aunt who thought we'd make a cute couple? Kyle nude. His parents who had raised him to be a terrible person? Kyle nude plus lewd texts. My stepdad even received a printed picture on his pillow. Amazing how many people I could find via group chats and various social media, and others that I had phone numbers for. I've had a few family members telling me off, telling me how gross it was sending them nudes of Kyle, and how I invaded his privacy, although the younger generation of cousins has taken to posting memes about him, such as when there's a family reunion and you can't decide which of your cousins to bang, or edited versions of his pictures, such as a small leaf covering his bits. Now, before we answer the question, guys, as to whether OP is the butthole in this one or not, they've actually left a couple of updates down below their post. First edit. Try to block him, but he keeps creating fake accounts and contacting me on different areas of social media. I've already told him off for hitting on me, only to receive a nude of him saying, "Bet if you had a taste, you would like it." I was just fed up with the mocking, the messages from people making fun of me and him hitting me down. It was tiring. I began to dread my phone message sounds, to the point where I turned the phone off and went walking around for the day without it. I know it's extreme to send news to everyone, but it shut them up about how we should go out and how I should give Kyle a chance. And then the next update. Yes, Kyle has stopped sending me nudes. My cousins found out about it and started making fun of him. His stepbrother changed his ringtone to Sweet Home Alabama, and he changed his morning alarm to the sound, "What are you doing, stepbro?" just to annoy him. Kyle did have a rant on my voicemail saying that I'd ruined him and how much of a female dog I was. Well then, a very interesting post to start off today's episode. In my opinion, OP is not the butthole, but honestly, I actually think it's quite close. Guys, before you even hear what I've got to say about this and my reasoning behind it, please do pause the video, go down to the comments and comment your thoughts. Don't get, influenced by me. I want to hear your raw ideas before I say what I've got to say. All right, you done that? Nice, thank you. Anyway, interesting one. Really interesting, because I totally get why OP's done it, right? No one's really listening to her. It's a horrible thing getting sent unsolicited nudes, especially from a family member. Like, that is absolutely disgusting. What's even more disgusting, genuinely, is the fact that none of her family are taking this seriously. They're all accepting it and ultimately making a joke out of it. That is horrible. I don't get that at all. So I kind of see why OP has kind of been pushed down this path, and her last resort is to actually just send the nude to people to make them understand how horrible this is and that they really shouldn't be making a joke about a disgusting family situation like this. Look, ideally you wouldn't want to be sending nudes of someone else, obviously, and in some countries, I think in England, that is classified as revenge porn, so probably might be illegal. I don't know if it is where OP is, but you got to be a little bit careful with that. But also, people are making jokes about you because you received an unsolicited nude. Sorry, I wouldn't want that either. I'd want that to stop. I get why you did it. Now moving on to our second post. Am I the butthole for telling another gym member to wear a bra? I, a 25-year-old woman, freaking hate wearing bras. They're uncomfortable, constricting, and expensive. With work from home, I spent the last year and a half basically never wearing a bra, and I got used to it. Quite frankly, my boobs are non-existent anyways. I recently started going to the gym again, and started working out braless. I should note that up until now, no one has ever pointed out anything wrong with me not wearing a bra. However, in the middle of a set of squats, yes, mid-squat, a guy comes up to me, taps me on the shoulder to get my attention, and tells me that my nipples are poking through my shirts. I get really irritated, because why the heck is this guy staring at my nipples in the first place? And then stopping me mid-set to inform me. I get really annoyed, try to finish my sets, but then this effer literally grabs the bar as I ascend and re-racks it for me. He claims it looked like I was having trouble with the last rep and that he'd come over to make sure I could do it, then noticed my nipples. I'm really freaking annoyed at this point, and I told him I didn't need his help finishing my set, and why the F was he looking at my chest in the first place? He said he was going to spot me, but then noticed my chest, and thought it would be inappropriate. What a load of BS. I pointed out that the safety bar was set, so even if I did fail the set, he wasn't needed. But he just insisted that people at gyms look out for each other, and that going forward, I should probably wear a bra so that other people wouldn't get uncomfortable, and that it may help me stay more balanced in my squats. Sorry, well that makes no sense. I'm literally the only girl at the weight section of the gym at the moment, and other guys who are squatting and failed sets never have to worry about this rubbish. I've seen guys fail multiple sets in a row and no one ever rushes to their aid, but I have a very slight pause and everyone thinks I need rescuing? So I'm now really annoyed and also kind of uncomfortable that this guy I've never spoken to in my life thinks he's helping me, and then has the audacity to tell me how to dress. So I tell him, you have bigger boobs and nipples than I do. Maybe you should wear a bra so people won't get uncomfortable and you won't fail your squats. He then got really defensive, saying he was just trying to help, then called me a female dog. Honestly, I'm not sure if I overreacted, but I'm still kind of annoyed, so maybe that's clouding my judgment. Anyway, am I the butthole? Now this one is 100% an obvious no for me, guys. No way is OP being the butthole. That guy is coming over with the most BS excuses I've ever heard. It's pretty obvious that he was just staring at you, right? I mean, it's pretty clear that he is not trying to help you. That is just an obvious lie. I don't really know what his actual intention was here, unless it was literally just to tell you to change what you're wearing. But yeah, not your place, mate. Not your place at all. But OP has actually given us a little update to this story, which adds a little bit more information. Let's get right into it. Update. Am I the butthole for telling another gym member to wear a bra? I finally did start wearing bras again.
And not at all because of this incident, but because I'd been dealing with depression that made me not really try and get dressed in general, not just at the gym. And dressing for success has been a small way to try and get myself back into a better mental place. Anyways, that guy from the previous post goes to the gym roughly the same time I do, most days. So unfortunately, I did have to see him again. Even though I really wanted to grab his bar out of fake concern while he was squatting, I mostly ignored him. Until 2 days ago. I was deadlifting and recording myself to check my form. The guy comes over and says something like, "You know sumo is cheating, right?" Now, I get this comment a lot, mostly from men half joking, and it's annoying, but I just completely ignore him. He then repeats it a little louder, and I continue to ignore him. I guess he sees that I was recording myself, because then he asks if I have an Instagram. I don't post my lifts on Insta, and if he could follow me. I keep ignoring him. This is what I'm talking about, guys. It's clear that this guy has some ulterior motives. He's not trying to look out for you, or help with your lift. He's just being a little perv, I'm sorry. Finally, he says something like, "See, your form is so much better now that you're wearing a bra." And I frickin' lost it again. I screamed at him that he's a disgusting, harassing POS. Honestly, I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was admittedly very vulgar and it did get a lot of attention. A worker came over and asked if something was wrong, and I said that the guy was sexually harassing me for 2 weeks, and then I asked to speak to a manager. The guy denied it and said he was just trying to help and that I was being sensitive, but either way, the manager asked what was going on and got both our stories. Now, because I'd been recording my lifts, I actually had a video of him where he commented on my bra. So the manager gave him a 30-day ban and told me that if he ever bothered me again, to let her know and she would permanently ban him. So I do feel kind of vindicated, but I also feel a little frustrated that just one man actually saw consequences for this kind of behavior towards women in the gym. It is nice to see someone have repercussions for their actions, but it's also exhausting dealing with this kind of thing constantly at the gym, even if it isn't quite as overt. But I guess I'll have to keep calm and lift on. You see, guys, I freaking knew it. I knew there was something going on here. I knew it was fishy. He wasn't just trying to help you out with your lift. What an absolute BS excuse that was. As soon as you go asking for an Instagram, it's so obvious what your intentions are. This guy's just a creep. Sorry, he can't keep himself to himself in the gym. Creepy bloke. What a mug. As for the manager, thank God that she actually stood up for you. I mean, to be fair, does it help that she was a woman? As you say, this stuff I assume goes on a lot of the time. And if it was a male manager at this gym, is there a chance that the punishment on this weird, creepy bloke might have been less severe? No threat of a permanent ban? I reckon, unfortunately, that might be the case. This sort of thing definitely goes on more than I realize. Girls, women, comment down below. Does this happen at the gym a lot to you or just in life? I'm really sorry if it does. I kind of imagine that it does. And also, guys, goes without saying, don't be like this person. I know none of you would, but don't be like this weird, creepy bloke. Just, if you're gonna go up to a girl, at least be nice to her. Don't do this rubbish, please. Alright then, now moving on to the final Am I the Butthole post of this episode. Am I the butthole for dancing half naked in my living room, leading to my boyfriend and his family seeing me? This is so embarrassing, but I can't take it anymore. I have to know if I'm in the wrong here. I need to apologize if so. I, a 21-year-old female, was told by my boyfriend, let's call him Nate, who's 26, that I'd get the house to myself for the weekend. He said he had to go visit his parents to take care of a property-related issue. I was pretty excited to have the house to myself because I've been living with Nate since I was 19 and I miss living alone, though Nate is the love of my life and in no way a trouble to live with. I had this tradition of spending a lot of my weekends baking while in my lingerie. I don't know, it makes me feel pretty. Yes, I know it's stupid, but it just makes me stupid happy, with music and dancing. Super embarrassing to admit, but I also do silly things like pretending I'm a Victoria's model or a singer, and I sing along, loudly. I mention this because this means the house is usually a mess. My dresses are all over and the music is super loud, which is obviously not okay. Now, I hadn't done that in a long time because Nate hates loud music and he's not a fan of my cupcakes. So I decided to do it on this weekend. It's a Sunday and I put on What a Feeling by One Direction and it's super loud. I'm only wearing lingerie,
the victorious kind, so it's lacy as anything, which I regret so much looking back. Ugh. Now, my boyfriend used his key to open the door, and I didn't hear him come in because, like I said, it's loud in the house, and I'm also in the kitchen living room area. Apparently, he wanted to surprise me. Nate brought his mum, dad, and his sister's 2 kids. They're about 10 years old, I think. They come in and there I am, frozen in a dance pose like an idiot. I quickly ran to our room, yelling, "Sorry, wasn't expecting anyone," putting on clothes when Nate came in. He was so angry. He said I was acting like a child and that I'd embarrassed him. His parents wanted Nate to drop them back as soon as possible, refusing to stay, and his mum called me a lot of names, saying the kids had seen everything, and that made me feel really guilty. Now here's where I'm losing sleep over this. On the one hand, I didn't know they would come in. I locked the door too, so I feel like I didn't do anything wrong. I planned on cleaning up my mess before Nate came back as well. Also, Nate and his mum insulted me a lot. But when you look at it from their perspective, I was behaving like an immature person. The house was a mess, I looked a mess, there were baking supplies scattered. Nate just wanted to surprise me and do something nice. Nate is still not completely talking to me, and I don't know how to face his family. I also know his sister told him to make me behave or something, so I feel like I need to apologize before things get worse. But I can't decide for sure if I'm in the wrong here, so I need your help. Now guys, at the top, OP has also said, and this might explain a little bit the quite strong reaction to be fair, Nate's family is also really conservative, and he was brought up like that as well. Someone mentioned I should have added in this. Yeah, fair enough. Also, she's from the US. Okay. I mean, this one, I don't really know if I can give my opinion, because if I was your boyfriend in this situation, that is the sort of behavior I'd be encouraging. You know, having fun, doing what you love doing, chilling out, relaxing, going crazy, whatever. Do what you want to do. It's your life. Live it, right? But, you know, I'm not Nate, and, you know, I'm not a really conservative Christian. I just am someone that lets people do what they want to do if they're having fun. But hey, you know, that's me. You like Nate, you love him, he's the love of your life. Maybe you knew he'd react like that. I don't know. It feels pretty weird though, like not speaking to someone just because they were having a good time dancing semi-naked. I mean, not even naked, right? You still got clothes on. Weird one. If that was me in that situation, I'd be applauding you. I'd be saying, yes, keep going. It looks like it's a lot of fun, and I'd probably join in. Not gonna lie. Do you have any spare lingerie lying around for me to whack on? That's a bit too far, but you know what I mean. But listen, you lot, that is not the end of this post because OP has provided us with an update. Alright, so after reading what everyone wrote, I quickly realized that what Nate did was so wrong. A lot of great mums in the comments also helped me understand the fact that even conservative mums, like Nate's, wouldn't react so rudely. It hit me like a wave when I realized what my life had come to. I didn't say anything to Nate about the Reddit post, but he must have figured out that I was upset at him. I was doubting our relationship and pulling away from him. He started talking to me again, and for a day I didn't really say anything, but I knew I had some decisions to make. I genuinely didn't believe I would get so many responses telling me that I was not the butthole, so this was eye-opening for me. Alright, good. Sounds like the Reddit people, the comments down below, are agreeing with me, saying that OP is definitely not the butthole, they're just doing something they enjoy, it's really not that deep. So, a few days after I made the post, I told Nate that we needed to talk. I said that I would be staying with my friend until I felt comfortable around him. Nate didn't know what I was referring to though, which just made me angry because how can he forget a fight that big? And I told him I was upset with how he treated me after the whole "your family walking in on me" incidents. I also mentioned how I shouldn't have to wait for him to be away to dance, bake, or listen to One Direction just because he doesn't like it. He tried convincing me to stay, but I left. I think he knew I wouldn't let this go, like the other things, thanks to you guys. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's exactly what I'm saying. If you like dancing, baking, wearing lingerie around the house, you do that. It's your life, you gotta do what you want sometimes. What are you talking about? Like, if I'm being completely honest, Nate, I'd be sacking him off. Yeah, sure, you love him, but if he doesn't let you do the things that you love, which by the way, are so mundane and everyone does them anyway, sack him off. Get a boyfriend who joins in with you. AKA me. Alright, maybe not me, but someone else who lives in America. Yeah, anyway, let's carry on. Yesterday, I asked Nate to meet me at a cafe so we could have a conversation about everything that happened. Nate cried. like for the first time ever since I've known him. He apologized and told me he messed up and that he would change because he realized his mistakes now. I told him I wanted to move out, and maybe after a while, if he does actually change, I'd give us another chance. I just needed some space to think about things, and so I told him we should take a break from each other for a while. Nate told me he would talk to his mum as well, and that he should have defended me, to which I said, yeah, you should have. I actually borrowed direct sentences to explain why he was in the wrong from some comments that were left on the Reddit post because they were so helpful. It went better than how I imagined it would go. How good is Reddit, by the way? Seriously? I mean, look at this. We're improving people's lives here, people. This is exceptional. Also, thank you. Thank you doesn't even begin to cover what I really want to say to everyone who helped me, and also to the mods who removed a lot of creepy comments. Oh my god. Thanks for sharing your stories about dancing in your underwear as well. It made me feel better to know I wasn't some freak for enjoying those things. I'm going to use some baking tips as well that people left and make cupcakes right now, actually because I can. I feel so relieved. And that's the whole point right there. Look, if you want to go crazy, dance around your house, singing, screaming, whatever, go for it. It's fun. When I was at uni in my second and third years, I was fortunate enough to live with some of my very best mates, 4 of my friends. And us 5, we would do some crazy stuff. I mean, I say crazy, similar to UOP. You know, we'd dance, sing loudly, probably annoy the neighbours. And thank God that we didn't live with Nate because he'd been kicked out of the house. That's what would have happened to him. The boring old insert word there. Get a life, Nate, you boring loser. That's what I'd say to you and your mother. I do understand it though. From Nate's perspective, like, he's got his very conservative Christian family just behind him. He's probably like embarrassed for them, but as long as he's not embarrassed for himself and he's just embarrassed for them and can, you know, understand that his reaction was really bad and that he should have defended you, or at least not just like randomly stop talking to you, that's very strange. And if he is genuinely, you know, sad and apologizes for what he's done and understands how bad it was, then fair play to him. At least he's apologized in the first place. Like, I rate that. He knows he's in the wrong now. Good stuff. See how it goes. Don't write it off. As you said, OP, he is the love of your life, but he doesn't like to dance to One Direction. So how much of a good boy is he really? That's my question. My hag of a stepmom gave away my PlayStation 4 while I was away in college. So I rent out her house while she was on her honeymoon with her newest husband. I am an only son. My mum died of ovarian cancer at only 55 5 years ago. It broke my dad's heart. They'd been together since college and were the same age, with my dad being a month older. I'm 22 years old and am about to graduate college with my degree in chemistry when the main events start to occur. I went to college on a full ride scholarship. This is important for later. My dad met my new stepmom when she was my mum's nurse at the hospital where she spent her final days. My stepmom, Grace, played all the right notes to gain my dad's trust. She was empathetic to him, nurturing, comforting after my mum passed. I was 17 and old enough to sense that she was just trying to weasel her way into getting my dad's resources. But it was up to my dad if he wanted to be in a relationship with her. I was in my final year of public school, and I just won a scholarship to attend college out of the country the following year. My dad mourned my mum for a year, and that whole time Grace would check in on him by phone every month or so, in my opinion, to scope out the possibility of sinking her hooks in him. After a year passed, Grace took the gloves off and went hard after my dad. Grace was only 40 when she and my dad started seeing each other. I didn't like her, but at the same time, my dad at least didn't seem so depressed anymore. So I tried to be less pessimistic about her and give her the benefit of the doubt. In my gut, I didn't trust her though. But we're Scandinavian, and at least in my family, the son doesn't tell his father what to do, or even offer any opinion. Grace is from the Czech Republic, if you're wondering. My father was a very successful banker during his career, and amassed quite a portfolio of wealth. I'll spare you the details, but after 6 months of dating, Grace and my father got married. My dad never really got over my mum though, and he was getting weaker and weaker, even though he was only 57. Since his health was fading, he called me to him and asked me point blank, "Boy, what do you need to set you up in this life?" I told him I don't need anything. I'm a man and I can take care of myself. But what are you even talking about, Dad? You're going to be around for decades yet.
I did remind him that he had living sisters with children, my aunts and cousins. I also reminded him that I had a full scholarship to college, so don't worry about giving me any cash. Unfortunately though, he was dead only a year later at 59. I of course have seen lots of Hollywood movies, so I considered the conspiracy theory that maybe my dad's nurse wife poisoned him and made him sign over all his money to her, but I really honestly don't think that's what happened. Other relatives didn't like Grace either, but they knew my dad was totally in love with my mum and that her death utterly broke him. Well, long story short, my dad bequeathed his 5-bedroom house to me even though I wasn't expecting it and didn't ask for it. He also gave a small endowment to each of his sisters and their children. He left about 80% of all his existing money to Grace, which amounted to several hundreds of thousands of dollars. My dad ignored me because he's generous to a fault and still gave me several tens of thousands of dollars, which were of course very useful to me. Grace tried to put on a friendly front, but I could tell that she was angry as heck that she didn't get my dad's house too. That belonged to me and I had the legal papers to prove it. She was especially mad because we live in an extremely upscale and trendy location, and houses are hard to come by and easily sold for a massive profit. During the first few months after my dad's death, I had the nauseating, creepy experience of knowing that Grace was trying to feel me out to see if I might be into a little relationship with her. Gross. She still stayed at the house though, because over the last 3 years, she'd gotten used to living there and acting like she owned it. And even though I officially owned it, I was always away at college and only visited my dad's old house once every couple of months. And even then, it wasn't to see Grace, but to see my cousins who lived just a few miles away. I downplayed the fact that it was really my house, and over the months, I think Grace gradually forgot that she really had no legal right to the house at all. She probably believed that sooner or later, because I never asked her for any of the hundreds of thousands of my dad's dollars that she now had, that I was somehow independently wealthy and would just give up my house to her. I knew that I would eventually hydrogen bomb this female dog when she started dating some new guy only 5 months after my dad was in the ground. And one time when I came home from college after graduating, she and her new boyfriend, some sleazy looking D-bag named Ivan, who was only a few years older than me, were acting like I was a guest in my own house and that they owned it. Well, you know what? I played along. Grace told me she gave away my PlayStation 4 to Ivan's cousin because I'm too old to play with video games. That was when I changed. I don't even know this mother effer, and you give him my PS4 to give away to some other idiot who I also don't know? I quickly changed all my network passwords that same day. I smiled, but I knew what I had to do eventually. She also said that her and Ivan were getting married because she can't just mourn your father forever. I have to move on with my life. I then tell her that I just graduated college and I've already secured employment with a little local firm and that I'll soon find a new place to live. She looks thrilled, especially the part where it looks like I'll soon have a new place to live. Then in a patronizing way, she tells me, "You always have a place in our house though. You're welcome to stay whenever you please." Yeah, thanks Grace. Really generous of you. What I really say is that I will probably have a new place in 3 months. She says that's wonderful because she intends to go to her homeland to have a wedding with Ivan and afterwards have her honeymoon. She assures me it's a local affair. "Otherwise, I'd invite you, honey. And anyway, I know you're so busy." I congratulate her. She then asks me if I can watch the house for her. Watch my own house? Yeah, sure. But what I really say is, of course I'll take care of the house. I am careful to not say your house though. She and her D-bag fiance, who I am 100% sure is only there for Grace's money, ironically, go on their trip. And I immediately put out advertisements in rental websites offering to lease my house. I hire movers and have all of Grace's furniture and possessions boxed up and put into a storage rental facility. I retain all of my parents' furniture that they had before my dad met Grace. Locks changed. All of them. Within days, I am inundated with dozens of inquiries regarding my amazing furnished house with fantastic views. I rent it to a wonderful young family. a barrister and his schoolteacher wife, and their 2 preteen children. They pay me their first and last month's rents and sign a lease for a year. I warn them about my crazy stepmom who thinks this is her house, but I present them with contact information to my lawyer, the same lawyer my dad retained, in case they need any assurance that I'm on the level. I also give my lawyer the information about the storage facility, including the fact that I generously paid 4 months of storage in advance, which is a whole month longer than Grace's Czech honeymoon adventure. I then found a great apartment in the city near my new place of work. There I met a woman in a restaurant I frequent at night after a long workday. We've been dating 6 months now and are engaged to be married. Grace, of course, tried to shriek and cause trouble when she realized she got kicked out of my house, but my lawyer quickly shut her mouth without me ever having to speak to her garbage face again. From what I hear, her and her trash husband left the country, and I assume they're blowing through my dad's money and will soon be broke like chavs usually become when they taste a little bit of what they think is the good life. So maybe Grace will go and try and exploit some other lonely man into giving her his money. Speaking of money, the house that I rent out is generating so much that I'm not only able to help pay for my cousin's college, but I moved into a larger apartment of my own, together with my fiance. I love my job, but really, I could survive solely on renting my dad's old house. And to think, if Grace had only been cooler and nicer, I might have let her stay at the house, just to be a good sport. And definitely if she stayed the heck out of my room. But no, she had to act all proprietary, so I had to make her homeless as a wedding gift. Oh, and just a little postscript, I bought another PS4. Even though I didn't even use my old one that much. It didn't matter. It wasn't for Grace to give away. You don't give away other people's things. You give away your own things. Which is why I chose to kick Grace out of my house. Because it's mine. And I decide who stays here. And there you go, guys. That is why you never steal someone else's PlayStation, because it could end up costing you your home. I mean, to be fair, obviously, this woman seems like an absolute cow anyways, just leeching on a man that is mourning the death of his wife. Look, maybe we don't know enough context there. Maybe that's just the way it came across. Maybe she was nice. Who knows? Certainly doesn't sound it. And one thing that I absolutely love is that Ivan the Great is doing the exact same thing to her that she did to your father. It's beautiful. You can see it coming from a mile away. She's got mug written on her forehead. The crazy cow. I mean, you could even call her an absolute disgrace. But that wouldn't be a good joke, so don't call her that. Anyway, let's move on to our second story. All right, then now moving on to our second story. Now, to be honest with you guys, this has probably happened to quite a few of you listening, watching right now. But anyway, apologies if it might hit close to home. We've all been there. Sticking a girl who's been using me with a fat bill. I've really liked this girl for a while that I met at a lifeguard certification course. And I talked to her while I was there, and we, I thought at least, ended up hitting it off. We exchanged numbers and social media and all that, and we messaged for a few weeks before I asked her out to a movie, which she accepted. We'd been going on casual dates, nothing too serious, and we weren't hanging out at my place or her place, even though I'd hinted at the idea, for a few weeks, before one of her friends, someone that was also at the lifeguarding course that I met and kept in contact with because he was cool, sends me this screenshot. Alright then, so let's have a look at this screenshot. As you can see, text messages, "Aren't you an OP going out now?" And then the girl replies, "Not really, but as long as he keeps paying for everything, I'll let him take me out more. Girls gotta eat. Oh, why you gotta do him like that?" She's just, yeah, hands up in the air, getting free food, I guess, not really interested in the guy. Sucks to see, man, sucks to see. Anyway, her friend said he felt bad for me because I was nice and that she does this often to other dudes. After seeing this, I asked her to go on a nice date with me to a hibachi grill restaurant, $20 to $40 plates, and premium desserts are served here. I got the most expensive thing they had, and so did she. We both got fancy ice cream and multiple refills on drinks. I complimented her a lot and smiled consistently before getting up to go to the bathroom and leaving. I was also her ride. About 45 minutes after, I get furious text from her saying that she had to have her mum come down and pay for it because she didn't have the money on her and that we were done. Look, I know it's not a lot, and it sucks because I thought she was actually into me, but it felt pretty nice leaving her that way. Now look, I know that some of you watching right now probably think that was a little bit over the top, a little bit too harsh, bit immature, but in my opinion, it was nothing short of exceptional. That's karma right there. Look, if you're gonna accept meals off someone who's paying for them, that's one thing, and that's okay, but only if you're actually interested in the person and dating them and, you know, having some sort of future with them at least. You can't just accept free meals while you're kind of just, you know, towing them along, not really interested in them at all, just getting the free food. Nah, come on, that's so disrespectful. Yo, comment down below, guys. Have you ever been in OP's situation, you know, where maybe you go for a few dates with a girl and you're paying for the meals, and then after a while she's just like, yeah, by the way, I never fancied you. Well, no, yeah, me neither. Anyway, let's carry on. You know what's actually quite weird? Some of the comments below the story are saying, oh, you should never have done that. Maybe she was just making her mind up. But no, she clearly had already made her mind up, as shown by those texts, right? And I think it's just bad, leading you on, causing you to spend so much money for no reason eventually. Like, she knows that you like her, otherwise you wouldn't be doing this. So it's pretty obvious she's just using you. Sorry, dude. Happens to the best of us. I kicked a client out the door because he came in 5 minutes before closing. I work at a copy center. We print documents and photos. At 9:54 p.m, a guy came in to print business cards. First of all, why the heck is he here 5 minutes before closing time? Second, he came in with something that can't be solved in 5 minutes because A, it's frickin' business cards, and B, he started asking a bunch of stupid follow-up questions, meaning he had no idea what he needed. You're probably guessing that business cards are printed and sliced on a machine in large runs. We have a minimum of 50 plus pieces in our production facility, and that it's not done in a regular office with a Xerox machine. Even if it isn't, that's fine, because you'll likely listen politely to my explanation, realize you won't get the results you want now, and go home afterwards. But he didn't go home. He continued to ask if it was possible to print on a regular sheet of paper right now. I, knowing the tricks of Xerox, said that no, double-sided printing of business cards will not work. It prints with a shift of a few millimeters, and if you adjust the layout of business cards to this shift, you'd just be freaking tired of moving this trash by a millimeter on the screen, but the result won't be achieved, and the color will definitely not be the same. He continued to insist that he needed these stupid business cards and asked how long it would take me to adjust this layout, to which he received a direct answer, no time, because I won't be doing it, especially now. But even after that, he didn't calm down, and he asked me to make him some that are at least one-sided. To make him finally go away, I actually printed him a couple of sheets of his business cards on plain paper. I'll clarify, I don't mind getting into a person's situation if they urgently need to do something to help them, even if working hours are over, but this guy came in with a blissful smile and a pile of questions, not giving a frick about the fact that it's not my working hours. What killed me was when he started asking irrelevant questions, like, where do you go to college? Again, nothing wrong with small talk, but not at 10 p.m. I realised he's a total jerk, and at this pace, he's going to sit here until he's tongue-tied or ends up starting to hit on me. I asked him if he'd take these papers, which he didn't like the colour of course, and he said no. So I pointed him to the door with a straight hand and said goodbye. So that is the end of that one. OP has left a little comment at the end, a little edit, saying, after reading the comments, I wanted to add one clarification. The client was out of the door at 10:03 p.m. after my shift was over. Fair enough if you think that service workers should be overworked for free because of your poor time management. Go and touch grass. The world doesn't revolve around you, which I respect. You're not getting paid overtime for helping him out, you know, as much as you're saying earlier that yeah, you would normally help. If someone is just doing this on purpose, which it seems like they are, like, if you don't have the courtesy to be like, I know it's really late, can I do this? Like, do you have 5 minutes, whatever, to even ask that question, and then just ask loads of random questions when it must be pretty obvious that this person, OP, is trying to get out and close up, then you are a bit of a jerk, realistically, aren't you? So, yeah, there's like, on the one hand, good customer service. On the other hand, I'm not getting paid for this for overtime and you're just being horrible. So what's the point? So I rate what you did there. Well done, and it sounds like you only lost 3 minutes of your time. You want to hit a disabled person? Have fun with 30 plus years in jail. This happened in January, but the district attorney called me 2 days ago with the update. I am a wheelchair user because of a fainting disorder. severe POTS for those wondering. Now, POTS stands for postural tachycardia syndrome, when your heart rate increases very quickly after getting up from sitting or lying down, often making you feel dizzy or lightheaded. Okay, I didn't know that. There's currently actually no cure as well. Well, firstly, OP, I'm very sorry that you suffer from that. Anyway, let's get back into the story. I came home from work to see a car parked right under a no parking fire lane and on the sidewalk. It blocked the way into my apartment and I had to leave the wheelchair in my car. I started taking photos of the car because this had been an issue with the owner for months. My landlord had told me to get photos of it and email them to him every time she did it after I mentioned it in passing. While taking a photo, the owner came out of her apartment to scream at me. I stayed calm and I tried to walk into my apartment. She got in my face to continue screaming, and by reflex, I just shoved her back. She then grabbed me by the throat and began to punch me. After a minute, my neighbours and roommate, who were having a smoke, came running and got her off of me. Police were called, paramedics showed up because my neck was bleeding, she had acrylic nails, and I ended up going to the ER because I had a syncope episode while the paramedics were there. Now again, a syncope is another word for fainting or passing out. I wasn't sure about that, but there we go. Someone is considered to have syncope if they become unconscious and go limp, then soon recover. I decided to press charges, thinking I'd just get an aggravated assault or something. I made sure that they got her while she was home because I knew she had a gun on the wall despite being a convicted felon. When the police went to arrest her, they found that the car was stolen without insurance, she didn't have a license, there were used needles all over the apartment with her 8-year-old child, and the gun was also marked stolen. The child is in foster care, and she is now in jail without bond. The DA said that her child recorded it. She apparently told her to, and it was already ruled as an assault because of the overwhelming proof, plus the 7 counts of assault she's gotten in the past 5 years already. Oh my goodness. Had I gotten her nailed with it outside her home, she would have only gotten probation, since she was a parent. But now she's lost her kid, her home, her car, and she's going to be in jail for about 30 years or more, depending on what the state charges her with for the drugs. Wow. I mean, wow. Just coming out of your house and grabbing someone by the throat and punching them in the face. What sort of person does that? It's just insane. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, if this revenge is nuclear. I think it's more just like the justice that this woman deserved. Like, yeah, 30 years is a lot, but that's the way she's lived her life. She's done so many illegal things that she deserves 30 years. Like, I think nuclear would be if you had grabbed her by the throat and then just killed her. That probably would be more nuclear. But yeah, being realistic, I think that this is completely legitimate, and, you know, the law has said she deserves to go to jail for 30 years or more. That's not nuclear, that's just justice. I'm not sure what the damage was to you in the end. You didn't actually say how badly you were damaged. I mean, you went to the ER, but were you there for a while or not? I'm not sure. I mean, your neck was bleeding, that's never good. But it sounds to me as if you did society a favor by taking this hit. Yeah, it wasn't a good thing for you. And whether or not you stayed in the ER for a long time or not, it's terrible. However, getting this woman off the streets, out of society and into jail for that length of time is a great thing. You had to sacrifice your neck, but it was worth it. Wow. What a terrible, terrible woman. Let's move on to the second story. Now moving on to our next revenge story. I got poisoned by my old job. I called in my dad, outed them for illegal practices, caused my 2 brothers that worked with me to quit with me, and plunged their store down their ranking lists. Now I warn everyone not to buy anything from there. This is going to be a long one, so settle down, friends, as I tell you the horrors of this danged store. So, I, a 21-year-old man, used to work at a particular chain of southern grocery stores that sounds like the word Pringles. I worked at their stores from age 18 to 21, and I only quit last year. I'm turning 22 in July. So yeah, these stores were the only places I ever worked. I don't want to get into all the nasty details, or we'd be here for years, but this corporation is so messed up and corrupt. They did everything from shuffling around sexual offenders from store to store to firing people based off of race and religion. I myself got harassed a ton by another worker and several recurring customers, and nothing was ever done about it. But that's a different story. Now, on to why I quit from the first store. At this time, I was freshly 19. I was the main cook at the Asian food station at the deli, on top of manning several other stations. I was kneeling down to get the sauces from a low fridge when I breathed in, and I felt something hit me in the back of the brain. I was thrown off for a second, but I figured I was fine. They had an outside contractor in our area doing some work, so I just assumed that I caught a whiff of a cleaner that he was working with. I picked up the wok of orange chicken I'd been making, and I brought it up to the serving station and put it up, when one of the servers, a very sweet elderly woman, asked if I was okay, looking very concerned. I still felt fine at the moment, so I said yes, but that was it, for the moment. I immediately felt the worst brain haze I'd ever felt. My feet went out from under me and my vision went completely blurry. I stumbled backwards and I was able to catch myself on the counter behind me. Later on, the server told me she asked if I was okay because I hadn't only just lost all my colour, I'd gone grey. It felt like all my balance was gone. I worked with two of my brothers at the same location and one of them came running to help me stand. I had vague memories of my brother helping me walk to the indoor cafe, but my head was literally lulling in circles. I couldn't keep it upright. I think I almost fell on one of the managers from the front of the store. My brother made me sit down at a table and got me a cup of water. That's when I realised I was crying. My heart was pounding so hard, my entire front of my uniform was moving with it. Whatever my body was reacting to was so bad, it was overwhelming it. I felt like I couldn't move. I was just sunk into the chair, crying. I tried to pick up the cup, and my brother had to come back to help me take a drink. At this point, I was panicking. A fact about the kitchen that I, as the head chef, was painfully aware of: we had a gas-run pizza oven, a really old gas-run oven. A gas-run oven that you had to kick to get all 4 burners to get on. I'll tell you now though, that wasn't a gas leak, but that's where my brain immediately went to. Especially since they refused to do maintenance on that oven, or the gas-run open flame woks, one machine away from said oven. This whole time I felt like I wanted to throw up, but at the same time I couldn't. The supervisor told my brother he had to stop checking on me and that he'd get in trouble if he kept checking. The supervisor and other members of morning shift, I was a night shifter, my other night shifters know how it is, well, they were treating me like I was exaggerating. One of them came over, one of whom I particularly hated because she looked down on everyone, and started baby talking about how some people are just weaker than others. This whole time I was panicking and telling her I wasn't exaggerating, and everyone else needed to leave the deli until we figured out what it was. And it was affecting me so badly, it had been an hour and my body was still panicking. It was bad. She though just brushed me aside and left again. That's when I realised they weren't going to investigate what happened to me at all, and they were going to keep everyone, including my 2 brothers, working in the same area I just got affected in. That's when our absolute hero shows up. The nearby McDonald's manager. A sick dude around the same age as me that regularly got food at the deli. I'd served him a few times. He'd been sitting in the cafe on his lunch break from his job when he saw me. He immediately came over and asked what was wrong, as we were on bro terms. I gave him a breakdown on what was going on and he went over to check it out. He came back and said that he didn't smell a gas leak, but I was definitely displaying concerning signs. So, without linking himself to me, he went up to the front of the store and basically demanded they do something about it. However, the front management realised it must have been me, so their solution: not to find out what did this to me, to take me from the cafe, drag me up to the management office and sit me in a swivel chair so they could keep an eye on me. That's right, they sat a dude that couldn't balance on his own in a swivel chair next to a desk corner. They proceeded to completely ignore me and not let my brothers come into the office to talk to me, and I was still panicking about the fact that the other workers could breathe in whatever I had done. I was finally able to coordinate enough to pull my phone out of my apron pocket and text my dad. I texted him a very short list of PowerPoints of what happened, and he asked a few questions about why my management was acting like they were, which all I could say was, I don't know. Now, this wasn't my proudest moment. A 19-year-old guy who'd been crying for over an hour and couldn't stop, texting his dad, I don't know what's happening, Dad, but I'm scared and I need you. You know what, bro? I've got to interject here and say respect for sending that message. That just shows that you're not too proud. I mean, people that are too proud wouldn't send that message. People that, have too much of an ego, even when they clearly need as much help as they can. I mean, who knows at this point? You might have been dying. I mean, we'll get on to more of the story in a second, but you've got to send these messages and not let your pride get in the way. So yeah, you shouldn't say that you're not proud. You should actually say that you're proud of not being too proud to send a message like that, if that makes sense. Anyway, let's get back into it. My dad told me he was on his way and to clock out. I told the managers my dad was coming and I needed to clock out. At this point, they were acting annoyed with me, especially the store owner. I could talk for days about how terrible the store managers were, so they were glad I was leaving. They offered to help me walk to the time clock. I should have taken their offer, but I was so angry and disappointed I refused, and I just held onto the front desk and shelving as I got to the clock out room. I clocked out and I stumbled my way back to the area I worked at to get my stuff. I had to bring my own supplies to work because they never gave us new equipment, so I had a whole backpack I needed to grab. My brothers immediately tried to run over to me when they saw me, but the manager blocked them and told them to keep working. How toxic is that? Before I could get my backpack, my manager, a woman that I'd been working under since I was 18 and frankly scared me, blocked me from going into the back room to get my bag and started demanding answers from me. Once again, this is not a proud moment. I have a medical condition that made me stop growing at 14, so I'm pretty easily intimidated. She was taller and stronger than me, and I still felt completely vulnerable. All of my senses were still shot, and my body was still in panic mode. I tried to answer her questions, but I was just mumbling and stumbling over my own words. That's when I saw him. My dad. My dad is a 5'6" man who worked as a jack-of-all-tradesman for most of my childhood. I'm talking plumber, electrician, groundskeeper, roofer, builder. At this time, he was working as a contractor, so he quite literally was building and modifying higher class houses in the mountains. He came storming in his contracting gear with a bandana wrapped around his head. That is when I knew I was going to be okay. My brothers talked about it later, but if anyone knew anything about my dad, if he had that bandana on, he was going after someone, and they were royally screwed. He walked up and immediately crossed his arms, demanding to know what happened to his kid. Once again, not a proud moment, but I moved to hide behind him. My manager was caught off guard for a moment, but recovered and started telling my dad that I'd just overreacted to a cleaner the contractor was using. At that time, I'd figured it must have been something that the contractor was using, but I didn't know for sure, so the fact they knew what had done this to me and didn't feel the need to tell me made me mad, but it annoyed my dad so much. He demanded to talk to the contractor. If you've ever heard a 49-year-old man get mad, you can imagine the tension in his voice. He didn't yell. He never yells. But when he gets serious, the tension in his voice is genuinely terrifying. The contractor they hired came over. That's when my dad's expertise clicked in. My dad, the contractor. In other words, the guy that knew all the local laws around contracted labour. He asked all the right questions. He demanded to see what the contractor had been spraying around the kitchen that day. When they handed him the can, he tore the contractor a new one. So the kitchen I work in is blocked from the rest of the deli area by a counter. A counter has about an inch of space under it for cleaning purposes. So when I leaned down, this spray had shot under the counter and directly into my face. And what was that spray? An industrial grade degreaser. It was so strong it was meant to be used in empty factories by someone in a full respirator mask. It wasn't supposed to be sprayed around people, and especially not right in someone's face. My dad immediately pointed this out and demanded to see the contractor's safety sheet on the chemical, something that all contractors in our area are required to carry on every chemical they use to show they know how to safely use it. The contractor said he had it in his van. He did not. The man was using one of the strongest factory-grade degreasers on the market, and he didn't know how to use it. He was wearing a mask while using it, sure, but not a respirator. It was just a plain white dust cover. My dad lost his mind and sent me past my manager to get my bag while he tore them apart. Oh, and the illegal part? Well, the company wasn't supposed to hire outside contractors for this exact reason, but my manager did so that the work wouldn't be filed, so it would seem like our store didn't take any company resources for repair jobs. Anyway, my dad took me home and my siblings came back too. My dad went onto his PC and looked at the full information page on the degreaser. I was in the second stage of serious poisoning. It wouldn't kill me, thankfully, but it wasn't fun. At this point, I had a little bit of my balance back, but I was still panicking and confused. I was able to draft up a text, ripping them a new one, and quitting. I had a pounding headache, and I ended up throwing up 3 times before I fell asleep that night. I woke up the next day unemployed, but a lot happier. I had a headache for several days. I ended up working for the company again for around a year in the future, but that's a different story. Now, every time I get the chance, I out all the garbage I can on this dumpster fire of a trash company. And let me tell you just a few bullet points of dirt I have on them, just for a little more revenge. They wanted me to serve frozen soup that expired in 2018 in 2021. They marked rotisserie chicken that wasn't organic as organic and sold it at a marked up price. They wanted us to cook chicken that went green. They reused expired meat from the meat counter in the ready serve food. They called people slurs outright. Okay, as if all the disgusting food stuff wasn't bad enough. They're just calling people slurs. Great. They used outside contractors with no safety standards. The managers shuffle around offenders from store to store and hire offenders that the employees ask them to ban from the store. They purposely marked up prices during times of need, hurricanes, droughts, etc. They have entire teams whose only job is to take down posts about them online because they're that terrible. They called the police on a homeless man trying to stay in the warm during a below freezing day. He wasn't bothering a soul. They didn't update the equipment, leading to several injuries. 2 of my co-workers lost large parts of their fingers. They delayed training until the last moments, leading to my training being 167 days overdue when I did it. They didn't fire an employee that slashed 2 other employees' tires and was known as a stalker. She followed someone all the way to their house. And finally, they had a food safety grade A sign up from 2019, but their current grade was barely above a C, technically a B. And so many freaking more. But this is part of my revenge. If you're in the South and see one of these dang stores, just don't go. Go into Publix. They're better. They treat their employees better. And honestly, I've never met an ex-employee from Pringles that doesn't want the entire corporation to fail and be gone. Anyways, that's the story of what happened and my never-ending revenge. I will never stop outing them for the trash corporation they are, and neither will my family. I sincerely hope I live to see that company gone. Revenge forever. Sincerely, a man that hates that corporation with his entire being. Wow, there we go. Great story. Yeah, it was a long one, but I love the long ones. A lot of context in there. The story was great. And I think the first thing I need to do, and I don't live in America, so I've actually never heard of this store, but just looking through the comments, and I'm allowed to say this because I'm not the one that's accusing this store of doing anything in particular or, having these sort of practices where they let their staff just call people slurs or whatever to one another or employ offenders, etc. But it looks to me like the name of the store is called Ingles. Now, I've not heard of it. Those of you in America, let me know if I'm right or not. But yeah, apparently it's a pretty small chain, only a little over 200 locations. But I can say this: avoid it. I'm not in danger of anyone saying to me that I've made some defamatory remarks or anything that's too incriminating. But just from what I'm seeing here, avoid this store like the plague. Let me make sure it's called Ingles. Yeah, I'm not going to be sued for that. But there we go. That is the name of the store, apparently. Now, one thing that I have to say is, why, OP, did you not go to hospital throughout all of this? Like, it doesn't matter what your manager or your, the other staff are saying to you. You could have been dying. I mean, I don't know what was... You must have had no idea what was going on. Surely someone should have said, go to hospital. Like the fact that the staff were stopping your brothers from seeing you. If I'm your brothers, I don't care. I'm getting in there. I'm saying, no, we're going to hospital right now. That's the only thing I don't really understand about this story. But overall, yeah, great stuff. And you're right. If telling your story online, even me narrating it now, giving my thoughts on it, and you guys all listening and watching to this helps people not go to Ingles anymore, I think it's worth it. Hopefully I can't get sued for this, but I don't mind saying what I've just said. based on what I've just read. Okay, now for our third revenge story. Revenge on my former neighbor who vandalized my vehicle. This happened about 15 years ago. My wife and I purchased a home deep in the country in an effort to simplify our lives. We quickly met our neighbors and everything seemed good. A year or so after we moved into the home, my wife got pregnant with our first child. I traveled periodically for work at the time and I was out of town. My wife was wanting to take a relaxing soak in the tub as her feet had swollen due to the pregnancy. As she was trying to relax, the neighbor's dog was barking incessantly. The dog was a large breed and had a big bark. This went on and on for 30 minutes or so. My wife had a pregnancy psycho moment and got out of the tub, put on her bathrobe, and screamed out the door at the neighbor to shut their barking dog up. Well, here is where the story gets pretty fun. The neighbor went full-on redneck on us. They renamed their Wi-Fi SSID to, quote, "I love barking dogs." We would find random things vandalized on our property. One day I came home from work to see my wife picking stuff up from the driveway. Well, it turns out that this redneck had thrown some poorly made nail devices in our driveway in an attempt to puncture my truck's tires. The next event was truly diabolical. I left for work the next morning, and by the time I got to the interstate, my brakes felt sort of squishy. I pulled into a truck stop to inspect the truck. The petcock valve on my front right brake caliper had been loosened, and my brake fluid had mostly drained out. This guy tried to kill me. I went postal, but with insidious methods. I work in the IT field, so technology is my thing. I had an old laptop that I installed an OS on that is used for security penetration testing, and I cracked their Wi-Fi. I printed interesting things on their printer, including a convincing email from another woman to the husband. I printed prawn photos. I'd love to have been a fly on the wall when the cow found that. I discovered that I could go online and sign up for a prison romance pen pal. I signed his wife up and wrote a letter that was supposedly from her. I gave their address and I told the inmate enough about their life, how long they'd been married, what the hubby did for a living, how many kids, dogs, etc. they had, stuff like that, to make it convincing. I expect that her husband had a few words for her after that. I've never told this story before, and I hope it brings someone else even a little bit of joy. That was a funny one. Now, importantly, guys, some of you might be wondering, like me, okay, that's great and all, but did anything actually happen? As in, what were the repercussions? Because this guy has tried to kill you and you haven't gone to the police. So somebody actually asked OP in the comments, okay, but did this actually achieve anything? And OP said, we moved shortly after. I heard they got divorced a couple of years later. So there we go. Sounds like this did have the desired effect. But yeah, crazy, crazy neighbors. This is my fear. I'm actually trying to get a place at the moment, right? And I'm slightly concerned because how do you ever know what your neighbors are going to be like? If you've got people like this next to you, this makes such a difference compared to having, just normal neighbors. You can have the nicest house in the world, be in the nicest place in the world. But if your neighbors are going to be like this and try and kill you, none of that really matters. So maybe I'm thinking of the worst here, but yeah, I wouldn't want to have neighbors like this, that's for sure. However, I suppose if I do, then I'll have some great stories to tell. Now for the final story of this episode. Sent flowers to a, quote, dead ex. I am an 18-year-old guy, and I had an ex who was an 18-year-old girl who I haven't talked to in months. Fast forward to last week, I was talking to a group of friends and her name came up in conversation from a friend of a friend. This friend thought that her and I were still together, and when I explained that we weren't, we continued the conversation about it, and it got me thinking how she's been. Mind you, she went ghost and really made me hurt, but because I'm a very apologetic person, I didn't let it bother me. After the conversation though, I thought I'd reach out and just see how she's doing. So I text her friend, because she's got me blocked, just to see how she's doing. And her friend was all cool about it and the whole thing seemed fine. Until my ex texted my friend, acting like her sister, saying she had died. Little did she know, I remember when she pulled the same stunt with their ex before me. So, the revenge. Me and a group of friends made the 51-minute drive to her house to pay our respects. What we did was we went to a gas station and bought all of their flowers, put them in a basket, and put a card in it marked with our deepest condolences. The card was filled with some of the finest glitter we could find at the dollar store, and off we went to deliver everything. When we get to her house, I told my friends to stay back while I went up and knocked on the door. I set the flowers down on the porch and I walked away. As I'm walking away, however, her dad answered the door and went, "Can I help you?" To which I replied, "I'm sorry for your loss. Her name meant so much to me and it's sad to see her go." In confusion, her dad responded, "She's not dead." As me and the boys leave, her and her friends show up in her car. Then she looks at me and my friends and says, "What are you doing here?" "Well, I thought you died," I replied. Her dad was furious and essentially took all of her freedoms away until summer and actually gave me and my friends each $20 for the inconvenience and gas money. Okay, honestly, who does that? Like, who jokes about their own death like that? Unless you're like 12 and you just have no common sense. But like, ghosting is one thing. Joking about your own death or faking your own death is so dumb. Also, it's so obvious that you're not dead. Like, it's not that hard for someone to work out, oh, you dead or alive? Like, you don't even have to go to their house. Just go on the internet. It really can't be that hard to know. Also, like, word of mouth. Imagine being her dad. He's probably just like, what are you doing? Like, he's probably sick of her doing this sort of stuff. Probably knows that she's done it before. And that's the reason why he's actually like furious and is like, you know what, guys, thanks for telling me because this is ridiculous. I'm going to give you all some money because of the inconvenience. And she's not doing anything this summer. Like, it's actually insane. The dad's probably a nice guy. The daughter, Jesus, horrible. My husband got fired for harassing a co-worker and won't talk to me about it. I am a 36-year-old woman. And my husband, Charlie, who is a 41-year-old man, and I have been together for 10 years, married for 6. We've had our ups and downs, but we're currently in an up. He's never done anything like this in the past, so it came out of left field for me, and I'm very much shocked and at a loss here. Charlie is a computer programmer and was a senior engineer at his former company, where he'd worked for 4 years. He'd never had any trouble with co-workers, and we're both friendly with a few of them, mostly other men and their wives. On Friday of last week, he came home at around 11 AM and told me he'd been fired. He was really upset and agitated, and I didn't want to push him about it. But he told me that they'd said he was harassing a co-worker and was therefore fired. So the information I've been able to get out of him is this. The co-worker is Beth, a junior engineer who he's never mentioned to me before. He said she's, quote, terrible at her job. Beth slept with a senior engineer we're both friendly with, Darren. Darren wasn't involved in the harassment, wasn't fired, etc. The company's lawyers were there, and among the things they told him was that Beth could have pressed charges, but chose not to. Something happened with her car, but he won't say what. His exact words were, there was something with her car. And finally, he was escorted off of the premises and is not allowed back in the building to get his belongings, and instead has to arrange with security to pick them up after business hours. As far as anything else goes, he won't give me any details. He isn't interested in seeing a lawyer because he says that everything is legal. He's basically admitted to, quote, sending Beth some emails, but he won't say what they said or anything like that. I don't know if Beth sleeping with Darren had to do with it, but the fact that he gave me that detail makes me think it does. I'm not sure how that relates. Darren is a very nice single man who's in his late 20s and approximately the same age as Beth. My mind is running wild here. Charlie has been depressed and withdrawn all weekend. He won't talk to me about it, and he won't talk much in general. I work remotely, so I was home all day with him, and he played video games all day and then went to bed at 6 PM. The fact that he won't tell me anything and isn't interested in seeing a lawyer makes me think that it's bad, and it makes me worry that everything is true and not just a misunderstanding or a small thing blown out of proportion. He has never been flirtatious with other women or cruel to them, and he's also never said anything bad about other women engineers that he's worked with. I don't know what to do here. My instinct is to be supportive of my husband, but I don't know what kind of behaviour I'd be supporting. I don't want to run to his co-workers we know and ask them, since they're more our friends than my friends, and while we spend time together at get-togethers or bars, I'm not close with them. In an immediate sense, I don't know what to do about helping someone who is so depressed and won't talk to me. Okay, there we go. That is it for the original post. I completely get what OP is saying. You want to back up your husband here, of course you do, but you don't know what he's done. Can you support someone when you don't know what they've done? I'm not entirely sure, even if they are your husband. If he's not giving you the details, then that's not really your fault. Anyway, let's jump into some top comments before getting into the update for this one. Somebody said, I would tell him you have to assume the worst if he won't be honest with you. I've got to say, he must have done some bad stuff to be escorted off the premises with no warning like that. Either he was hating on her and went over the top, or he tried to F her and went over the top, or he tried to F her and then hated on her. Okay, I suppose, maybe, but I'm not sure about sort of guessing what he's done either. It's one thing him not telling you, it's another thing trying to work out what he might have done. This comment continues saying, edit, I've just reread the whole thing. I'm guessing that he tried to F her, then sent crazy emails and vandalized her car. He could easily still be charged criminally and or sued. Yeah, as I said, I'm not sure about jumping to conclusions, but I get why the people of Reddit are trying to work out or, yeah, guess at what might have happened. Somebody else actually replied to this comment saying, I've worked at larger companies, and when they fire people, sometimes they are walked right out of the building. The reasoning is they don't want the fired person to make a scene and rock the boat. It's heartless in my opinion, but it does happen. Something tells me that OP's husband did something terrible because lawyers were there and apparently the girl could have pressed charges. That is very unusual. My guess is OP's husband got jealous that Darren was sleeping with Beth and not him, as he had a crush on Beth for a while, and he flipped out and went all nice guy on her. He mentioned there are emails, so there is evidence in writing as well. This does not bode well for OP. Again, I can't really argue with this comment, and this does seem pretty reasonable. I'm just not sure that I want to go there and say what might have happened. I mean, maybe I'm sort of doing a little bit of a cop-out there because I know there is an update to come, but just my opinion. Anyway, one final comment said this. Seeing as it got so far that he's been fired and he doesn't want to fight it, it sounds like the allegations are probably true. The fact that he brings up Darren makes it seem like he's harassed her as a result of sexual jealousy. Does he usually shut down conversation on things? Does he usually keep things from you? I'd be very cautious about what he's hiding and what it means for you and your relationship. Even if it's not sexual and it's just plain old harassment, do you want to be with a grown man who harasses young women to the point he gets fired? It's a good point. I mean, he's 41, Beth is, in her late 20s. Yeah, you don't want to be with somebody that does this sort of thing, obviously. I mean, no matter what the age of everyone involved is. But anyway, let's, with that all being said, get straight into the update of this one, which was actually posted the next day. By the way, I'm not disagreeing with any of these comments, and what they're saying is probably accurate. Let's be honest. I just wouldn't jump to that conclusion straight away because, we're just guessing. We don't really know. But let's see what actually did happen in the update. OP says, my thread was locked before I was able to respond to any of the comments, but I was able to read them this morning. I got up at 5:30 to go to the gym before work, and my husband was still awake playing video games. I presented him with the very good idea that somebody suggested of sending me an email with the details, but that it wasn't acceptable to shut me out of this situation since it affects me too. His response was basically, the paperwork is in my car. Go get it if you want to read it. I asked him to go and get it so we could look at it together, and he said, you're going to believe what you want anyway. All of this is unusual for our marriage because I'm a pretty patient person, I think. We went out to the car together and he got in, handed me the papers, and left. Well, that is not a good sign. For about 2 hours, I was panicked because I didn't know where he went, if he was okay, if he was thinking of hurting himself. But his mum texted me at 9 saying he was over there, asking me what happened, if everything is okay, etc. His parents live about 15 minutes away, and I guess he told her he's going to be staying there. So, the paperwork. According to the paperwork, he sent Beth multiple harassing emails from anonymous email accounts. The emails are printed out and attached. He apparently did this while at work, and they've been monitoring his user account for 3 months. The emails aren't sexual or romantic in nature, and they're all anonymous, and about how she sucks at her job, wouldn't be there if she wasn't a woman, how she should quit before she gets fired, and how everyone in the office hates her. He made fake user accounts for his company's product that she works on and submitted bad reviews of her work. He also did this while logged in at work. He sent an anonymous email to her boss saying that she was sleeping with a senior engineer on another project. He put a gun catalogue on the windshield of her car. I don't know what this gesture means, but I obviously understand that it was meant to be threatening. Unfortunately, inside was a subscription card that the company auto-filled with his name and address. She also says she's been harassed for the same length of time, about 3 months, on Twitter. He only logged into one Twitter account that harassed her at work, so they can only say that one was him, all telling her to quit her job. So I don't know what to do now. This is all terrifying to me, and I feel so bad for this woman. I have no idea what this is all about. He works with other female engineers, he's worked with male engineers who don't pull their weight, and he's never done anything like this. I would have bet $1 million that he'd never do anything like this. He's at his parents' right now, and I don't know what my next move here could possibly be. This is so scary and out of left field to me. Goodness me, there we go. That is it for the update. Let's jump into some final comments. OP's actually added a little bit more information first of all before I give my final thoughts. So OP said this in the comments down below. I forgot to mention this paperwork is copied from the original and was signed by both him and his company. I don't know if that's a full admission, but it seems damning either way. Somebody said in response to this, time to sit your husband down and give an ultimatum. He needs to give you his side of the story or you two are done. This is clearly a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on. Somebody else said, your husband needs serious therapy. What you describe as absolutely abhorrent behaviour. If he is unwilling to get help about this or do anything to convince you that he understands how wrong what he did is, you should seriously consider getting as far away from this man as you can. What he did is evil. Okay, there we go. That is it for the first story of this episode. And that's kind of the reason why I didn't really want to jump to conclusions, because yes, what we've seen there is disgusting. I'm not taking away from that fact, but there was no like sexual stuff in there, which a lot of people were saying in the comments in the original post. I mean, it doesn't really change the fact that you've got to leave your husband, right? Like, what is he doing? Also, why is he doing this? This is the main thing that's just so weird. Like, what's happened here in his mind for him to do this? To be honest, it doesn't really matter, but you can't be with someone like this. If he's doing this to a younger woman, I mean, you're a younger woman than him, so who knows? He could easily at some point in your lives together act like that with you. It's too scary, right? You got to get out of there. The cyber harassment is one thing, but leaving your name and address in a gun catalogue that you put on someone's car, I mean, leaving the name and address is stupid, but a gun catalogue on someone's car? Now, I'm not entirely sure whether that's like him saying to her, I'm threatening you with, a gun, or perhaps he wanted that to be found by, another member of staff on her car. Depends what sort of state this is in. Like, if that happened in the UK, it feels like he might have been trying to set her up a little bit, but all the comments, and I presume all of you guys are saying that no, actually, like, that's just threatening that, he wants to shoot her or something, which is just crazy. Like, again, I know I've said this so many times on the channel, but it's so weird to me how some people can seem so normal. Like, you've been together with this guy for 10 years, married for 6, OP, yet behind closed doors, or not even behind closed doors, at their place of work, they have so much hatred for this one woman for apparently no reason that they would threaten their life. Like, it's insane. And yeah, ultimately, you got to get out of there. Now for our second story of this episode. My ex turned up last night drunk. Tomorrow is his wedding day. Should I tell his soon-to-be wife? I was with my ex for 2 years. It wasn't the best relationship, and we broke up because I moved for uni and just didn't want to be with him anymore. It's been almost 5 years since we broke up, and I'm engaged to be married with my fiance, who is absolutely my soulmate. Yesterday evening at around 10 o'clock, he rang our doorbell drunk. His bachelor party was in the city I live in, and he came to see me. When my fiance opened the door, my ex just started sobbing, saying that he couldn't believe he, my fiance, was real or something like that. We took him into the apartment because he didn't look dangerous. He just vocally vomited before he actually vomited in our bath. What I could gather is that he was still very hurt because of our breakup, that he thinks that we could have made it work, and he regrets treating me badly. He then threw up again and called an Uber to his hotel. It was very surreal. He was fine. We fed him waffles to sober him up and told him to write to us when he was in his hotel to make sure he didn't die or something. I was left with a weird feeling, almost dirty. I'm thinking of contacting his soon-to-be wife. Or should I call him to encourage him to tell that to his fiancée? Or should I not do anything and let this just be an anecdote for my future? Wow. Very, very interesting. I don't know about this one. I really don't. I personally think you have to tell her. You have to tell her. Because if you don't, then you know that he's going into this relationship, into this wedding, into this marriage, not fully in it, right? Like, he's still got regrets. Do you want to be married to somebody that has regrets over their past and that is still, like, as soon as they have a bit of alcohol, thinking about their ex? No. So I think you owe it to her to tell her. I know it's not your place, but also, like, put yourself in her shoes. Anyway, let's see what the people of Reddit had to say about this. Somebody said, wow, interesting. They said exactly the same thing I've just said. Put yourself in his wife's shoes. Would you want to sign your life away to this person? OP replied, I guess I'd want to know, but I would also prefer my partner to tell me that. Yeah, I agree. It isn't your place to tell her, and I agree exactly with your logic there. Tell him to tell her. But I would also say, like, look, if you don't tell her, then I'm going to, because she has to know. Somebody else said, well, would he tell her though? Like, why would he tell her? By telling her yourself, you risk not being believed or coming across as petty, but at least you know somebody tried to warn her. Now, OP left a little edit and a couple of updates below this. First of all, she said, thanks for all the feedback. It seems like Reddit is as split on this as I am. Just because this kept coming up, my main goal with telling her is not for them to break up. I don't want that. That's not why I would want to tell her. The reason for me telling her is solely that I would want to know if I was her. Nothing else. It's also not me bragging about him not being over me. That's not something I care about. And I wonder how some of you twisted it into that. Also, a tiny update. I decided that contacting the bride was the wrong move because we are not friends. However, I sent his sister, an old friend of mine, a message basically saying to talk to her brother because he appeared at my door drunk and distressed and to make sure he was okay. She thanked me for the message and apologized profusely because my ex had been apparently acting a fool for a few weeks now leading up to his wedding. She asked me if I was okay and if her brother had gone back to the hotel room because they couldn't find him. I told her he'd Ubered home and had written to us that he had arrived in his room at around 11:30 p.m. She thanked me again and I haven't heard from her since. Oh, and another update. His sister called me again to ask me if he'd come by or said anything about his whereabouts. Apparently he didn't show for the wedding. Oh my goodness. Apparently he didn't show for the wedding and nobody knows where he is. So me telling the fiance is now obsolete. Goodness me. Okay, so that update came, I presume, the next day on the wedding day. I forget that this is all happening very, very quickly and the night before the wedding. Jesus. All right, somebody said in the comments down below, you and your fiance handled every bit of this as graciously as anyone could expect. Contacting his sister was the best move you could have made. Somebody said, oh dang, he ran out on the wedding. That girl dodged a major bullet. And finally someone said, holy heck, the edits. I hope he's okay. Please update us if they find him. I mean, yeah, that is true. Like, it's not just that he ran out on the wedding. Nobody's actually seen him, I suppose, since he left your house, OP. So, yeah, I hope he's all right. To be honest, it does sound... I know this is obviously like a crazy event and very, very distressing for the wife-to-be, but I think in the long term, it's probably a good thing these guys didn't get married. Anyway, 10 days later, we got this final update. Long story short, he bailed. He decided he did not want to commit to his fiancée. Bailed, and days later called to break off the engagement. A few more details. After his sister and I talked, my ex's fiancée reached out and was kind of mad. The best man had told her he went to see me. At first, she was convinced we had sex, so that took a bit of talking. I felt sorry. She was very distraught. She apologized, I apologized, and I told her I wished her the best. Saturday, I received a call from the sister. Apparently, the ex reappeared. he went all the way to France. I'm not actually sure where this is happening. I think it might be in England because of the word uni earlier, but I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, France, overseas, and this definitely doesn't take place in France, does it? His sister called me to apologize because my ex had stolen one of my lipsticks. I honestly hadn't noticed, but my ex admitted it to her. She PayPal'd me the money to buy myself a new one. I said I wasn't mad, and I asked her how she was and how his ex-fiancé was. On their end, everything is a mess. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Everyone is mad at him. I don't know many more details, and I kind of wasn't willing to ask, but yeah, that's it. Okay, and there we go. One final comment. He stole a lipstick? A lipstick? What? Who does that? It's so bizarre, it's funny. Stealing a lipstick of all things, and then his sister PayPaling you for it? Thank you for the laugh. OP replied saying, our guess is that he just grabbed the first thing he knew was mine that was small enough to fit in his pocket. And there we go. Okay, not quite sure how to react to that one. Slightly strange story all in. This guy, I think, just was battered and clearly had realized over the previous weeks that he did not want to do this. And he was probably too much of a coward to admit it to his fiance and had to do this instead and just, yeah, get out of there. Which is a terrible, terrible thing to do. I mean, if you're going to do something like this that close to a wedding, at least have the decency to actually explain to people that you're not feeling it. If you're not feeling it, yeah, it's pretty poor to do it that late, and I assume that everyone involved is going to lose quite a lot of money on the wedding, but it's at least better than just running away and then just, you know, on the day, the bride-to-be just being like, well, where's my fiance? Where's my husband? And just, you know, obviously being devastated. But yeah, there you go. As for stealing the lipstick, I don't know. This guy is he's just gone crazy. He's just panicked, hasn't he? That's the thing. He's just panicked, and yeah, he needs some help, but he's also a complete jerk. Just looking through the comments and OP's account, I think that OP lives in Germany, or at least is German. So safe to assume that this wedding was taking place in Germany, and that, yeah, her ex just fled across the border into France. It's not really that funny, but it kind of is. Like, I can just imagine this guy just being like so stressed and panicked and being like, you know what, I can't even just not go to my wedding. I've got to leave the country. What an idiot. What an absolute idiot. And like, just why is he stolen lipstick? Again, like, as I said earlier, I feel like this is a good man to dodge from I hope now his ex. But doing it in this way, absolutely shocking. Our friend's entitled sister tried to force her way onto our trip to Egypt. This story happened quite a few years ago with me and my friends. But after reading quite a few stories on this subreddit, I feel that now is a good time as any to share this post. On November 2019, me and a couple of my friends, Haley, Rose and Rachel, were given an opportunity to travel to the Valley of the Kings in Egypt. Note that we are archaeology graduates. While our families and friends were excited and proud of us for being able to go on this trip, Rachel's family did not feel the same way. Rachel's younger sister, Lisa, was the golden child of her family. Anything she wanted, her parents gave to her. While Rachel had to take out a student loan to pay for college, Lisa's parents paid for her tuition, only for Lisa to drop out 2 years in. Instead, Lisa chose to try and build a career being a model and influencer on Instagram. When Rachel mentioned that she was going to Egypt with us, that our plane tickets and accommodation had been already taken care of for archaeological fieldwork, Lisa got jealous, as she felt that the trip and taking photos of herself in Egypt for Instagram would help launch her modeling career. That said, their parents demanded that Rachel give her tickets to Lisa, as they felt Lisa was more deserving of them. To which Rachel obviously said no, it was already paid for by the foundation specifically for her and our group, who were trained to do this kind of work. According to Rachel, she's had back and forth arguments with her family leading up to the trip. She actually eventually just left home and moved in with her boyfriend, now husband, into his apartment. I held on to our plane tickets as we were all to meet up at my dad's place in the morning before we head off to the airport. At the time, I still lived with my dad. That said, as me, Rachel, Haley, and Rose were at my place, just hanging out and getting ready, Lisa pulled up with her mum and came knocking on my door. Apparently, they were demanding one more time that Rachel give her ticket to Lisa. Lisa even had a couple of bags with her as well. Before I continue, I'll just give you a better understanding of Lisa and Rachel's family and why they may behave or think this way. Rachel is the only one in her family who has actually finished college. Rachel pretty much took care of herself for much of her childhood, as her parents were too fixated on Lisa. Their parents moved to Los Angeles from Florida to try and become actors, but failed. They moved up here for some reason, and now their dad works as a truck driver, and their mum, I think, works at a grocery store. Rachel's family treated formal education and academia in general as a joke, and they didn't really support the idea of anyone going to college until Lisa decided she wanted to try going herself, as previously mentioned. Haley interjected, interrupting Lisa and her mum, and pointing out again that this was not a vacation, this was an archaeological trip, and we were going there to do actual work. Haley went on to point out that it's Rachel's name on the plane ticket and on our accommodation in Luxor, so she asked Lisa and her mum questions like, how do you think Lisa is going to actually get on the plane? Who will Lisa be travelling with in Egypt? And where will she be staying there? Apparently, Lisa, despite not being friends with us at all, and her mum, expected the rest of us, me, Haley and Rose, to just somehow convince customs to let her through and get on the flight, as well as expecting us to look after her and accompany her. I should also note that apart from Rachel, nobody in her family has ever travelled on a plane before. Lisa and their mum have never been overseas, and the only international travelling their dad ever did was driving trucks to and from Mexico. That said, I'm guessing this is why they don't seem to know how plane tickets or customs work, but that's just my assumption. Well, that is a pretty fair assumption. Although, on the other hand, you could just say that they seem pretty dumb anyway, and may genuinely think that the name on your plane ticket doesn't matter and you can just get a ticket and use it whoever you are. I then pointed out to Lisa that if she really wants to go to Egypt, she could just buy her own tickets and book her own accommodation. However, Lisa said she didn't want to do any of that, and she wanted Rachel's place on our trip, as she wanted all the expenses to be paid for and for us to accompany her, as she didn't want to travel by herself. Lisa and her mum eventually left after seeing that trying to argue and force her way onto our trip was not getting them anywhere, with the four of us, me, Haley, Rachel and Rose, thankfully flying off to Egypt. After the dig at the Valley of the Kings, we did get to go and do touristy stuff, such as touring Cairo and seeing the pyramids of Giza. As for Lisa, while she still posts a lot on Instagram, she seems to have given up on a modelling and or influencer career. She's now just working in a warehouse. After the pandemic, she did get to go on vacation to Cancun though, but that is about it. Okay, and there we go. That is it for the first story of today's episode. And the one thing I will say is that I am at least happy that Lisa didn't manage to make it to Egypt and didn't manage to climb up the pyramids of Giza. In my mind, and I'm not sure why, actually I know why, it's because over the past few days I've seen at least like 2 or 3 videos of tourists scaling the pyramids. I thought Lisa might also do this. So at least she hasn't done that and defaced, some of the most important landmarks there are in the world, or at least ruined them a little bit. But yeah, the audacity of both Lisa, but also just her mum, genuinely insane, is all I can say. Let's move on to the second story. My entitled sister thought she could make a living breeding pugs, and she let her kids live in the filth because of her dog hoarding. So to start this one off, OP has left an edit right at the top saying this: I'm already getting hate for this post, and believe me, I don't blame anyone for it. I was spineless back then. I wanted to call CPS or something, but anytime I even so much as mused about it, the family laid into me. So I focused more on helping to take care of the dogs and kids. But my sister's increasing toxicity only made it worse. And by the time I did take action, it was after my sister was finally evicted. I'm not asking anyone to see me as a hero here. I was a coward. But what I'm posting is 100% the truth. Okay, so there we go. Now let's get into the post. My sister, for years, believed she could make a living breeding pugs. She used to have a breeding pair she named after sibling characters, ironically. Well, that's a bit weird. The first time the female got pregnant, I had to help with the birth. And that pug had like 10 puppies. It was months of dealing with a stinky puppy pen, and my nephews and I having to take care of them while my sister wasn't home. She managed to find homes for all but one of the puppies, and the final one she refused to sell because he was too cute. I knew it. I knew from the start that she'd want to keep one of the puppies for herself. She denied it, but then she did. Just to try and make it look like she wasn't keeping the puppy because she didn't want to sell him, she claimed she was giving him to her sons and he'd be their dog. That was complete and utter BS, and we all knew it. That third pug was a menace, and it only made all 3 pugs one terrible group of troublemakers. They urinated on the floor so much, they rusted out the vents. And my nephews didn't really take care of the third pug, as my sister claimed they were supposed to, as their dog. So she threatened she'd give away the third pug many times, but didn't, and would cry if called out on it because he's too cute. After like 2 years of that, it finally was too much for her, and she gave the third pug away. She couldn't sell him like the prior puppies because he was fully grown and neutered. Somehow, the mother pug didn't have another pregnancy that took until my sister was evicted from the family property. We were kind of thankful for that. I ended up taking care of these pugs as much as my nephews while my sister wasn't home. The first pug that became the papa dog wasn't so bad, but the female that became the mama was a nightmare for a while. That dog developed some twisted need to poop exclusively on my sister's bed. My sister once came home to, I kid you not, 9 piles of poop from that one pug on her bed. I'd see this dog come running into the bedroom after going outside, jump on the bed, give you a look like she doesn't care what you think, and she would drop a juice wherever she felt like, which would usually be on the bed as soon as you weren't watching her. And this dog was punished for it many times, but refused to stop. It got to the point where we had to keep her caged and the bedroom door perpetually closed, but she kept finding a way in if she was let out of the cage. Now just another quick edit here from OP. Avoid this and the next paragraph if you don't feel like reading about this dog. You know what I'll do? I'll put a timestamp on screen right now of where to jump to if you don't want to hear about what's going to happen next. And if you're listening on podcast platforms, just skip ahead. Eventually, it got to the point where I was taking zero BS from this dog. I decided one day she was not going to go back inside until she pooped. And the dog really did not like that, especially since it was cold outside and the ground was wet. I watched as she would sniff around, make a motion like she was going to take a dump, then just whine while looking around and move on. She did this a few times, then looked over at my sister's trailer and suddenly started running towards it all of a sudden with a look of complete glee on her face, like she was thinking, I want to poop there. I stopped the dog and I forced her to come back. She looked at me like I was a killjoy and just sat down to pout and stare at me. I told the dog I had all day, and she finally got bored enough to go back to sniffing around. She tried to make a break for the trailer 2 more times. Finally, after like 45 minutes, she couldn't hold it in anymore and took a dump. But I could tell she had more in her. So I kept waiting around and she finally took another dump because I wasn't taking her back to the trailer. The march back was like a walk of shame for her because she knew she'd lost. And she put up no fuss when I put her back in her cage. I kept up that routine until eventually she finally stopped trying to poop on the bed. Okay, I think we are done with the poop for now. So if you skip forward, you're safe. Eventually, my sister's at the time boyfriend brought home a puppy he got for free. This puppy was adorable, but grew into an absolute monster, bigger than my Akbash dog. He was huge and pooed and peed on the floor all the time, especially right near my middle nephew's bed. Okay, so the poop isn't really done yet. You know what? I think it's just part of this story, isn't it? It's kind of in the title. Anyway, when put on his tether outside, he would bark constantly. On days I had migraines, this dog drove me nuts, and he made it impossible for anyone to sleep at times, especially my father. This dog was so strong that he broke his chain tether numerous times. They couldn't use rope because he'd chew through it. He chewed everything. The fifth wheel trailer my sister was living in on our property at the time, she bought brand new. That dog just destroyed it, even worse than the pugs did. That dog also destroyed plenty of stuff belonging to my nephews. Clothes, shoes, toys, anything it could get in its mouth. I had to fix my middle nephew's shelves with duct tape. What? Your shelves? Goodness me. We told my sister many times that she had to get rid of this dog. We even gave her an ultimatum more than once, but she still refused. She finally sold the dog to someone who had one of the same breed and wanted another one, and treated us like we'd ruined her life by making her get rid of this dog that she could not handle. Soon after, my ex-brother-in-law took his kids away and refused to bring them back. Not long after, my sister was given the boot, and she was out by January. When my sister got an eviction notice from the family property in 2023, she moved in with her only remaining friend and started breeding her pugs again. And just like last time, she kept the cutest one. Then her best friend kicked her out, and my sister got a new boyfriend who was also her drug dealer and moved in with him. Then her abusive boyfriend kicked her out and left her in a broken down RV trailer on the side of the road, and then he left her with a car that barely ran. By then, she'd burned like 98% of the bridges she'd had because she's an entitled narcissist. She spent 2 days living with her boyfriend's sister and let her pugs pee and poop all over the bedroom floor and didn't clean up any of it, so she got kicked out there as well. I had to clean it all up when I came and got her and her stuff, and then I had to spend a day following her numerous places with all her stuff in the back of my truck while she was trying to find someone to take her in. Most of the people she tried to get in touch with wouldn't return her calls or messages, and I was the only one walking her dang dogs. She just sat in her car on her phone the entire time, and then she tried to force me to take her dogs home with me, but I couldn't. Our parents are my landlords. They said no. My sister flipped out on me for it. She claimed our parents were allowing me to bring her stuff home in my truck for the time being, and her dogs were a part of her stuff, but I still said no, and she lost her mind. She spent the night in a car full of junk with 3 pugs. She didn't even have food for the dogs. I had to buy her some because she was broke. The next day, our mum got her a motel room for the night, and she was completely ungrateful for it. Then she went right back to her abusive boyfriend the next day. I just dumped her stuff off in his front yard, and I left. My sister finally had to surrender the mum and dad pugs to a rescue, but she kept that puppy. I'd previously told her she needed to give away all the dogs as she couldn't care for them if she was homeless. She said she'd think about giving up the 2 parent pugs, but refused to part with the puppy. I told her that trying to raise a puppy on the streets would not be good for the dog, and she ranted that dogs were great for the mental health of homeless people, and that she needed him. My sister was previously in touch with a pug rescue, but stopped talking to them. I looked this rescue up and I gave them a call, and they were worried for the safety of the pugs. So worried that they called me back to ask for or tell me updates on the situation. Eventually, they called me and said my sister had surrendered the 2 parent dogs to them, and they gave her $100 each for them. I don't know if that was a normal thing to do, or if my sister maybe extorted money for the dogs since they were purebreds and a breeding pair. They didn't clarify. But both dogs were highly adoptable, they told me, and likely found homes fairly quickly, if not even maybe sent to the same home. My sister also had a tabby cat that she couldn't take care of, and begged I take him. Not only did I take in the cat, I refused to return him to her later. He loves it here, and he was raised here. When I brought him home, he started purring the second I pulled in the driveway, and I mean aggressively purring. He couldn't see where we were because he was in his carrier, but he knew by smell. As soon as I let him out of the carrier, he was running around the yard like, "I'm home." My sister previously took him to live in a drug den with her abusive boyfriend, and would take him right back into that sort of life if I'd let her. I recently had him chipped and registered in my name just to keep her from taking him away. She's an animal hoarder. She'll keep dogs and cats and then just won't clean up after them. And if she has the money or the room, she'll get more. Over 20 years ago, she was living in an old manufactured home with 20 cats that she was letting pee and poop all over the place. I had to clean it all up for her many times because she wouldn't do anything. And when called out on it, she'd cry and say the cats were like her babies. I tell you, you don't know nothing about cleaning cat poop till you've had to use a shovel. Oh my god. Those cats were just pooping on top of more poop. It was like shoveling moist clay. At least I clean up after my cats. Recently, my sister showed up wanting her cat back, and I kicked her off the property. She threatened to report me, but she hasn't. Probably because we know she's doing meth and crack and doesn't want cops snooping around. When she wasn't looking, I saw the cat run away from her and hide under my house. And normally he's friendly with everybody. Then he started following me and meowing like mad. He did not want to go with her. Okay, there we go. That is the end of that marathon story. I'm not quite sure how to react to that. Whether to feel like this woman is just completely ridiculous, or I don't even know if she is entitled. I think she's just like mentally ill. Obviously loves animals, but in like a disgusting way that isn't for like the love of the animal itself. It's for how she feels and what animals can do for her. You know, she doesn't care if her animals are living in like manure. She just likes the way that it makes her feel having lots of animals around and lots of pets that she doesn't care for. Like, obviously she's got a lot of stuff going on. She does a lot of drugs, which is clear even despite the fact that we were told that she does a lot of drugs. And yeah, clearly she's not right mentally. But, you know, despite all of that being said, you got to think of the animals here and how she's treating them. And the people in the comments below, and this is why OP left that edit at the beginning of this post saying, look, I know I'm getting a lot of hate in the comments. They've been saying, listen, you know that your sister is like this and she's a bad person, but you've sort of enabled this life. You've enabled her, not life, I suppose, but you've enabled her to have all these pets, and you haven't actually done anything. Like, you should have called CPS or, you know, the RSPCA in England a lot longer ago. It doesn't matter if your parents or your family are saying not to. Like, you know, you got to think about the animals here, not just your sister. I don't know, I feel a bit bad for OP. Like, you've tried so hard to help her, so you're clearly a nice person. Maybe you should have called CPS earlier, or the RSPCA, whatever you call it, the ASPCA, I think it is in America. So I don't know. What do you think in the comments down below? He should have done more, I think. But I mean, it is his sister, and clearly he wants to help.
My wife returned from a work retreat with a hickey. She swears it's a bug bite, but I'm not convinced. I'm at a loss. How do I move forward? This was originally posted on February the 21st, 2025. I, a 27-year-old man, am in a fight with my wife, who is 28. We've had fights before, but not this bad. I'm at a loss on how to proceed. For context, we're college sweethearts, married for almost 6 years. We have a daughter who is 4. Our relationship was never perfect or without challenges. We've faced some family opposition with cultural differences, but we've made it work. She's my first love and my best friend. My wife works in corporate. Her job has annual work retreats that last for about a week. This year was in Vegas. I usually arrange my work schedule and tag along with her, and we make our own trip out of it. We couldn't this year. Our daughter gets major anxiety traveling long distances. We're working on it, but she wasn't budging, and we decided to choose our battles. So I stood behind and I held down the fort at home. The change of plans was a bummer because the trip was part of us reconnecting as both a couple and as a family. My wife's work hours have taken a toll, and her work-life balance leaves much to be desired. We entertained the idea of her skipping the retreat. Attendance is optional, but it's generally frowned upon if you don't, and my wife's making connections in her field. She grew increasingly weird. We have a system if either of us is away for extended periods. We keep in contact. For the first day or so, she was herself, but she grew distant. I'd even text her about important stuff and be left on read while she claimed she never saw my text. Whenever we talked, she was rushing me or our daughter off the phone. These were all times she wasn't involved in retreat activities. We were supposed to have a mini birthday celebration for our daughter over FaceTime. Our daughter was excited. It was something my wife promised her because the retreat overlapped her actual birthday. But she backed out because she had people up to her room after a seminar. It was like she wanted my permission to break her promise to our daughter. I told her I wasn't offering that, nor making her keep her word. She said I wasn't being fair, and this was a networking opportunity. They were business oriented and wouldn't understand her stepping away for family time. I said her decision is her decision, but she'd have to explain it to our daughter. She promised her that she'd rain check the following day. Our daughter didn't understand and cried. My wife ended up hanging up and leaving me to comfort our daughter alone. The whole incident rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't like it. She didn't keep her word for the rain check either. She was documenting the retreat on social media. One co-worker, a 23-year-old man, was almost in every picture or video attached to her hip. In one pic, he had his arm too comfortably around her, IMO. He's a recent hire in my wife's department. She was asked to oversee him. I don't like the guy. He doesn't know boundaries. Once, in response to a work assignment, he texts my wife that she's exactly the kind of woman he needs to keep him in check. My wife brushed it off. She feels bad for him because he's not fitting in. She took him under her wing during his first retreat with the team. If I'd questioned, she'd say she was tired or networking. There was always something. But I've seen her at these retreats. This wasn't like her. She was just off. The day before her return home, she complained about a bruise on her neck. She stressed it was a bug bite. I didn't actually see the bruise until she came home. I instantly thought it was a full-on hickey. She kind of brushed it off after making a big deal of it over the phone. I didn't push because our daughter was present. But when I was able to confront her, she clung to her bug bite claim. When I kept pushing, she asked what I was trying to imply. I outright said I believed she had a hickey, and I didn't believe she was being honest with me. We had it out then. She was offended and angry at the accusation. Infidelity has always been a sore topic. Her family has a history of it. So we had a pretty bad fight, and she accused me of looking to pick a fight due to the incident with our daughter's birthday. I told her that had nothing to do with it, and everything to do with the hickey on her neck. The fight ended in an impasse. We're still not recovered. She swears it's a bug bite, but I'm not convinced. I've always trusted my wife. I never doubted her, but this bruise doesn't look like a bug bite, it looks like a hickey. I often feel more strongly when I consider how distant and weird she was during that Vegas retreat. Now she's wearing turtlenecks, and we're caught between arguing and her dousing our daughter and me with affection. Communication usually prevails for us, but not now. I think my accusation pushed us to a new level of argument. I'm at a loss here. I really need outside perspectives. How do I move forward? There we go. That is it for the original post. Before we get into the update, let's jump into some comments and see what the people of Reddit were saying. Somebody said, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I've never gotten a bug bite that looked like a hickey. Did she show you her phone or provide any proof that could support her innocence, or just dismiss you? The extra affection is a common move from guilt-ridden cheaters. Even if we stretch the imagination and believe it is a bug bite, she wasn't acting trustworthy, nor was she a good mother while they were in Vegas, and she needs to address and correct that. OP replied, no, I haven't had access to her phone. We usually have an open phone policy, but it's not something we've ever really done. I'm sure it will be another argument. Somebody else said, why did you go on work trips with her in the past? Did she want you to, or did you not want her to go alone? What is, and why is it necessary to have, the system when one of you is away? Whose idea was the FaceTime birthday celebration? Did she not talk to her daughter at all on her birthday, or she just couldn't do the FaceTime celebration? OP replied, work-life balance was an issue, so she'd invite me on the retreats. The system is for an extended period away from each other, like how long the retreat was, especially since we have a child now. The birthday FaceTime was my wife's idea. She promised our daughter and got her excited about it. No, she didn't talk with our daughter until she was calling to cancel. That's another reason the birthday stunt rubbed me the wrong way. Well, that, I've got to say, guys, is actually terrible. Like, not chatting to your daughter at all on her birthday is so bad. I'm going to back my own parents up here. My parents never missed one of my birthdays ever. Like, they would make sure, even if there were work trips and stuff, they wouldn't go if it was on my birthday. So, first of all, respect to them. Actually, just last year, I think, was the first time that my dad wasn't there on my birthday, I believe. And I'm 26. So, you know, there's two ways of doing it. And by the way, I've been away on my birthday without my parents. But, you know, they want to be there, which is pretty nice. And it's definitely not like this mother. Anyway, OP then responded to a deleted comment saying, yeah, you don't get to disconnect from being a parent, especially to a minor, for extended holidays. You certainly don't ghost them on their birthday. And when you promise to do something special for them and got the child excited about it, and then just hang up on them while they're crying. To be honest, I don't even think the FaceTime is special at all, but there we go. I'm not insecure, OP says. My wife's gone on the retreats before. We both work outside the home and have the caring for our daughter, so it's not an imbalance. My wife's work-life balance is out of sorts. She's in the company of other adults plenty. I've been with my wife on these retreats and other social events. I know how she is. She was off this entire trip, And it wasn't appreciated her entertaining a co-worker who ignores boundaries and the fact that he had his arm wrapped around her waist like he was claiming her or something. I trusted her when she said she had a bug bite. I got things to help her treat it for when she returned. It was only after I saw the bruise in person that there was no mistaking it was a hickey for me, and I questioned her on it. Okay, then a week later, we got the following updates. Things are a roller coaster. I'm trying to process. It took a while for my wife and me to have any real conversation about the bruise on her neck. We were stuck between arguing and her showering our daughter and me with affection. I rarely saw the bruise because she was turtlenecked up, but I did note the healing process from reddish purple to yellow. There wasn't any more discussion about the Vegas retreat. She made it clear she was done talking about it and that she shouldn't need to defend herself to her husband. I told her she could do whatever she wanted, but I was done being treated like an idiot and I wasn't sharing a bed with someone I couldn't trust. So I moved into the guest room. Communication stopped. The silences were palpable. Even our daughter noticed. I'm not proud of that. I try keeping her out of fights. My wife came to the guest room one night and asked if we could talk. I could tell she'd been crying. She said she hated the way things were between us. She felt she was losing me either way. I told her I needed complete honesty. She confessed that she hooked up with that co-worker on our daughter's birthday. The hickey was from him. She was lost in the heat of the moment and didn't realize he was sucking so hard on her neck. By her account, they made out while doing some on top of the clothes stuff, and then he went down on her. It stopped there because he called her by a nickname that I affectionately call her. It snapped her back to the reality of her actions. She went to splash water on her face and saw the hickey. The guy made light of it and made a joke about the hickey being her souvenir. She blew up on him and kicked him out of her suites. Part of the reason she was avoiding me was out of guilt. She said she's coming clean because she doesn't want to hide things anymore. I asked her why she cheated. What was it about that guy that she deemed worth risking everything? She claimed it wasn't him specifically, nor is she unhappy with our marriage. She doesn't really know how to explain it, but a part of her feels broken. The more she looks in the mirror, the more she sees her dad, who is 57. A cycle of being consumed with work, distant from his child, and the infidelity he put her mum, who is 55, through. She said her family never talked about anything openly, and how when she was growing up, her mum never addressed anything with her. I said her parents didn't make her cheat. She chose to party up with a guy who constantly disrespected our relationship. These were all her decisions, and she at any point could have chosen our family. She agreed. She wants to blame her parents, but realizes this is on her. She apologized for cheating and for entertaining the guy's advances. She said she'll do whatever it takes to repair. Go to HR, quit her job, counseling, anything. She wants to make everything right. I told her I don't know what right looks like or if that's possible for us anymore. I knew we had our problems, but I thought there wasn't anything we couldn't talk out. She insisted we still could talk it out. We didn't have to give up on us. She tried giving this rally cry for our relationship, but I felt very numb. I said I didn't recognize her. Not just the betrayal of our vows, but also how she treated our daughter. She's like a stranger. She feels she failed as a wife and mum, but she loves us both beyond words and wants our life together and our family intact. I told her I couldn't give her the answer she wanted and thought we needed to separate and reevaluate. She didn't want separation. She felt we should stay together in our home. But I told her a separation was happening. Either she was leaving the home or I was with our daughter. She consented to leaving so as to best not uproot our daughter so much. She asked for our daughter not to be taken away from her. My wife's staying with my in-laws. I know that's difficult in itself because she doesn't have the best relationship with her parents. One of the hardest parts is the shift for our daughter now. Right now, she believes her mum's just busy with work per usual. She hasn't questioned it too much. My mother-in-law called the other day. She made no excuses for my wife, but she's advocating for us to work through it. She told me times when she heard my wife describe me as the anchor she always wanted. She believes there's something worth fighting for if I'm open. Despite some family opposition we faced throughout our relationship, my mother-in-law was always a supporter of us. I'm even more at a loss. I never imagined this kind of betrayal from my wife. She was my safe place. I feel numb, yet broken. I'm in love with her. that hasn't changed. But I don't see myself, her, our relationship, or our family the same. Everything's more tense because it's fresh. I think this period of separation is for the best. I'm not sure about divorce. I haven't let myself fully go there. I'm not set either way. I don't know where things go from here, but I'm focusing on our daughter and taking things one step at a time. I feel that's all I can do right now. Thanks again to everyone for the support. It is much appreciated. Okay, and there we go. Let's jump into some comments before I give my final thoughts. Somebody said, it was already established that there had been line crossing with the co-worker prior to the trip, even if it wasn't physical yet. But even if there hadn't been, I've known co-workers' pet names for their significant others before when only interacting with them on a professional level. The fact that the guy both intentionally gave her a hickey and used the pet name says a whole heck of a lot about him though. Someone willing to engage in an affair is bad enough. This guy was doing it as some kind of sick power play. I mean, that's a great point. He is 23 as well, so he's probably very immature, and I can definitely see how someone like that is, doing it for their own ego, to be like, oh, I did this. He's probably like gone and told all his mates how he broke up a relationship with an older woman, you know. Some people like that do exist. Now, somebody replied to this saying, it is also possible that it's something super common, like honey or baby, but OP said no, it's actually a specific nickname. It's not derived from her name or anything. It just summed up things I loved about her in one word. Apparently, he turned it into a sexual context. I mean, I don't want to get too far away from the real villain of the story, who is your wife, but this guy is awful. Somebody else said, one question, how close was the colleague to her to know her nickname that you use, and why did she let him this close to her literally and figuratively? Opie said, at the time I knew they had a friendship. She was asked to mentor him as he joined her department, so she took him under the wing and was supposed to be showing him the ropes. They would text and stuff and he would cross boundaries. His texts increasingly read like a guy fishing for an opportunity though. My wife shut the idea down as not even a factor for her, and I chose to trust her because I never had a reason to doubt her before. As far as the nickname, it was something only I called her, but it wasn't like a secret thing. I called her by it in front of others and our daughter. She claims the guy overheard me say it when she had me on speaker once, and he asked her about it afterwards. Okay, so I guess that leads us into a final question for OP, which ultimately has to be, do you see yourself, or do you want to get back with your wife or not? And it's a very, very tough one, but I have quite strong opinions on this just based on what I've read. Now, if she had just gone on this retreat and maybe she liked the look of this guy, and on one night she made a huge error, did what they did, and then immediately came to you and your daughter, well, maybe not your daughter, but you know what I mean, came to you and said, I can't believe it, I've done this, I'm so sorry, this is the worst thing I've ever done, etc, 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 told you everything, was completely honest about it, came home from the trip, whatever. I think then and only then could there have been any potential for you to forgive her if you wanted to. I'm not saying you should, by the way. I'm saying that only under those circumstances would, in my opinion, you be able to potentially forgive her. However, the fact of the matter is that she lied to you for who knows how long. A while, right? Like, she said the hickey was a bug bite. She was just avoiding you the entire trip, not just in that one moment, or that one day. The fact that she didn't speak to your daughter on her birthday because she was like just going after this guy. The fact that this has been a thing before, which you've obviously talked about, the guy being close to her, or trying to get with her clearly, and her not actually, well, I suppose either she didn't understand it or was just a bit naive to what he was doing, or she actually knew what he was doing and was like, oh, don't worry, it's fine. Whereas in reality, she was probably actively encouraging it. All these things and more add up, and therefore I can say, with all that context, then I don't see how you can ever get back with her, because it wasn't just the one moment of madness, cheating. It was all the lying and deceit and everything else on top of that. So for me, I think this relationship is sadly done. I don't know how you could ever trust someone like this again. To be honest, I think it would be very hard to, even if they did just cheat and then immediately apologize, and the cheating was the only thing, but all this as well, I think it's going to be impossible. But hey, I'm not in love with this woman anyway. So there you go. What do you think? Let me know in the comments down below.
Racist customer demanded we fire and replace our employees with white American employees, even though we are an immigrant-owned business. I mean, I've got to just say this off the bat. It doesn't matter if you're an immigrant-owned business or not. Demanding that you fire and replace employees with white American employees is crazy. Anyway, let's get into the story. Okay, I am a 28-year-old woman, and I live here in Colorado. But my family and I emigrated here to the States from the former Yugoslavia, with my mother being Serbian and my dad being Montenegrin. My dad owns his own renovation business, which he was inspired to set up after watching the TV show Home Improvement. And even though I have my own full-time job, I do casual work for my dad's business, mainly doing office admin and payroll stuff. My dad has 2 employees, both of whom are Filipino. And one day, we had a customer who booked a job, and my dad sent his 2 employees to go to the customer's house, only for the customer to turn them away, telling them to leave. My dad's worker, who I will call Miguel, texted me to say that the client told them to leave. So I just assumed that they'd changed their mind and wanted to cancel the job. However, literally a few minutes after the text from Miguel, I received a call from the customer, who I will call Ken, who angrily complained about having 2 Chinese employees come over to his place, complained about them stealing jobs from white men, and actually demanded that we fire them, replace them with white employees, and send over an employee who is white and not an immigrant. I pretty much knew how this conversation was going to play out, but I decided to just roll with it and tell him that those 2 Asian men were our only employees and that our business is an immigrant-owned business, as my dad and I are both immigrants from Montenegro. Ken then demanded that we at least send over an employee who is white, and I told him it makes no difference if the employee is white or not, as the fact that my family and I are European makes us not really different to immigrants from the Philippines, China, Mexico, wherever. He then accused us of stealing jobs, saying things along the lines of, "This is Trump's America now, and that you don't deserve the business." And after letting him rant, I just told him to find someone else to do the job, and hung up. Well, there we go, guys. Some story to start this episode. Absolutely ridiculous. I just hope for your sake, as a company, that you guys had some form of non-refundable deposit in place, because you've had to send workers out there for nothing. So I hope at least you had some money or some compensation for their time. But let's just talk about the guy for a second. I just don't really understand what he's even saying. Is he saying that because you employ immigrants, or the fact that you yourself are an immigrant, that you don't deserve the business that you've built for yourself, which obviously wouldn't exist without everything that you've done? How is this stealing jobs? I don't get it. You've just done well yourself. It's not stealing jobs at all, is it? And even if it was, if you're doing the job better than some fat, lazy white guy, then power to you. Keep doing your stuff. You know what would genuinely be amazing to see in America, or just any country in the world, right? Well, the Western world, most likely. What would happen if all non-white people just said for a few days or a week, "I'm not going to work today, and let's just see what happens"? Genuinely. So every immigrant, or I guess non-American, let's say for this example, every immigrant, every non-white person just said, "You know what? I'm not working today." I think that the entire country would just immediately implode, right? I mean, what would happen? Nothing would work. The whole country would just blow up. Genuinely, I mean, think about it. Get in the comments down below. What do you think would happen? I think it would just be absolute anarchy, and probably be so funny to watch from someone in the UK. When my mailbox moving became political. So, when we bought the house and moved in 3 years ago, we accepted the location of the mailbox. It's on the other side of our driveway and across some uneven ground, about 50 yards away from the door. This wasn't a problem back then, but since that point, we've had a series of bad luck. My wife needed a new knee, I sprained an ankle, and while it's healed enough to walk on and go back to work, anyone who's had one knows that it can take a while before it's back to 100%. So, it was decided that the mailbox ought to be moved to the end of our path to the street. Straight ahead, on a flat and smooth surface, only about 30 feet away. We asked the post office what we needed to do to move a mailbox. We were told that all we needed to do was let the driver know that it was being moved and to just move it, making sure that it's numbered to match the house so there's no confusion. We went to the store to buy a new one since the old one was getting a little ratty from getting hit a couple of times, and I installed it this weekend. Which was, to our amusement, the best time to install it, since we actually caught the driver and were able to tell her that here was the new mailbox and that the other was going away. Great. Situation handled. Installation goes well, and now we're on to part 2, the removal of the other mailbox. Here's where my moving the mailbox got political. The old mailbox was on the same post as my neighbour across the street and one house over, so we shared it. During this past election, I posted no signs supporting either of the candidates. My neighbour John, not his real name, had half a dozen signs though. Flags and a banner as well in his yard in support of a certain candidate. John came over as I was removing the old box and complained that the only reason I was doing this was that I didn't support said candidate, and this was my petty ass reason, and that I just didn't want to be associated with him. In truth, I didn't want to be associated with him. Largely before we knew he was a supporter, he wasn't a very pleasant person. Walking my dog, he'd yell at me to keep that goddamn mutt off my yard, even though I was on my side of the street. He'd also call animal control on me about my chickens running loose across his yard, when in reality it was his neighbour to his right that had the chickens. I don't have any, although I did buy a used chicken coop since it's also a very nice unit for keeping my wife's Angora rabbits in. So I can see the confusion. We used to wave to him like we'd do for any of our neighbours we'd see outside, and he never waved back, typically just ignoring us and making a point to look at something, anything else other than us. Unless we had the dog, then he'd watch us like a hawk to make sure we didn't come near his lawn. Honestly, we disliked him long before we knew he was a supporter. I explained the medical condition, the walk through uneven ground that I stated above, but that wasn't enough for him. He threatened to call the HOA. We don't have an HOA, we have a neighbourhood association that only concerns itself with collecting donations for snow removal and mosquito spraying. I just finished removing the mailbox and went back inside, and I vowed to ignore him from here on out. Well, that is the end of the second story, and all I can think is, are we sure that these two people in the first story and the second story aren't the same? I mean, I think it might be right. This guy is, well, let's be honest, the guy in the first story was clearly a Trump supporter, as well as this guy as well. So, I mean, the top comment here says, your neighbour is mentally ill. I don't know if I'd go that far, but yeah, mentally there's a lot going on there, that is for sure. And once again, probably a racist. I mean, to be fair, that's a bit harsh. We don't have any evidence to suggest he's racist, but I would just love if John was the same person as in the first story. It would just make me laugh. Brother throws fit because he didn't get a job interview. So this happened a couple of years ago, but no matter what, I can't get over how entitled my brother acted. For context, my brother, who was at the time about 23 years old, and my older sister, who was 28, both applied to one of the only jobs hiring near where they lived. The job was for a cashier position, which my sister had several years of experience in customer service, while my brother only worked 1 year at a factory in his life and quit because he didn't get a raise, claiming it was unfair when staff who worked there for 5+ years got raises. But anyways, one day we were out shopping when my sister got a call from the job they both applied for. They wanted her in for an interview. When hearing that, my brother basically threw a fit. He told my sister it was unfair you got an interview and I didn't when I put in an application a week before you did, and I even called to check up on it. I reminded him that our sister has experience while he doesn't. He then repeated, but I put in an application first. I should be first. Then I told him that's not how interviews work. They wait for the ones with experience so they don't have to do much training. He then got even more upset and claimed that the store is sexist and she's only getting hired because she's a female, which honestly made me so irritated. He was acting like a child, and our dad tried backing him up, telling my sister to put in a good word for your brother. My sister told our dad there's no way she can do that because even if she gets hired, it would be wrong to immediately convince them to hire our brother. While this conversation was going on, my brother kept on going on about how the owner is male, so he must be sexist and only want females, since currently the only staff there are women. So in order to get in, he needed our sister to tell them to hire him too during her interview. I noticed my sister getting upset throughout all of this. At first, she was so excited to get the interview. I was hoping that everyone would be happy for her. But instead, no, they acted like she was wrong for getting the interview instead of our brother. I told my dad and brother that that was enough and that she got the interview because she has several years of experience under her belt, while our brother had none, and it had nothing to do with her gender, and that no, she wasn't going to mention our brother during her interview or after getting hired, because if they didn't contact him, clearly he didn't cut it, and just stop. After that, everyone went silent. I mean, this is absolutely crazy, because what your brother, OP, is asking your sister to do, and for some reason your dad is supporting him on this, is to potentially sacrifice her own job, her own career, if she does, get this job. By the way, she's only got an interview so far, for the sake of her brother. Like, imagine you went into a job interview and your sibling had said to you, yeah, during your interview, would you mind just letting them know that I have also applied for the job and I also want it? Firstly, are there even 2 jobs available, or are they just hiring one person? Because imagine you were competing for the same job and your brother was like, no, just tell them about me in your interview. I want to get it. And secondly, you're just completely scuppering your own chances if you just say, yeah, this is why I deserve the job. But also, have you seen my brother's CV? He could also be great. And also, even if you do get the job and you're in your first week or whatever, like your brother's asking, imagine you're in a new job and you say, this is great, guys. Really happy to be here. I really feel settled now, to the extent that I can now say, would you consider hiring my brother after just a few days of working at an institution? I mean, that would be downright ridiculous. Your brother is clearly very entitled. I think your dad is as well. Maybe that's where he gets it from. But yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, if your brother hasn't got an interview, he's not qualified enough and he doesn't deserve one. And that's on him.